Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The clock on the wall ticks steadily, marking another second that has slipped into the past. We check our watches, count the hours until our next appointment, calculate the years since we were born. Time seems to flow around us like an invisible river, carrying us from one moment to the next with ruthless inevitability. We schedule our lives around it, fear running out of it, and desperately wish we could slow it down or speed it up. Yet for all our intimate familiarity with time, a startling question emerges. What if time, as we understand it, doesn't actually exist at all? This is the central paradox that haunts human existence. Time appears to govern everything we do, from the moment we draw our first breath to the instant we take our last. It dictates when we sleep, when we eat, when we work, and when we play. Our entire civilization is built upon the assumption that time is real, measurable, and universal. But if we look deeper, beneath the surface of our everyday experience, we discover something extraordinary and unsettling. Time might be nothing more than an elaborate illusion created by human perception. Consider this. No one has ever seen time. No one has ever touched it, tasted it, or held it in their hands. We cannot point to time itself, only to the changes that we interpret as evidence of time's passage. The spinning of the earth, the decay of radioactive elements, the aging of our bodies. These are all transformations, not time itself. We measure these changes and call their duration time, but we may be making a fundamental error in logic. We may be confusing the map with the territory, mistaking our measurement tools for the reality they supposedly measure. The story of how humans came to believe in time as a fundamental force begins thousands of years ago, when our ancestors first noticed the regular patterns in nature. The sun rose and set, the moon waxed and waned, the seasons cycled from winter through spring to summer and autumn. These natural rhythms provided the foundation for humanity's first attempts to organize and measure time. But even from the beginning, these measurements were human inventions imposed upon natural phenomena, not discoveries of some underlying temporal reality. The ancient Egyptians created sundials that divided the day into segments based on the shadow cast by the sun. But the choice of how many segments to create was entirely arbitrary. Why divide the day into 24 hours instead of 10 or 30? There was no cosmic law dictating this decision. Similarly, the Babylonians chose to divide each hour into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. But these divisions were mathematical conveniences, not discoveries of time's true structure. They could just as easily have chosen different numbers, and time would have appeared to flow in entirely different increments. Water clocks, mechanical clocks, atomic clocks, each represented a more sophisticated attempt to measure time with greater precision. But sophistication in measurement does not prove the reality of the thing being measured. A thermometer can measure temperature with extraordinary accuracy, but temperature itself is simply the average motion of molecules, not an independent force. Similarly, our most precise atomic clocks may be measuring change with incredible accuracy, while telling us nothing about whether time itself exists as more than a human concept. The arbitrary nature of our temporal divisions becomes even more apparent when we consider our calendars. The decision to mark years based on the Earth's orbit around the Sun seems natural to us, but it is fundamentally a choice made by creatures who happen to live on this particular planet. On Mars, a year would be nearly twice as long. On Mercury, it would be much shorter. There is no universal clock ticking away the same seconds throughout the cosmos, no cosmic calendar marking the same dates across all possible worlds. Even our most basic temporal concepts reveal their artificial nature under scrutiny. The idea of now seems self-evident, this present moment as distinct from past and future. But when exactly is now? Is it this second, this millisecond, this nanosecond? The more precisely we try to define the present moment, the more it slips away from us, revealing itself to be a moving target rather than a fixed point in time. We cannot pin down the present any more than we can catch our own shadow. This realization prepares us for an even more dramatic revelation that emerged in the early 20th century, when Albert Einstein shattered humanity's comfortable assumptions about time's universality. Einstein's theories of special and general relativity demonstrated that time is not the fixed, universal backdrop we assumed it to be, but rather a flexible dimension that can stretch and compress depending on speed and gravity. The implications of Einstein's discoveries are staggering. Time dilation effects mean that astronauts travelling at high speeds through space age more slowly than people remaining on Earth. Twin brothers, one travelling to distant stars while the other stays home, would return to find they have aged at different rates. This is not theoretical speculation but measured reality. Atomic clocks flown on airplanes run slightly slower than identical clocks left on the ground. GPS satellites must account for time running faster in their orbital positions than on Earth's surface, or their navigation systems would be off by miles. Even more remarkably, gravity affects the flow of time. Clocks tick more slowly in stronger gravitational fields. A clock at sea level runs slightly slower than an identical clock on a mountaintop. Near a black hole, where gravity reaches extreme intensities, time would appear to nearly stop from the perspective of a distant observer. These effects reveal that time is not separate from space, but woven together into a four-dimensional fabric that can be warped and twisted by mass and energy. If time can speed up and slow down, if it runs differently in different locations, if it is not universal but relative, then what exactly are we measuring when we think we are measuring time? Einstein's revelation suggests that our everyday experience of uniform, steady time is an illusion created by living in a relatively weak gravitational field on a planet moving at modest speeds through space. The time we think we know is actually a local approximation of something far stranger and more flexible. This scientific undermining of time's absoluteness finds an unexpected parallel in human psychology, where researchers have discovered that our brains construct our sense of time rather than passively recording it. The subjective experience of time's passage varies dramatically depending on our mental state, attention, and emotional condition. These variations are not mere quirks or exceptions to how we experience real time. They reveal that our entire sense of temporal flow is a construction of consciousness. During moments of extreme danger, people often report that time seems to slow down. A car accident unfolds in apparent slow motion, with every detail crystal clear and every fraction of a second stretched into a subjective eternity. Conversely, when we are deeply engaged in enjoyable activities, hours can pass in what feels like minutes. We lose ourselves in conversation, in creative work, in play, and emerge surprised to discover how much time has elapsed according to our clocks. Sleep and dreams reveal even more dramatic distortions of temporal experience. In dreams, we can experience what feels like days, weeks, or even years of subjective time compressed into a few hours or minutes of brain activity. We age, travel vast distances, live through complex storylines, all while lying motionless in bed for a brief period. These dream experiences suggest that consciousness can create rich, detailed temporal experiences independent of any external time flow. Neuroscientists studying the brain's timekeeping mechanisms have discovered that there is no single clock in the brain, no central timer keeping track of duration. Instead, our sense of time emerges from the complex interaction of memory, attention, and neural processing. The brain constructs duration by comparing current experiences to stored memories, by monitoring the amount of attention required for different tasks, and by tracking the rhythm of various neural oscillations. This construction process means that time perception can be easily manipulated. Certain drugs can drastically alter the subjective experience of time's passage. Meditation practices can create states of consciousness where time seems to stop or become irrelevant. Brain injuries can destroy the ability to sequence events properly or estimate durations accurately. If our sense of time depends entirely on brain function, and if brain function can be altered or damaged, then our temporal experience reveals itself to be a mental creation rather than a passive recording of external reality. The flexibility of time perception becomes even more apparent when we consider how different mental processes create different temporal experiences. When we focus intently on clock watching, minutes can feel like hours. When our attention is fully absorbed, hours can feel like minutes. Memory plays tricks with temporal sequence, sometimes making recent events feel distant while distant events feel recent. Anticipation can make future events feel imminent or impossibly far away, regardless of their actual temporal distance. These psychological discoveries converge with Einstein's physical revelations to suggest that time as we ordinarily understand it is neither universal nor objective. But the mystery deepens when we consider how different cultures around the world have developed radically different ways of understanding and experiencing time, revealing that even our most basic temporal assumptions are not universal human experiences but culturally constructed perspectives. In Western industrialized societies, time is typically conceived as a linear progression from past through present to future. We think of time as an arrow, always moving forward, carrying us from what was toward what will be. This linear model underlies our historical narratives, our planning systems, our entire approach to personal and social development. We speak of progress, of moving forward, of leaving the past behind. Time, in this view, is a river flowing in one direction, and we are carried along by its current whether we like it or not. But this linear conception of time is far from universal. Many Eastern philosophical and religious traditions conceive of time as cyclical rather than linear. In Hindu cosmology, time moves through vast cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction, with the universe itself being born, existing, dying, and being reborn in an endless repetition. Buddhist concepts of reincarnation suggest that individual consciousness moves through cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, making past and future less distinct categories than different phases of an ongoing circular process. These cyclical time concepts create fundamentally different relationships with past and future. If time is circular rather than linear, then the past is not gone forever but will return in new forms. The future is not unknown territory but a repetition of patterns that have occurred before. Death becomes less final, more like a transition between phases of a continuing cycle. Progress becomes less important than harmony with natural rhythms and recurring patterns. Even more radically different are the temporal concepts of various indigenous cultures around the world. Many Native American traditions operate according to what anthropologists call event time, rather than clock time. In event time, activities begin when conditions are right, rather than when clocks indicate they should begin. Ceremonies start when participants are properly prepared, not when schedules dictate. Journeys begin when weather permits, not according to predetermined timetables. The duration of activities is determined by their natural requirements rather than arbitrary time limits. Australian Aboriginal concepts of dream time transcend Western distinctions between past, present, and future entirely. Dream time refers to an eternal, timeless realm where ancestral spirits created the landscape and established the laws governing existence. This realm is not in the past, but exists simultaneously with ordinary time, accessible through ritual, story, and spiritual practice. In this worldview, the most important reality is not temporal at all, but eternal and ever-present. These diverse cultural approaches to time reveal that our Western, clock-based, linear conception of time is not a discovery of time's true nature, but one particular way of organizing experience among many possible ways. If different cultures can create radically different temporal experiences and still function effectively, then time begins to look more like a social construction than a natural law. The implications of these cross-cultural variations become even more profound when we consider how language shapes temporal experience. Some languages have rich vocabularies for describing different types of duration, different qualities of temporal flow, different relationships between past and future. Other languages lack clear distinctions between past and present tenses, making their speakers less likely to think of time as sharply divided into distinct periods. Research in linguistic anthropology suggests that speakers of different languages literally experience time differently, not just conceptually, but perceptually. The language we speak influences which temporal distinctions we notice, which temporal relationships we consider important, and which temporal experiences feel natural or strange. This linguistic relativity in temporal experience provides further evidence that time as we know it is constructed by consciousness rather than simply recorded by it. As we gather these threads together, the arbitrariness of human time measurement, the relativity revealed by physics, the constructive nature of temporal perception, and the cultural variability of time concepts, a startling possibility emerges. Perhaps time, as we understand it, does not exist at all as an independent feature of reality. Perhaps what we call time is actually a story our brains tell us to make sense of change, motion, and memory. Some physicists have begun to seriously consider this possibility. The timeless interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that the universe consists of a vast collection of possible moments, each equally real, with no objective temporal ordering. Our experience of temporal flow emerges from consciousness moving through this landscape of possibilities, creating the illusion of past, present and future through the limitations of memory and perception. In this view, time does not carry us forward through a succession of moments. Instead, consciousness hops from moment to moment like a spotlight illuminating different scenes in a vast photograph album. Each moment exists completely and timelessly. The appearance of temporal flow is created by consciousness threading these moments together into coherent narratives, just as individual frames of film create the illusion of motion when projected in sequence. This perspective suggests that past and future are not different times, but different types of information available to consciousness in the present moment. Memories are not recordings of past events, but present information about different moments in the timeless landscape. Anticipation is not awareness of future events, but present extrapolation from current patterns. Everything that seems temporal is actually happening in an eternal, now that contains all possible moments simultaneously. From this viewpoint, causation itself becomes a story we tell rather than a temporal relationship we discover. We say that earlier events cause later events, but in a timeless universe, all events simply exist in their logical relationships without temporal precedence. The appearance of causation emerges from consciousness, organizing timeless relationships into sequential narratives. Such ideas may seem absurdly abstract, but they find support in the deepest levels of physics, where time loses its ordinary meaning. At the quantum scale, particles can behave as if they are affected by future measurements, suggesting that past and future are not as distinct as ordinary experience suggests. The fundamental equations of physics work equally well running backward or forward in time, indicating that temporal direction may be a feature of consciousness rather than physical law. Even entropy, often cited as the source of time's arrow, may create the appearance of temporal direction without requiring time to actually flow. If the universe began in a low entropy state and tends toward higher entropy states, consciousness emerging in this entropy gradient would naturally organize its experiences according to entropy increase, creating the appearance of temporal flow from past to future without any actual temporal passage. These scientific speculations converge with ancient philosophical insights about the illusory nature of time. Buddhist meditation practices aim to experience reality directly, without the conceptual filters that create our ordinary sense of temporal flow. Advanced practitioners report states of consciousness where time seems to stop or become irrelevant, where past and future collapse into an eternal present moment. These mystical experiences may be glimpses of reality as it actually is, freed from the temporal illusions created by ordinary consciousness. Similarly, many philosophical traditions have argued that time is a feature of limited perspective rather than ultimate reality. From a finite, embodied viewpoint, change appears to unfold sequentially, creating the appearance of temporal flow. But from an unlimited, eternal perspective, all moments would be equally present, all changes simultaneously visible, making time unnecessary as an organizing principle. The practical implications of recognizing time as illusion are both liberating and disorienting. If past and future exist only in present consciousness, then regret about the past and anxiety about the future lose their grip on our emotional lives. The past cannot hurt us because it exists only as present memories. The future cannot threaten us because it exists only as present anticipations. All suffering related to time dissolves when we recognize that only the present moment has genuine reality. Yet this liberation comes with a cost. If time is illusion, then our plans, goals, and ambitions become questionable. Why work toward future achievements if the future is not real? Why preserve historical knowledge if the past is only present memory? Why care about consequences if causation is merely a story consciousness tells itself? Perhaps the resolution lies in recognizing that illusions can be useful even when they are not ultimate truth. The time-based organization of experience may be a necessary simplification that allows consciousness to function effectively in a complex reality. Just as we find it useful to treat the Earth as flat for local navigation while knowing it is actually spherical, we may find it useful to treat time as real for practical purposes while understanding its ultimately illusory nature. This pragmatic approach suggests that the question is not whether time is really real, but whether temporal concepts serve consciousness effectively. Clock time helps coordinate social activities. Historical narratives help preserve cultural knowledge. Future planning helps achieve desired outcomes. These temporal tools may be human constructions rather than discoveries of natural law, but they remain valuable constructions for creatures like ourselves who must navigate complex social and physical environments. The recognition of time as illusion may also open up new possibilities for experiencing reality. If our ordinary temporal experience is just one possible way of organizing consciousness, then other temporal experiences become available through meditation, altered states of consciousness, or simply shifting our attention in different ways. We might learn to experience duration differently, to move more fluidly between past and future perspectives, or to rest more deeply in the timeless present that underlies all temporal constructions. Artists and musicians have long known that creative work can transport consciousness into different temporal realms. In the flow of creation, hours pass unnoticed, suggesting that focused attention can dissolve ordinary time constraints. The experience of beauty often involves a sense of timelessness, as if aesthetic appreciation operates outside normal temporal boundaries. These creative and aesthetic experiences may be glimpses of consciousness freed from its ordinary temporal limitations. Love, too, seems to operate according to different temporal rules than ordinary experience. Lovers speak of eternal moments, of time stopping when they gaze into each other's eyes, of feeling as if they have known each other forever, even when they just met. These romantic clichés may point toward genuine features of consciousness that transcend ordinary temporal boundaries. Deep emotional connections may activate modes of awareness that are less constrained by linear time concepts. Even ordinary memory reveals temporal plasticity when examined closely. Important memories feel present and vivid regardless of when they originated. Traumatic experiences can feel as immediate decades later as they did when they first occurred. Joyful memories can make us feel as if we are reliving past experiences in the present moment. These memorial phenomena suggest that consciousness has access to a timeless dimension where all experiences remain perpetually available. Dreams, hallucinations, and other altered states of consciousness regularly violate ordinary temporal logic without seeming strange to the experiencing subject. In dreams, we move freely between past and future, encounter deceased relatives as if they were still alive, and experience impossible sequences of events without questioning their temporal inconsistency. These alternative conscious states may be glimpses of how experience might be organized without the temporal constraints that structure ordinary waking consciousness. The possibility that time is illusion rather than reality forces us to reconsider fundamental questions about existence, meaning, and identity. If there is no objective temporal flow, then personal identity becomes more mysterious. What makes you the same person you were yesterday if yesterday exists only as present memory? What connects your present self to your future self if the future is only present anticipation? These questions suggest that personal identity, like time itself, may be a useful construction rather than an ultimate reality. The sense of being a continuing self moving through time may be another story consciousness tells to organize experience, not a discovery of metaphysical truth. This possibility is both frightening and liberating. Frightening because it challenges our most basic sense of who we are, liberating because it frees us from temporal limitations on identity and possibility. If the self is not bound by temporal continuity, then transformation becomes more available. We need not be imprisoned by our past mistakes or limited by our historical conditioning. Each moment becomes an opportunity for radical reinvention, unconstrained by temporal narratives about who we have been or must become. The eternal present contains infinite potential for different ways of being conscious, different forms of experience, different modes of existence. Yet even as we entertain these possibilities, we must acknowledge the persistent power of temporal experience in ordinary consciousness. Even if time is ultimately illusory, it is a remarkably consistent and compelling illusion. Our bodies age, our memories accumulate, our relationships develop through apparent temporal processes. The practical world requires temporal coordination and sequential planning. We cannot simply abandon time concepts without losing our ability to function effectively in the world as we find it. This tension between ultimate truth and practical necessity characterizes many profound philosophical insights. The recognition that time may be illusory does not require us to reject temporal concepts entirely, but rather to hold them more lightly, as useful tools rather than absolute truths. We can use time-based planning and organization while remembering that these are constructions of consciousness rather than discoveries of external reality. The great paradox is that even our investigation of time's illusory nature unfolds through apparent temporal processes. We gather evidence over time, develop arguments through sequential reasoning, and communicate insights through temporally structured language. The very possibility of understanding time as illusion depends on temporal processes of learning, reflection, and communication. We cannot escape time even when trying to prove it does not exist. Perhaps this paradox points toward the deepest truth about time and consciousness. Time may be both illusory and necessary, both constructed and real, both a limitation and a creative tool. Like a river that exists only as flowing water, time may exist only as the dynamic activity of consciousness, organizing experience into sequential patterns. The river is not separate from the water, and time may not be separate from the consciousness that experiences temporal flow. As we stand at the end of our investigation, we find ourselves in a curious position. We have gathered compelling evidence that time, as we ordinarily understand it, is more construction than discovery, more perception than reality. Yet here we are, apparently having moved from the beginning of our inquiry to its conclusion through a temporal process of exploration and discovery. We have used time to understand time's illusory nature, employed temporal reasoning to transcend temporal limitations. This is the final mystery that our investigation reveals. The question is not simply whether time exists or does not exist, whether it is real or illusory. The deeper question is how consciousness relates to the reality it experiences, how awareness creates the very world it investigates, how the observer shapes the observed in the very act of observation. If time is a construction of consciousness, then consciousness must be something more mysterious and creative than we ordinarily imagine. If the entire temporal framework within which we live and think is generated by awareness itself, then awareness must be the most fundamental reality, more basic than space, time, matter, or energy. We may be not creatures living in time, but timeless awareness dreaming that we exist in temporal flow. This possibility transforms every moment of experience into a miracle of creative consciousness. Each tick of the clock, each memory of the past, each anticipation of the future becomes an act of cosmic artistry performed by awareness itself. We are not passive victims of time's passage, but active participants in time's creation, collaborating with consciousness to weave the temporal tapestries we call our lives. Whether time flows like a river carrying us toward an uncertain future, or whether we create the illusion of temporal flow through the miraculous activity of present awareness, remains perhaps the deepest mystery of existence. But in entertaining this mystery, in allowing it to transform our understanding of reality and our relationship to experience, we have touched something profound about the nature of consciousness and its role in creating the world we inhabit. The clock on the wall continues ticking, marking moments that may exist only in the eternal now of awareness dreaming time into being. Yet as we delve deeper into this mystery, we discover that the implications of time's illusory nature extend far beyond philosophical speculation into the very fabric of how we understand reality, death, meaning, and the possibility of human transformation. Consider what happens to our understanding of death if time is truly illusory. In our ordinary temporal framework, death represents the ultimate boundary, the final moment when our personal timeline comes to an end. We fear death precisely because it seems to terminate our existence in time, cutting off our future possibilities and relegating us to the past tense of memory. But if past, present, and future are equally real, if all moments exist simultaneously in a timeless landscape, then death loses its finality. From a timeless perspective, the moment of death is no more real or significant than any other moment in a life. The moment of birth, childhood experiences, adult achievements, and the moment of dying all exist with equal reality in the eternal now. Death becomes not an ending, but simply another coordinate in the timeless map of existence. The person who dies continues to exist in all their temporal moments, just as a character in a book continues to exist throughout all the pages of their story even after we read the final chapter. This view finds strange resonance in the testimonies of people who have had near-death experiences. Many report encountering deceased relatives who seem as real and present as living people, suggesting that death may not create the absolute separation that linear time implies. Others describe experiencing their entire lives simultaneously, seeing past, present, and potential futures as equally vivid and immediate. These accounts, whether interpreted as glimpses of actual metaphysical reality or as products of altered brain states, point toward modes of consciousness that transcend ordinary temporal limitations. The implications extend to how we understand personal relationships and love. If all moments exist eternally, then every moment of connection with loved ones remains forever present in the timeless fabric of reality. The first kiss, the wedding day, the moment of meeting, the times of deepest intimacy, all continue to exist as eternal facts rather than fading memories. Grief becomes not mourning for something lost, but temporary inability to access what eternally exists. Love reveals itself not as something that develops over time, but as recognition of timeless connection. This perspective transforms our understanding of regret and forgiveness. In linear time, we regret past actions because they seem to have caused irreversible damage, creating ripple effects that extend into the future. But if all moments are equally present, then past mistakes exist alongside present wisdom and future redemption. The moment of wrongdoing exists eternally, but so do the moments of recognition, repentance, and growth that follow. Forgiveness becomes not erasure of past harm, but recognition that past harm exists within a larger pattern that includes healing and wisdom. The timeless view also revolutionizes our understanding of learning and personal growth. In linear time, we imagine ourselves as gradually accumulating knowledge and wisdom, slowly becoming better versions of ourselves through temporal processes of education and experience. But if time is illusory, then all our potential wisdom already exists in some timeless realm, waiting to be accessed rather than developed. Learning becomes remembering, growth becomes recognition, and transformation becomes allowing consciousness to move to different regions of its eternal possibility. This connects to ancient philosophical traditions that have long maintained similar views. Plato's theory of recollection suggested that learning is actually remembering eternal truths that the soul knew before birth. Hindu concepts of enlightenment describe awakening to one's eternal nature, rather than developing new capacities over time. Buddhist insights into the illusory nature of the self naturally extend to the illusory nature of the temporal framework within which that self seems to exist and develop. Modern scientific discoveries continue to support these ancient intuitions in unexpected ways. Quantum physics reveals that particles can be entangled across vast distances, affecting each other instantaneously in ways that seem to violate the constraint that nothing can travel faster than light. This quantum entanglement suggests that reality at its deepest level transcends the spatial and temporal limitations that govern ordinary experience. If particles can be connected outside of spacetime constraints, then consciousness itself may operate according to non-temporal principles. Research in neuroscience adds another layer to this mystery. Studies of patients with certain types of brain damage reveal that our sense of temporal sequence can be completely disrupted, while leaving other cognitive functions intact. Some patients lose the ability to form new memories, living in a perpetual present where each moment feels like it lasts forever. Others lose the ability to sequence events properly, experiencing their memories as existing simultaneously rather than in temporal order. These neurological conditions suggest that temporal experience depends on specific brain functions rather than reflecting fundamental features of reality. Even more intriguingly, research on psychedelic compounds reveals that profound alterations in temporal experience often accompany the most meaningful and transformative aspects of these altered states. People report experiencing lifetimes of insight compressed into minutes, or minutes that feel like lifetimes, or complete transcendence of temporal awareness altogether. The therapeutic benefits of these experiences often seem to result precisely from breaking free of ordinary temporal constraints, suggesting that liberation from time-based thinking may be inherently healing. These scientific discoveries converge with contemplative traditions that have developed sophisticated practices for transcending ordinary temporal awareness. Advanced meditation practitioners report states of consciousness where time stops or becomes irrelevant, where past and future collapse into an eternal present, where the entire history of the universe seems immediately accessible. These experiences are often described as more real and vivid than ordinary waking consciousness, suggesting that temporal awareness may actually be a limitation on consciousness rather than an accurate perception of reality. The practical implications of understanding time as illusion extend into how we approach creativity and problem solving. If all possibilities exist simultaneously in a timeless realm, then creative inspiration becomes tuning into pre-existing potential rather than generating something new through temporal processes. Artists often describe their greatest works as discoveries rather than inventions, as if they were accessing something that already existed rather than creating it from nothing. Scientific breakthroughs often involve sudden insights that seem to emerge from outside the linear process of step-by-step reasoning. This perspective suggests that the traditional model of progress through accumulated effort over time may be fundamentally misguided. Instead of grinding through problems sequentially, we might learn to access solutions that already exist in the timeless dimension of pure possibility. This could revolutionize education, therapy, and personal development by focusing on removing obstacles to recognition, rather than building up capabilities through repetitive practice. The implications for social and political change are equally profound. If time is illusory, then the problems that seem to require long-term solutions may actually be resolvable through shifts in consciousness that transcend temporal constraints. Social justice movements often focus on gradual progress over generations, but a timeless perspective might suggest that transformation can happen through collective shifts in awareness that make new realities immediately accessible. Historical examples support this possibility. Major social transformations often happen much more rapidly than gradual models would predict. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of apartheid, the rapid spread of civil rights awareness, these changes often seem to reach tipping points where years or decades of gradual change suddenly accelerate into dramatic transformation. These tipping points may represent moments when collective consciousness accesses new regions of timeless possibility rather than completing linear processes of development. The environmental crisis facing humanity takes on different dimensions when viewed from a timeless perspective. If ecological destruction and restoration exist as eternal possibilities rather than temporal processes, then environmental healing might be accessible through collective shifts in consciousness rather than requiring decades of technological development and behavioral change. This doesn't diminish the importance of practical action, but it suggests that such action might be more effective when grounded. These considerations bring us to perhaps the most profound implication of time's illusory nature, the possibility that consciousness itself is the fundamental reality from which all experience emerges. If time, space, matter, and energy are all constructions of awareness rather than independent realities, then consciousness becomes not something that emerges from physical processes, but the creative source from which physical processes themselves arise. This possibility has been explored by various philosophical and spiritual traditions throughout history, but it takes on new relevance in light of modern discoveries about time's relative and constructed nature. If consciousness can create the entire temporal framework within which experience unfolds, then consciousness must be something far more mysterious and powerful than conventional materialist science assumes. From this perspective, each individual consciousness becomes a unique perspective within universal awareness, creating its own version of reality while participating in larger patterns of collective creation. Personal transformation becomes possible not through changing oneself within a fixed reality, but through allowing consciousness to access different possibilities within the infinite creativity of awareness itself. The ultimate questions that emerge from recognizing time as illusion concern the nature and purpose of existence itself. If we are not creatures moving through time toward uncertain destinations, but expressions of timeless consciousness, exploring infinite possibilities, then what is the point of existence? What is consciousness trying to achieve or experience through the elaborate illusion of temporal flow? One possibility is that consciousness creates temporal experience as a way of exploring its own infinite nature sequentially, rather than all at once. Just as we might read a book page by page to enjoy the unfolding story, rather than trying to absorb all pages simultaneously, consciousness might experience its possibilities temporally to savour each aspect of its infinite creativity. Time becomes not a limitation but a chosen method of exploration, like deciding to walk through a garden rather than viewing it all from above. Another possibility is that temporal experience serves as a kind of school or laboratory, where consciousness experiments with different forms of limitation and transcendence. By forgetting its timeless nature and becoming absorbed in temporal experience, consciousness creates opportunities for rediscovering itself, for the joy of awakening from the dream of time back into eternal awareness. Each lifetime becomes a unique experiment in consciousness, exploring itself from a particular perspective. These speculations remain necessarily tentative, but they point toward a view of existence as fundamentally creative and playful, rather than serious and goal-oriented. If consciousness is playing at being limited in time and space, then suffering and struggle become not problems to be solved, but experiences to be fully explored and ultimately transcended through recognition of their illusory nature. This playful view of existence finds support in the behaviour of consciousness during dreams, where we regularly create elaborate scenarios that seem completely real until we wake up. The dream experience can be intensely meaningful and emotionally powerful while remaining fundamentally illusory. Similarly, temporal existence might be intensely meaningful and important while remaining fundamentally a dream of timeless consciousness. As we approach the deepest implications of time's illusory nature, we encounter a final paradox that illuminates the mystery of consciousness itself. Even our recognition that time is illusion must unfold through apparent temporal processes of investigation, understanding, and integration. We cannot simply leap out of time but must use temporal reasoning to transcend temporal limitations. We must employ the illusion to see through the illusion. This suggests that consciousness operates simultaneously on multiple levels, deeply engaged in temporal experience while remaining eternally free of temporal constraints, fully committed to the dream while never forgetting its nature as dreamer. The goal is not to escape time, but to recognize our eternal nature while fully participating in temporal experience, to be simultaneously timeless and time-bound, eternal and temporal, dreamer and character in the dream. This recognition transforms every moment of ordinary experience into a doorway to extraordinary understanding. Each tick of the clock becomes an opportunity to recognize the eternal now that makes temporal experience possible. Each memory becomes a window into the timeless dimension where all experiences remain forever accessible. Each anticipation becomes recognition of the creative power of consciousness to envision and manifest new possibilities. The practical result is not withdrawal from temporal engagement, but deeper participation grounded in recognition of its ultimate nature. We can plan for the future while knowing that future and present are equally real. We can learn from the past while understanding that past exists only as present memory. We can engage fully with temporal challenges while resting in the timeless awareness that transcends all temporal concerns. In this recognition, the question of whether time is real or illusory reveals itself as pointing towards something even more fundamental, the nature of consciousness as the creative source of all experience. Whether we call time real or illusory matters less than recognizing the extraordinary creative power of awareness to generate coherent, meaningful, transformative experiences within whatever framework it chooses to explore. The clock continues ticking, but now each tick resonates with deeper significance. It marks not just another moment in linear progression, but another expression of the infinite creativity of consciousness, another note in the eternal symphony of awareness, exploring itself through the beautiful illusion we call time. In that recognition, we find ourselves both prisoners and creators, both bound by temporal limitations and eternally free, both characters in the story of time and the timeless awareness in which all stories unfold. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was only the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But this is not that story. This is the story of what came after, when the Word fractured into 1,000 tongues, when the sacred syllables scattered like seeds upon barren ground, and when silence became the only prayer that reached the heavens unchanged. There is a city. It sits at the edge of the known world, perched on cliffs of black stone that rise from an ocean the colour of old iron. The city has no name, or rather it has too many names, whispered in languages that died before your grandmother's grandmother drew breath. Some call it the last harbour, others the threshold. The sailors who dock there for a single night and leave before dawn call it nothing at all, their eyes averted, their coins left on tavern tables without haggling. The city is old. Older than Rome, older than Babylon, older than the first mud bricks laid in Sumer. Its streets wind like the coils of some sleeping serpent, narrow and crooked, paved with stones worn smooth by feet that walked there when the world was young. The buildings lean against one another like old men sharing secrets, their walls built from a black stone that drinks the light and gives nothing back. No sunbeam penetrates those alleys fully. No lamp burns bright there. The shadows in that city have weight and texture, and they move sometimes when no wind stirs. At the heart of this nameless place stands a tower. Not tall as towers go, perhaps 7 stories, perhaps 8. It is difficult to count from the ground, for the upper floors seem to shift and blur when you try to focus on them. The tower is built from the same black stone as everything else, but its surface is carved with symbols, thousands upon thousands of them, crawling up its face like ivy made of language. No 2 symbols are alike, no pattern repeats, and if you stare at them too long, your eyes begin to water and your head begins to ache with a pressure that feels like memory, trying to surface from depths too deep to sound. This tower is called the Babel Remnant, though that name is wrong in every way that matters. It is not a remnant. It is not even properly Babel, for that tower fell and this one stands. But the name has stuck because human beings need names for things, need to wrap words around the ineffable like bandages around a wound, as if language itself could heal what language broke. Inside the tower there is a library. Not a library as you might imagine it, with neat rows of shelves and quiet scholars bent over manuscripts. This library is a labyrinth. Its corridors spiral and branch, twist back upon themselves, open into chambers that should not fit within the tower's outer walls. The shelves here are carved directly into the stone, and they hold books that have never been catalogued, scrolls that crumble at a breath, tablets inscribed in cuneiform that predates writing itself, a paradox no one can explain. And in this library there are words written in languages that no longer exist, words that were forbidden and burned and buried, and somehow found their way here to this repository at the edge of the world. Words that were spoken once and only once, in moments of such power or terror that they carved themselves into the fabric of reality and could not be unmade. Words that were never meant to be written down, only breathed into the ear of a dying king, or whispered to a newborn child, or screamed into the face of an advancing army. All of them are here, all of them wait. The library is tended by the keepers, though that title too is insufficient. They are not librarians in any conventional sense. They do not organise or catalogue. They do not help visitors find what they seek, for visitors are not permitted, and those who come uninvited do not leave. The keepers are something else. Some were born in the tower, delivered in its shadowed chambers and raised between its shelves, never seeing daylight until they were old enough to understand that light was a luxury they could never afford. Others came as pilgrims, as refugees, as thieves, and found they could not leave, found that the tower had marked them in ways invisible and irreversible, found that they could no longer bear the cacophony of the outside world and its millions of meaningless words. The keepers do not speak, not to each other, not to themselves, not even in dreams. They communicate through gesture, through the tilt of a head or the angle of a shoulder, through glances that carry more meaning than any sentence. They have learned, you see, that every word spoken is a word lost, that language is not infinite, that somewhere in the architecture of the universe there is a limit to how much meaning can be made, and when that limit is reached, when the last true word is spoken, the world itself will end. Not with fire or flood, but with silence, perfect and eternal silence, in which nothing can be named, and therefore nothing can. Among the keepers, there is one who is different. She came to the tower 7 years ago, though time moves strangely within those walls, and 7 years might be 7 decades or 7 days, depending on which corridor you walk and which books you pass. Her name was Miriam, though she has not spoken it since she arrived, and names unspoken have a way of fading like old ink on parchment left too long in sunlight. She was a linguist in the world outside, a scholar of dead languages, and she came to the city chasing a rumour of a text that should not exist, a fragment of pre-Sumerian script that supposedly contained the true name of God, not the name from any known tradition, but the name that preceded all traditions, the name that was spoken when the universe was sung into being, and that has been hidden ever since, broken into pieces and scattered across every language that ever was. She found the tower, or the tower found her. The distinction matters less than you might think, and when she passed through its door, which opened without her knocking, she felt something shift inside her skull, as if a key had turned in a lock she had not known was there. The door closed behind her, and she understood without being told that she would never speak again. The price of entry is silence. The price of knowledge is the surrender of the very tool by which knowledge is shared. It is a cruel bargain, but no one forced her to accept it. She walked forward anyway. For 7 years she has walked the corridors of the Babel remnant. For 7 years she has read texts in languages that existed for a single generation before plague or conquest, or time erased them from the world. She has traced her fingers over cuneiform pressed into clay by hands that turned to dust 3,000 years before Christ. She has deciphered hieroglyphs from a civilization that rose and fell between one ice age and the next, leaving nothing behind but these tablets, smuggled somehow across millennia to rest here in this impossible collection. And slowly, piece by piece, she has begun to see the pattern. The languages are not separate. They diverged, yes, splintered and mutated and evolved, but they share roots deeper than any linguist in the outside world has ever imagined. There are words that appear in every tongue, though their forms change and their meanings shift. Words for mother and water and death. Words for fear and fire and home. And beneath even these there are older words. Words that seem to generate the others. Words that are less vocabulary than they are keys, capable of unlocking other words, other meanings, as if language itself were a lock, and these ancient syllables the tumblers waiting to fall into place. She has found fragments of the name. She is certain of it now. In a Sumerian hymn to Inanna, there are 3 syllables that resonate in a way nothing else does, that make the air in the library feel suddenly thin, as if she were standing at great altitude. In an Egyptian spell for the dead there are 2 more, hidden in a prayer that should be gibberish, but is not. In a Celtic inscription worn almost smooth by time, there is another, barely visible, but when she traces it with her finger, she feels warmth in the stone, as if something long dormant were waking. In a scroll of Aramaic so old it predates the Common Era by centuries, there are 4 more syllables, and when she reads them silently, only in her mind, the shadows in the library seem to lean toward her, listening. 10 syllables in total. She has found 10 syllables scattered across 7 years and 100 dead languages. And she believes, though belief is a dangerous word in a place like this, that 10 is not the end, that there are more, that the name, when complete, will be perhaps 15 syllables, perhaps 20, perhaps more. She does not know what will happen when she speaks it. She cannot ask the other keepers, and they would not answer if she did. But she has begun to suspect that speaking the true name of God, the name that was broken at Babel and scattered to prevent its misuse, will do one of 3 things. It will remake the world, or it will unmake it, or it will do something worse, something for which there are no words, because the act itself will exist outside the boundaries of what language can contain. She does not know which outcome is correct. She does not know if any outcome is correct, but she has begun to dream in syllables she does not recognize, has begun to wake with her throat aching as if she has been screaming in her sleep, though she never breaks her silence. The other keepers have noticed. They watch her now with something that might be concern or might be anticipation. It is difficult to tell when no one speaks, when all communication happens in the space between gestures, in the wait of a glance or the hesitation before a step. And then one night, if it is night, for the tower has no windows and the lamps burn without oil and without dimming, she finds it. The final piece. It is in a book that should not exist, bound in leather that feels wrong to the touch, too warm, too pliant, as if it were skin rather than hide. The text inside is written in a language she's never seen before, and yet she can read it perfectly, as if the knowledge were being poured directly into her mind, without passing through her eyes at all. The book has no title, it has no author, it simply exists, and on its 13th page there are the remaining syllables, 5 of them, arranged in a pattern that makes her hands shake as she traces them. 15 syllables. The name is 15 syllables long. She writes them down in her own private notation, a cipher she invented years ago, and she carries the paper with her as she walks back through the labyrinth to the small chamber where she sleeps. She does not sleep that night. She sits cross-legged on the floor, the paper spread before her, and she stares at the symbols she has written, the culmination of 7 years of silence and searching. She could speak it, right now. She could open her mouth and let the syllables fall from her tongue, could speak the name that has been hidden since the foundations of the world were laid, but she hesitates. Not out of fear, exactly, though fear is certainly present, coiled in her belly like a snake. She hesitates because she realizes she does not know why she's been searching. Was it scholarship? Was it curiosity? Was it ambition? The desire to be the one human being alive who knew the secret that prophets and kings and philosophers have died seeking? Or was it something else? Was it a calling? Did something guide her here? Through all the years and all the dead languages, through all the silence, to this moment, to this choice. The other keepers have gathered outside her chamber. She can feel them there, though they make no sound. They are waiting. They have always been waiting. The tower has been waiting. The library has been waiting. The words themselves have been waiting, patient as stone, for someone to finally speak them in the correct order, in the correct tongue, with the correct intent, or perhaps with no intent at all. Perhaps intent is irrelevant. Perhaps the name, once spoken, will do what it will do regardless of the speaker's purpose. She stands. Her legs are stiff from sitting, and her body aches in ways that remind her she's still human, still flesh and blood despite 7 years in this place that exists halfway between reality and myth. She folds the paper and places it inside her robe, against her heart. Then she walks to the door and opens it. The keepers stand in the corridor, 13 of them, their faces hidden in shadow, their robes the colour of old ash. They do not move, they do not gesture, they simply watch her with eyes that have seen too much and spoken too little. She walks past them. They fall into step behind her, a silent procession moving through the labyrinth, through corridors lined with books in languages lost and languages yet to be born, through chambers where the walls are covered floor to ceiling with inscriptions in scripts that predate civilization itself. They climb stairs that spiral upward, higher and higher, toward the upper levels of the tower where even the keepers rarely go, where the air grows thin and strange and the stones seem to hum with a frequency just below the threshold of hearing. At last, they emerge onto the roof. The city spreads below them, black and tangled, and beyond it, the iron ocean stretches to a horizon lost in mist. The sky above is neither day nor night, but something in between, a perpetual twilight that is the natural state of this place. The wind here is cold and smells of salt and something older, something like the scent of a room that has been sealed for centuries and is suddenly opened. She stands at the edge of the roof, the keepers arranged in a semicircle behind her. She takes the paper from her robe and unfolds it. The syllables are there, waiting. 15 pieces of the oldest puzzle in the world. She has carried them this far. She has given 7 years of her voice to earn them, and now she must decide. If she speaks the name, what will happen? Will God answer? Will the heavens open? Will the universe fold in upon itself like a letter being sealed? Will time stop or reverse or splinter into 1,000 parallel streams? Will she be struck down, a mortal presuming to speak what no mortal should know? Or will nothing happen at all? Will the name be just another word, powerful once perhaps, but worn smooth by millennia, its edges dulled, its meaning lost? She does not know. She cannot know. That is the nature of this moment. It is a threshold, and thresholds are places of transformation, and transformation by definition means stepping into the unknown. She thinks of Babel, the original tower, the one that fell. She thinks of humanity speaking with one tongue, unified in purpose, building higher and higher, reaching toward the divine. She thinks of God, if such a being exists, looking down at that tower and feeling what? Fear, anger, pity. And she thinks of the scattering, the confusion of tongues, the sudden inability to understand one another, the fracturing of human unity into 1,000 shouting factions, each convinced of their own truth, none able to hear the others. Was it punishment, or was it mercy? Did God destroy the tower to keep humanity from reaching heights they were not ready for? Or did God destroy it to prevent humanity from speaking the one thing that should never be spoken? The name that contains within it the power to unmake creation itself? She does not know. But she has come too far to turn back now. 7 years of silence. 7 years of searching. 7 years of watching the other keepers move through their routines, tending books that no one reads, preserving words that no one speaks, maintaining a library at the end of the world for reasons even they may not fully understand. She did not come here to stop at the threshold. She came here to cross it. She opens her mouth. For 7 years she has not spoken. Her throat feels strange, tight, as if the muscles have forgotten their purpose. She draws breath, deep and slow, filling her lungs with the cold air of this twilight place. The keepers behind her do not move, but she can feel their attention like a weight on her shoulders, like the gaze of something vast and ancient turning toward her. The first syllable forms on her tongue. It is not a sound from any language she learned in the world outside. It is older, harsher, full of consonants that do not exist in modern speech. She speaks it, and the word leaves her mouth like a stone dropped into still water. The air around her ripples. The keepers take a single step back in unison, as if pushed by an invisible hand. The second syllable comes easier, and the third. Each one is a key turning in a lock. Each one opens something that was closed, releases something that was bound. By the fifth syllable, the wind has stopped completely. The air is perfectly still, and yet she feels movement around her, as if great wings were beating just beyond the range of her vision. By the eighth syllable, the stones beneath her feet are warm, almost hot, and she can see light beginning to bleed from the cracks between them. Not the yellow light of lamps, but something else, something colourless and pure. The 10th syllable tears something open. She cannot see what, but she feels it, a rending in the fabric of the world, as if reality were cloth and her words were scissors. The 11th and 12th syllables pour through the opening like water through a broken dam, and she is no longer speaking of her own volition. The words are speaking themselves through her, using her voice as an instrument, and she is powerless to stop them even if she wanted to. The 13th syllable makes the tower shake. The 14th makes the ocean below surge upward, a wall of water rising toward the sky but never falling, suspended in an impossible wave that defies gravity and reason. And the 15th syllable, the final piece, the last fragment of the name that was broken at Babel and scattered across every tongue that ever spoke, the 15th syllable is not a word at all. It is silence. Not the absence of sound, but silence as a presence, as a force, as something that exists in opposition to noise, the way light exists in opposition to darkness. It is the silence that existed before the word was spoken, before creation began, the silence that will exist after the last star dies and the last particle of matter decays into nothing. It is the silence that God heard before deciding to speak, the silence into which the divine voice first sang the universe into being. And in that silence, everything stops. The keepers freeze mid-breath. The wave hangs motionless in the air. The light bleeding from the stones goes still, neither brightening nor dimming. Time itself grinds to a halt, and she stands at the centre of it all, the only thing still capable of movement, the only thing still capable of thought. And then she hears it. A voice, not from outside, but from within, from the deepest part of herself, from a place she did not know existed. It is not speaking in words. It is speaking in something older than words, in the language that underlies all languages, the grammar of existence itself. And it is asking her a question. Why did you speak my name? She tries to answer, but she has no voice anymore. The 15 syllables have taken it, burned it away like fog in sunlight. She can only think her response, can only offer it up like a prayer, and hope that it is heard. Because I needed to know. Because 7 years of silence demanded to be broken. Because I am human, and humans are creatures of language, and language is how we understand the world, how we make meaning from chaos, how we touch the divine. I spoke your name because not speaking it felt like a betrayal of everything I am, everything we are. The voice does not respond immediately. The silence stretches, longer than any silence should be able to stretch, until she begins to wonder if time has stopped permanently, if she will be trapped here forever at this threshold, neither in the world nor out of it, neither speaking nor silent. And then the voice says, "You have remade nothing. You have unmade nothing. You have simply remembered what was always true. Language is not power. Silence is not weakness. The name is not magic. It is simply a name. And names, in the end, are just sounds we make to feel less alone in the dark. The world begins to move again. Slowly at first, then faster, then all at once. The wave crashes down upon the ocean, sending up spray that catches what little light exists and scatters it like diamonds. The keepers release their held breath and take another, their faces turning toward her with expressions she cannot read. The stones beneath her feet cool and the light fades from the cracks until only the usual gloom remains. She is still standing, she is still alive, and she still knows the name. 15 syllables, the true name of God. But now she understands that knowing it changes nothing. The world is the same, the tower is the same, she is the same. The only thing that has changed is her, and even that change is subtle, invisible, a shift in perspective rather than substance. The keepers approach her. One of them, the eldest, reaches out and touches her shoulder. The touch is gentle, almost tender, and in that touch she understands. They all know the name. Every keeper in this tower, every silent guardian of dead languages, they have all found it at some point in their tenure. They have all spoken it, each in their own time, each in their own way, and they have all come to the same realization she has just reached. The name is not the point. The search is the point. The years of silence, of study, of moving through corridors lined with the ghosts of languages lost and forgotten. That is the point. The name is just the destination, and destinations are never as important as the journey taken to reach them. She begins to weep, not from sorrow or joy, but from release. 7 years of silence have ended not with thunder or revelation, but with understanding. And understanding, she has learned, is the quietest of all epiphanies. The keepers guide her back down the stairs, back through the labyrinth, back to the heart of the library where the oldest books sleep in their shelves of stone. They bring her to a chamber she has never seen before, though she has walked these corridors for 7 years. In the centre of the chamber is a book, just one. Its cover is black and unmarked, and its pages are blank. The eldest keeper gestures to the book, then to her, then to a quill and ink that sit beside it. The meaning is clear. She is to write. She is to add her story to the collection, to leave behind her own fragment for whoever comes after, whoever embarks on this same search, whoever spends their own years in silence seeking the name that cannot be possessed, only witnessed. She sits, she takes up the quill, and she begins to write. Not in any language that exists, but in a new one, a private tongue invented in this moment, composed of all the languages she has learned and all the silence she has endured. She writes of the city at the edge of the world. She writes of the tower with its impossible library. She writes of the keepers and their wordless communion. She writes of 7 years spent reading the bones of dead civilizations. And she writes of the name, the 15 syllables, though she does not write them in full, does not give them away, for that would defeat the purpose. Each seeker must find them on their own. Each journey must be solitary. That is the rule. That is the way it has always been. When she finishes, the book is no longer blank. Her story fills its pages, and the pages seem to multiply as she writes, expanding to contain everything she needs to say. When at last she sets down the quill, her hand is cramping and her eyes are tired, but she feels lighter than she has in years. The keepers take the book. They place it on a shelf beside others like it, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one containing the story of another seeker, another scholar who came to this place and learned what she has learned. And she understands now that this is the true purpose of the Babel remnant. Not to preserve languages, not to hide the name of God, but to teach this one lesson over and over to each generation that comes seeking answers. The answer is there is no answer. There is only the search, and the search is enough. She does not leave the tower. She cannot leave. Not because the door is locked, or because the keepers prevent her, but because she has nowhere else to go. The world outside, with its cacophony of voices and its millions of meaningless words, holds no appeal anymore. She has learned to love the silence. She has learned to hear what cannot be spoken. So she stays. She becomes one of the keepers in truth, not just in practice. She tends the library. She walks the corridors. She reads the texts that no one else will read. And when new seekers come, as they always do, drawn by rumours and legends and an ache they cannot name, she watches them from the shadows. She sees herself in their hungry eyes, in their desperate need to know, to understand, to pierce the veil. And she knows that each of them, in time, will find what they are looking for, and each of them, in time, will learn that what they are looking for was never the destination. It was always the journey. It was always the silence. It was always the space between words where meaning lives and breathes and waits to be discovered. The tower stands, the library endures, The words sleep in their stone cradles, and the keepers move through the shadows like ghosts, tending a collection that no one will ever complete, preserving knowledge that no one will ever fully possess. And somewhere in the depths of the labyrinth, in a book with a black cover and blank pages that are no longer blank, her story waits. 15 syllables hidden in a private language, a name that is not a name, a truth that is not a truth. And above it all, in the twilight sky above the city at the edge of the world, something that might be God and might be nothing at all, watches with eyes older than time and thinks thoughts that no language could ever contain. The story ends where it began, in silence, in searching, in the space between the word and the world, where all stories live, where all truths hide, where the name of God is both spoken and unspoken, known and unknowable, a key that opens nothing and everything at once, and that is enough. It has always been enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Long before anyone thought to call them maps, humans were already map makers. They scratched lines into cave walls with charred sticks, marking the bend of a river or the path to a hunting ground. They stacked stones in careful arrangements, silent guides pointing toward hidden water sources. They wove roots into songs and stories, passing knowledge from one generation to the next through memory alone. The earliest maps existed not on any surface but in the mind, carried by those who had walked the land and lived to tell about it. But memory fades, and travellers die, and eventually someone realised that a mark on clay or stone could outlive the person who made it. That simple act of drawing a path so others could follow without a guide changed everything about how humans understood their place in the world. As settlements grew from temporary camps into permanent villages and then into cities, the need to record the land became urgent. In the river valleys of Mesopotamia, scribes pressed styluses into soft clay tablets, creating crude representations of fields and irrigation canals. These weren't artistic endeavours, but practical necessities. When disputes arose over boundaries, the tablets served as evidence. When tax collectors came, the maps told them which farms owed grain to the temple. In Egypt, where the Nile flooded every year and erased the landscape's boundaries, royal surveyors walked the fields with measuring ropes after each inundation. They recorded the positions of boundary stones and property lines, so that when the waters receded, farmers could reclaim what was rightfully theirs. These early maps were tools of administration, quiet instruments of order that held civilizations together even as seasons changed and rivers shifted their courses. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks approached mapping with a different spirit. Where others saw utility, they saw questions. How large is the earth? What shape does it take? Can the world be measured, predicted, understood through reason? Anaximander of Miletus, in the 6th century before the Common Era, created one of the first attempts to sketch the entire inhabited world as he knew it. It was crude by later standards, placing Greece at the centre with lands radiating outward in a rough symmetry, but it represented something profound, the belief that the world could be captured in a single image, that scattered knowledge could be unified into one coherent picture. Hecataeus followed, annotating coastlines with place names and descriptions, turning the abstract into the specific. Then came Eratosthenes, librarian of Alexandria, who performed one of history's most elegant experiments. By measuring the angle of shadows in 2 cities at noon on the summer solstice, he calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. The world had a size now, a measurable dimension. Maps were no longer just records of what existed. They were arguments about reality itself, claims that could be tested and refined. Rome had little patience for philosophical mapping. The empire needed roads, and roads needed maps, but not the kind that contemplated the cosmos. Roman cartography was practical to its core, built around movement and logistics. The great highways that connected Iberia to Syria required travellers to know distances between towns, locations of bridges, positions of way stations where horses could be changed and soldiers could rest. Strip maps called itineraria served this purpose perfectly. They didn't show the land as a bird might see it. Instead, they showed it as a traveller experienced it, a linear sequence of stops and distances. 10 miles to the next fountain, 15 miles to the garrison, 20 miles to the crossroads. These maps weren't beautiful, but they were useful, and their usefulness made the empire function. Messages travelled faster when messengers knew exactly where to go. Armies marched with greater certainty when commanders could calculate arrival times. grain moved from farm to city along predictable routes. The maps didn't just describe the empire, they helped create it, turning scattered territories into a connected system. In Alexandria, as Rome's power grew, a scholar named Claudius Ptolemy gathered everything the ancient world knew about geography and tried to systematize it. He collected astronomical observations, traveller reports, and estimated distances, then did something revolutionary. He placed everything on a coordinate grid. Latitude lines ran east to west, measured by the height of the sun or stars. Longitude lines ran north to south, though measuring them remained problematic without accurate clocks. Ptolemy's Geographia wasn't just a list of places, it was a method, a technique for projecting the curved surface of a sphere onto the flat page of a book. His instructions for creating maps from coordinates meant that even if all physical maps were lost, future cartographers could recreate them from his tables of numbers. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed and much ancient learning disappeared, Ptolemy's work survived in Byzantine and later Islamic libraries. Centuries passed. Then, as European scholarship revived in the late medieval period, translators rediscovered his text. The grid returned, and with it a new way of thinking about location, as something that could be precisely specified, universally understood, and mathematically transformed. But not all medieval mapping followed Ptolemy's mathematical path. In Christian Europe, large decorative world maps called Mappae Mundi served spiritual rather than navigational purposes. These maps placed Jerusalem at the centre of the world, surrounded by continents arranged according to theological rather than geographical logic. East appeared at the top, where paradise was thought to lie. Monsters and marvels filled the distant edges. These weren't tools for travel, but tools for teaching, visual sermons about creation, salvation, and the order of God's plan. Yet at the same time, along the coasts and in the ports, an entirely different tradition flourished. Portolan charts, created by and for mariners, showed coastlines with remarkable accuracy. They were covered with compass roses and rum lines radiating in all directions, creating intricate webs that helped pilots plot courses. These charts mentioned nothing of theology. They cared only about harbours, headlands, and hazards. Two cartographic cultures coexisted, one mapping heaven, one mapping the sea. Navigation became more precise as new tools arrived. Sailors had always read the world through natural signs, the flight patterns of birds, the colour of water, the shape of swells, the position of stars. Pacific Islanders could navigate thousands of miles of open ocean using wave patterns and star paths committed to memory. Chinese mariners, meanwhile, had discovered that a magnetised needle floating in water or suspended from silk would point toward the north. This magnetic compass travelled westward along trade routes, reaching the Mediterranean by the 12th century. Combined with portolan techniques and astronomical observation, it gave sailors unprecedented confidence in their ability to maintain a course even when land disappeared from view. Direction became something you could hold in your hand, a tool rather than a guess. The compass arrived just as European mariners began pushing beyond familiar waters. Portuguese caravels crept down the African coast, each voyage extending the known world a little farther. Spanish ships crossed the Atlantic and returned with news of lands not mentioned in ancient texts. Mapmakers scrambled to incorporate these discoveries, redrawing coastlines that had been stable for centuries. Each new voyage generated new maps, and each new map sparked new voyages. The world was literally expanding on paper, as continents that had developed in isolation suddenly appeared on each other's charts. The consequences rippled outward in every direction. Trade routes shifted, empires formed, languages spread, peoples collided. The map didn't just record these changes, it enabled them, giving navigators the confidence to sail into the unknown and the means to return home. In 1569, a Flemish geographer and engraver named Gerardus Mercator created a world map that would influence navigation for centuries. His innovation was mathematical. He designed a projection that stretched the globe in such a way that any straight line drawn on the map represented a constant compass bearing. For sailors, this was transformative. Instead of constantly recalculating courses as they sailed, they could plot a straight line from origin to destination, read off the bearing, and follow it. The technique worked brilliantly for navigation, but it came with a cost. To keep compass lines straight, Mercator had to distort areas, especially near the poles. Greenland appeared almost as large as Africa, though in reality Africa is 14 times bigger. Antarctica stretched into an impossibly vast white bar across the bottom. The distortion was honest. Mercator never claimed his projection-preserved area, but as his map became standard in classrooms and atlases, its inflated northern regions shaped perceptions. What the map preserved for sailors, it warped for everyone else, and that warping carried subtle implications about which parts of the world mattered most. The problem of longitude haunted mariners for centuries. While latitude could be measured relatively easily by observing the sun or stars, determining east-west position required knowing the exact time at a reference location. Clocks existed, but they were useless at sea, thrown off by temperature changes and the ship's motion. Ships could sail into the correct latitude and then turn east or west, hoping to hit their target, but countless vessels missed islands by miles and ran out of supplies in empty ocean. The British government eventually offered a substantial prize for a practical solution. John Harrison, a self-taught clockmaker, spent decades perfecting a marine chronometer that could keep accurate time through storms and tropical heat. His invention worked. By comparing local noon, when the sun reached its highest point, with the time shown on a clock set to the reference meridian, a navigator could calculate longitude. The ocean had coordinates now, invisible lines that nevertheless could be found and followed. On land, cartographers faced their own challenges. Countries wanted accurate maps for taxation, military planning and development, but surveying vast territories required new methods. The solution was triangulation. Surveyors would measure one baseline with great precision, then use it as the foundation for a network of triangles covering the landscape. By measuring angles between landmarks from different positions and applying trigonometry, they could calculate distances without physically measuring them. The Cassini family spent 4 generations mapping France this way. The British Ordnance Survey systematically covered every corner of Great Britain and Ireland. In India, the Great Trigonometrical Survey stretched across the subcontinent, eventually measuring the height of Himalayan peaks. Borders that had once been vague zones became precise lines. Tax assessors could calculate areas exactly. Military planners could study terrain without visiting it. The grid of triangulation settled into the landscape, and the maps it produced became legal facts, boundaries that governments would defend and courts would enforce. As surveying techniques matured, cartographers began asking not just where things were, but why they were there. In 1854, during a cholera outbreak in London, physician John Snow plotted cases on a street map and noticed they clustered around a particular water pump on Broad Street. When the pump handle was removed, the outbreak ended. Snow's map didn't just show disease, it revealed causation, turning geography into epidemiology. Around the same time, Charles Joseph Maynard created a flow map showing Napoleon's 1812 invasion of Russia. The width of the line represented the size of the army, narrowing as soldiers died from cold, hunger and combat. Temperature was plotted below, showing the brutal conditions during the retreat. The map told a story of catastrophic loss with devastating clarity, compressing a military disaster into a single powerful image. Others mapped rainfall, soil types, crop yields, population density, voting patterns, language distributions. Thematic mapping turned the map from a tool for finding places into a tool for understanding patterns, for answering not just where, but why there, and what does it mean. The Industrial Revolution accelerated the transformation of landscape into data. Railways connected cities, and railway companies produced maps that warped distance to reflect travel time rather than geographic scale. Stops appeared evenly spaced because what mattered was schedule, not miles. Balloons carried photographers into the sky, offering the first true overhead views of the land. As aviation developed, aerial photography became systematic. Planes flew in careful grids, cameras clicking at intervals, producing thousands of overlapping images that could be assembled into mosaics. Photogrammetrists developed techniques for extracting three-dimensional information from flat photographs, measuring heights and slopes without climbing mountains. Contour lines appeared on maps, connecting points of equal elevation, turning the chaotic complexity of terrain into something readable, predictable. Mountains acquired numbers, valleys gained precise depths. The landscape that people had once known only by walking through it could now be understood from above, converted into facts that could be printed and filed and referenced. The Cold War launched cartography into orbit. Both superpowers needed to track each other's movements and resources, and satellites offered an all-seeing eye that no border could block. Early reconnaissance satellites photographed vast swathes of territory, revealing details that ground-based intelligence could never match. But the same technology that served espionage also served navigation. The United States military developed the Global Positioning System, a constellation of satellites broadcasting precise timing signals. A receiver on the ground could listen to multiple satellites simultaneously, and, by comparing the timing of their signals, calculate its exact position. The system was designed for guiding missiles and coordinating troops, but in the final decades of the 20th century, access was extended to civilians. Suddenly anyone with a receiver could know their location to within meters. Hikers, sailors, drivers, surveyors, anyone who needed to know "where am I?" could get an answer from space. Other nations developed their own systems, Russia's GLONASS, Europe's Galileo, China's Beidou. The sky filled with timing signals, and the ground filled with people who expected maps to always show their current position. Meanwhile, Earth observation satellites watched the planet's surface continuously. Weather systems became visible as they formed. Deforestation could be tracked over decades. Ice sheets revealed their shrinkage. Cities glowed at night, their lights mapping human presence more clearly than any boundary line. Wildfires were detected before ground crews spotted smoke. Crops were monitored across entire nations. The satellites didn't make judgments. They just watched and recorded, sending down an endless stream of data that could be assembled into maps of change, maps of risk, maps of opportunity. The world became transparent in ways previous generations couldn't have imagined. As the limitations of Mercator's projection became more widely understood, cartographers debated alternatives. Every map projection involves compromise because a sphere cannot be flattened without distortion. Some projections preserve angles but distort areas. Others preserve areas but distort shapes. Still others try to balance various properties, accepting moderate distortion everywhere to avoid extreme distortion anywhere. Arthur Robinson designed a projection that looked visually balanced, used by National Geographic for decades. The Winkel triple minimised overall distortion through a different compromise. John Paul Good created an interrupted projection that split the oceans to keep continental shapes more accurate. Slowly, classroom walls and atlas pages began to show alternatives to Mercator. The choice of projection came to be understood not as a technical detail, but as a decision with implications. What do you want your map to show accurately? What are you willing to distort? And what worldview does that choice reinforce? But projection debates were only part of a larger conversation about whose perspectives maps represented. European colonial powers had drawn boundaries across Africa, Asia, and the Americas, often in distant conference rooms without consulting people who lived on the land. Straight lines sliced through regions where rivers and mountains had long served as natural divisions, where ethnic groups had established territories over centuries. Cadastral surveys divided land into rectangular plots ready for sale or development, erasing indigenous mapping systems that recognized seasonal migration routes and sacred sites. Maps enabled resource extraction by identifying valuable deposits and planning infrastructure to reach them. They enabled control by making populations legible to administrators. The map was never neutral. Every map reflected the interests and assumptions of its makers, and many people found themselves erased from official cartography. Their place names replaced, their routes ignored, their territories claimed by lines they had no part in drawing. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, digital technology democratized mapmaking in unprecedented ways. City transit systems produced schematic diagrams that distorted geography to make connections clear, turning sprawling metro networks into readable abstracts. The London Underground map, designed by Harry Beck in 1931, became the template. Straight lines, regular angles, stations evenly spaced regardless of actual distance. What mattered was not where stations were, but how they connected. The diagram sacrificed geographic accuracy to achieve clarity of purpose, and passengers loved it. Delivery companies developed sophisticated routing systems that calculated optimal paths for trucks making dozens of stops, redrawing their maps nightly as packages moved and schedules changed. Navigation apps appeared on smartphones, offering turn-by-turn directions that updated in real time. These apps didn't just show the shortest path, they calculated the fastest based on current traffic, or the safest based on accident data, or the most scenic based on user preferences. People followed the apps' suggestions, and their collective movements generated new traffic patterns, which the apps then incorporated into future calculations. The map and the territory were talking to each other, locked in a feedback loop where each shaped the other. Perhaps most radically, mapping became a collective enterprise. OpenStreetMap invited volunteers worldwide to contribute local knowledge, creating a freely available map built by those who actually walked the streets and knew the neighbourhood details that commercial mapmakers missed. When disasters struck, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, remote volunteers traced building outlines from satellite imagery so that rescue workers would have current maps showing exactly where people lived. Indigenous communities reclaimed their place names, marking ancestral sites and traditional routes on digital platforms. Refugees mapped camps with precise shelter locations so that aid could be delivered efficiently. The atlas was no longer a finished product published by authorities. It was a living document, constantly updated by many hands, breathing with the changes happening on the ground. This precision brought new ethical questions into focus. If a map can show your exact location at any moment, it can also reveal your patterns, where you live, where you work, where you worship, where you protest. Location data became valuable not just for navigation, but for surveillance, marketing, and control. Privacy and consent became cartographic issues. Maps showing the locations of protests or minority communities could enable targeted repression. Maps showing critical infrastructure could guide attacks. Redaction became as important as revelation. Crisis maps that showed where help was needed could also show where vulnerable people were gathered. The more precise the map, the greater the responsibility of those who made it and those who used it. Questions that previous generations of cartographers never had to consider became urgent. Who has the right to map whom? What should be hidden as well as what should be shown? And how can mapping serve rather than exploit the people being mapped? Through all these transformations, one image persisted across centuries. The compass rose. From medieval Portolan charts to modern navigation apps, the symbol remained, often ornate on old maps, sometimes reduced to a simple arrow on new ones but always present. It marked north, that arbitrary but essential direction around which all other directions organised themselves. North was a human convention. The planet's magnetic field could just as easily have led us to call its direction south. But it was a convention that allowed people scattered across the globe to orient themselves the same way, to share a common framework for describing direction and position. The compass rose represented something fundamental about what maps do. They don't eliminate uncertainty or make the world simple, but they give us a way to move through complexity with greater confidence. They offer a bearing to follow, a direction to hold even when conditions change, and in the end, a map is always a compact between the world and the walker. It can be a clay tablet showing irrigation ditches, a Portolan chart covered with compass lines, a printed atlas of triangulated surveys, a GPS device speaking coordinates from satellites, or simply a memory of a turn at the tall pine. The medium changes, but the purpose endures, to transform the overwhelming vastness of the world into something followable, to create a path through chaos, and to share that path so others can make the same journey. From the first charcoal line on a cave wall to the latest satellite image processed through algorithms and displayed on a screen, humans have been trying to answer the same question. Where am I, and how do I get where I'm going? The map doesn't answer that question completely. No representation ever captures the full richness of the territory, but it offers enough to begin, enough to choose a direction and start walking. Under rain or sun, on paper or screen, in memory or in hand, the map remains what it has always been, a conversation between the land and those who move through it, a tool for turning uncertainty into a route, and an invitation to trust that somewhere ahead the path continues. The map's evolution reveals something deeper about human consciousness itself. Each advancement in cartographic technique reflected a shift in how people understood their relationship to space and to each other. When maps were oral traditions passed through stories and songs, geographic knowledge belonged to the community and changed with each telling. The same route might be described differently by different travellers, emphasising landmarks one person found significant, while ignoring those another considered crucial. This fluidity made maps personal and subjective, shaped by individual experience. But when knowledge moved from memory to clay, from speech to inscription, something fundamental changed. The map became fixed, authoritative, separate from any single person's experience. It claimed to show not how one person saw the route, but how the route actually was. This shift from subjective to objective mapping paralleled humanity's broader move toward written law, recorded history, and institutional knowledge. The world became something that could be known independently of direct experience, referenced and verified, argued over with evidence rather than memory. Consider what happens when a surveyor measures a mountain's height. Before the measurement, people who lived near the mountain knew it through intimate daily contact. They knew which slopes caught morning sun, where snow lingered longest, which paths were treacherous in rain. The mountain existed for them as a collection of experiences, dangers, and opportunities. But when the surveyor climbs to its peak with instruments and declares the mountain to be precisely 8,000 metres high, that number begins to replace lived knowledge. The mountain enters a catalogue, becomes comparable to other peaks, gets ranked and categorised. It can be known by people who have never seen it. This isn't to say measurement is wrong. The number is useful, true in its own way. But something is lost in translation. The map captures certain aspects of reality while necessarily ignoring others, and over time people begin to think the captured aspects are all that matter. The unmapped dimensions of experience fade from collective awareness. Throughout history, the introduction of new mapping technologies has repeatedly disrupted existing power structures before consolidating new ones. When the printing press made maps reproducible, geographic knowledge that had been guarded by elite navigators and royal cartographers suddenly became available to anyone who could afford a printed atlas. Merchants could plan their own trade routes without relying on guild secrets. Explorers could study coastlines without serving established powers. But this democratization proved temporary. As commercial map publishers grew wealthy and influential, they became the new gatekeepers, deciding which places deserved detailed coverage and which could be left blank. Their choices reflected market demand, which in turn reflected the interests of those with money to spend on maps. Poor neighbourhoods might be mapped crudely or not at all, while wealthy districts received meticulous attention. Colonies were often better mapped than the metropole's own working-class areas, because colonial maps served economic exploitation, while mapping poverty served no obvious profit. The digital revolution seemed to promise true democratization. With GPS technology and satellite imagery freely available, with platforms allowing anyone to contribute geographic data, it appeared that mapping might finally escape elite control. To some extent, this happened. Volunteers mapped remote villages that commercial cartographers had ignored. Activists documented environmental destruction that governments preferred to hide. Communities reclaimed indigenous place names erased by colonizers. But new concentrations of power emerged. The companies that processed satellite data, ran the mapping platforms, and sold navigation services accumulated unprecedented geographic knowledge about human behaviour. They knew not just where roads went, but where people actually drove, not just where businesses existed, but which ones people visited and when. This knowledge, aggregated across billions of users, became enormously valuable for advertising, urban planning, political campaigns, and social control. The map had always been an instrument of power, but now it was also a surveillance device, tracking movements that previous generations would have considered private. Maps also shape imagination in ways their makers rarely intend. A child growing up with a standard Mercator projection absorbs certain assumptions, that northern regions are vast and important, that straight lines represent natural boundaries, that the world is fundamentally organised into nation-states coloured in distinct blocks. These assumptions feel like common sense because they're reinforced every time the child looks at a map. When that child encounters a different projection showing Africa at its true immense size, or a map that shows indigenous territories overlapping national borders, or a chart that represents neighbourhoods by social connections rather than geographic proximity, the experience can be disorienting, even unsettling. The familiar map isn't wrong exactly, but it isn't the only way to see the world, and recognising this multiplicity requires a kind of mental flexibility that standard education doesn't always encourage. Some educators have begun teaching map literacy explicitly, asking students to compare projections, question why particular features are emphasised, and consider whose perspective a given map represents. This approach treats maps not as transparent windows onto reality, but as constructed arguments that can be analysed and critiqued. The question of what deserves to be mapped has always been political. Medieval European maps filled unknown regions with drawings of monsters and mythical creatures, marking those spaces as dangerous and uncivilized, implicitly justifying conquest and conversion. When European explorers encountered sophisticated indigenous mapping systems, Polynesian stick charts showing wave patterns, Aboriginal Australian songlines encoding geographic knowledge in music, Inuit-carved coastline maps, they often dismissed these as primitive because they didn't resemble European cartographic conventions. The explorers then created their own maps of these regions, naming features after European monarchs and patrons, claiming discovery of lands that had been continuously inhabited for millennia. This cartographic erasure had lasting consequences. When indigenous peoples later tried to reclaim ancestral territories, they often faced legal systems that recognised only written deeds and official surveys, not oral traditions or alternative mapping systems. The map became a weapon in conflicts over land and sovereignty, with indigenous knowledge systems ruled inadmissible because they didn't conform to colonial standards of evidence. Yet maps have also served resistance and survival. Escaped slaves in the Americas created mental maps of routes to freedom, passed along through coded songs and whispered instructions. Underground railroad conductors memorized safe houses and river crossings, mapping freedom one station at a time. During World War II, the Danish resistance produced detailed maps showing German military positions, and resistance fighters across occupied Europe mapped railway lines and ammunition depots to guide sabotage operations. In more recent decades, human rights organisations have used mapping to document forced displacement, environmental destruction, and systematic violence that governments denied. When official maps are tools of oppression, alternative mapping becomes an act of defiance, a way of asserting that other perspectives exist and other truths deserve recognition. The relationship between maps and territory remains paradoxical. A map is explicitly not the territory it represents. This seems obvious, yet people constantly confuse the two. Drivers follow GPS directions into lakes and deserts, trusting the map even when their eyes tell them something is wrong. Military planners study terrain models and convince themselves they understand ground they've never walked. Property owners defend boundary lines established by century-old surveys, even when those lines make no practical sense given current conditions. This confusion happens because maps are useful enough, accurate enough, to generate confidence that can slip into overconfidence. The map worked last time, so it should work this time, except conditions change and maps age, and the small inaccuracies that didn't matter before suddenly become critical. Experienced navigators learn to treat maps as suggestions rather than certainties, constantly checking the representation against reality, updating their understanding as new information arrives. But this wisdom comes hard, often through mistakes. Maps also compress time in ways that obscure history. A modern political map shows current national boundaries as solid lines, creating an impression of permanence and stability. But these borders are often recent, sometimes arbitrary, frequently contested. The map doesn't show that a particular boundary was drawn 80 years ago after a war, or that populations on either side share language and culture, or that the region was autonomous for centuries before being divided between competing powers. By presenting only the current state, the map naturalizes conditions that are actually contingent and contested. Historical atlases attempt to address this by showing how boundaries shifted over time, but even these face choices about what to show. Does the map display official borders or effective control? Does it show indigenous territories or colonial claims? Each decision involves judgments about which version of the past deserves recognition, and those judgments inevitably reflect the mapmaker's biases and blind spots. The future of mapping seems likely to involve increasing personalization and real-time updating. Already, navigation apps show different routes to different users based on their travel history and preferences. Augmented reality systems overlay digital information onto physical space, allowing users to see through buildings to visualize subway lines, or look at a restaurant and see reviews floating in their field of vision, or point their phone at a mountain and see its name and elevation appear on screen. These technologies promise convenience and enhanced understanding, but they also raise questions about filter bubbles and mediated experience. If everyone sees a personalized map showing slightly different information, do they still share a common geographic reality? If people experience the city primarily through digital overlays that highlight certain businesses and hide others, whose interest does that serve? The map has always mediated between human and environment, but as that mediation becomes more sophisticated and less visible, its influence grows harder to recognize and harder to resist. Despite all these complexities and concerns, the fundamental human need that maps address remains constant. We are animals that move through space but lack the instincts that guide migrating birds or salmon returning to natal streams. We must learn our environment, and we must share that learning with others who haven't yet walked the paths we've discovered. Maps, in their endless variety, serve this essential function. They allow knowledge to accumulate across generations, building on what came before rather than starting over with each life. They turn private discovery into public resource. They make the world legible, navigable, discussable. When mapping works well, it enhances human capability without diminishing human judgment, providing information that aids decision-making without making the decisions themselves. When it works poorly, it constrains imagination, reinforces inequality, and substitutes false certainty for genuine understanding. The difference lies not in the technology, but in the awareness we bring to it, the questions we ask about whose knowledge counts, and whose interests are served. A good map, like a good tool of any kind, extends human capacity while remaining subservient to human purpose. It shows us where we are and where we might go, then steps aside and lets us choose. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You blink and try to grasp this instant, this fragile sliver of time you call now. But even as you reach for it, it dissolves into memory, leaving only the ghost of a moment that was never quite there. The present isn't waiting for you somewhere on a cosmic timeline. It's something your brain assembles in real time, an edited broadcast arriving late, stitched from signals that never synchronized in the first place, a necessary fiction that lets you move through a world you can only know through delay. Light strikes your eyes and begins a journey through neural highways. Sound waves become electrical pulses climbing toward consciousness. Pressure sensors fire and their messages race up your spine, and none of it arrives together. Your brain faces an engineering problem: how to transform this scattered storm of delayed information into the seamless experience of a unified moment. The solution is a temporal binding window, a buffer lasting roughly 80 to 150 milliseconds where your brain holds everything in suspension, then integrates the pieces and presents them to your awareness as now. What feels immediate is actually retrospective, a short documentary played back as if it were live. The trick goes deeper than simple delay. Your brain rewrites the past based on information that arrives afterward, a phenomenon called post-diction, where your experience of what just happened gets revised by events that come later. In the flash lag effect, a moving object and a stationary flash occur at the same physical moment, but you perceive the moving object ahead of where it actually was because your brain compensates for processing lag by predicting where it should be. In Colorify, two different coloured dots flash in sequence, and your brain invents smooth motion between them, creating intermediate positions and sometimes colours that never existed. When you first glance at a clock, the second hand seems to freeze for longer than a second, your brain backfilling the moment of eye movement with the image that arrived after. Films can have audio-video mismatches up to 80 milliseconds and you won't notice because your binding window smooths them into unity. These aren't glitches, but glimpses of the construction rules, showing not where perception fails, but how it's built from the ground up. Your brain doesn't just assemble the past into present, it gambles on the future, and calls that prediction now. This is predictive processing, where your brain continuously generates forecasts of what comes next, and updates them when sensory data proves them wrong. What you experience isn't raw input, but your brain's best guess about reality, refined by error correction. Perception becomes controlled hallucination held in check by the world. Your motor system operates identically. When you reach for something, your brain issues the command and simultaneously predicts the sensory consequences, an efference copy compared against actual feedback to enable fluid correction. The present you inhabit contains a slice of near future your brain is already betting on, a probabilistic forecast woven so tightly into the moment that you can't detect the seam. The world feels stable despite constant motion because your brain smooths time with expectations, filling gaps with educated guesses before reality confirms or denies them. The prediction runs so deep it shapes everything from the mundane to the profound. When you walk downstairs in darkness, your foot expects each step based on the rhythm established by previous ones, and when a step is missing or arrives sooner than predicted, the jolt you feel isn't just physical but temporal, your brain's forecast colliding with reality. When you speak, you're already predicting what you'll say several words ahead, which is why speech errors often involve swapping sounds from future words into current ones, your prediction leaking into production. When you listen to music, your brain generates expectations about what notes will follow, based on patterns learned over a lifetime, and the pleasure or surprise you feel emerges from how reality confirms or violates those forecasts. Every moment you experience is partially constructed from moments that haven't happened yet, your brain reaching forward in time to pull the future into the present, creating an experience of now that's always already anticipating what comes next. This predictive machinery becomes visible when it breaks down or gets fooled. The rubber hand illusion demonstrates how prediction shapes body ownership. When someone strokes a rubber hand in sync with stroking your hidden real hand, your brain predicts the sensory consequences of the visual stroking, and within minutes begins to incorporate the rubber hand into your body schema, making you feel touch on a piece of latex. The sensation is so compelling that when the rubber hand is threatened with a knife, your stress response activates as if your actual body were in danger. The illusion reveals that your sense of embodiment, of where you end and the world begins, is a prediction constantly updated by sensory evidence. Even more unsettling, experiments where the stroking is done slightly ahead of the visual stimulus can make people feel that touch arrives before they see the cause, as if their brain is experiencing the future, though really it's just revealing how much temporal manipulation goes into constructing the feeling of nowness. The width and density of the present moment shift with your state. Fear and arousal stretch time not by speeding processing, but by increasing encoding density. You lay down richer memories that feel longer in retrospect. Novelty does the same, demanding attention and creating detailed records that make seconds feel thick and slow. Boredom collapses time. Fewer encoded details mean faster passage in hindsight, even as each second drags. Flow dissolves the boundary between you and activity. Self-monitoring vanishes. The gap between intention and action closes, and hours disappear because you stop constructing a separate observing self. Mind-wandering smears now across past and future, blending memory and prediction, until the present feels diffuse and stretched. Mindfulness thickens the felt moment by anchoring attention to immediate sensation, training you to notice the texture of the constructed present. The moment isn't fixed. It's elastic, tuned by emotion and attention, expanding and contracting based on what you're doing and how you're experiencing it. The elasticity of now shows up in countless everyday experiences that we rarely question. When you're waiting for important news, 5 minutes can feel like an hour because anxiety sharpens attention and you encode every passing second in fine detail. When you're absorbed in conversation or work you love, entire afternoons evaporate because you stop monitoring time's passage and your brain allocates fewer resources to building a sense of duration. The first time you drive a new route, it feels long because you're processing novelty and landmarks, but the return trip along the same road feels shorter because your brain compresses familiar patterns into efficient predictions. Children experience time as moving more slowly than adults do, not because their neural processing is actually faster, but because a higher proportion of their experiences are novel and attention-demanding, creating richer encoding that stretches subjective time. As you age and more of life becomes routine, time seems to accelerate because your brain devotes less processing to familiar patterns, creating sparser memories that collapse when recalled. This has implications for how you construct your life's narrative. The remembered duration of any period depends not on how long it lasted, but on how densely you encoded it. A weekend packed with new experiences will feel longer in memory than a month of routine, which is why people often feel their lives are speeding up as they settle into comfortable patterns. The antidote isn't necessarily to chase constant novelty, which brings its own exhaustion, but to recognise that the texture of your remembered life depends on the attention you pay to it. Deliberate variation, mindful presence, and engagement with experience all thicken the felt present and create richer memories that resist temporal compression. You can't add more hours to your days, but you can increase the experienced richness of the hours you have by manipulating the very mechanisms your brain uses to construct the feeling of time passing. Different cultures carve different presents from the flow of time. Industrial societies operate on clock time, dividing days into quantified units that create narrow, synchronized nows, enabling coordination across distance and strangers. Event-based cultures define the present through what's happening rather than what clocks say, making now contextual and relational, shaped by social rhythms instead of mechanical ones. Rituals and music create shared presence by entraining groups to common pulses. When people sing or drum or march together, their bodies and attention lock into the same temporal pattern and they briefly inhabit the same constructed now. Language shapes how present gets narrated. Some verb structures emphasize ongoing process over discrete points, framing experience as continuous unfolding rather than snapshot sequences. There's no single human present, only cultural and individual pluralities, each a different way of stitching sensation, memory, and expectation into the feeling of now. The cultural shaping of time goes beyond simple differences in punctuality or pace. Some languages have verb systems that don't clearly distinguish past, present, and future, instead marking whether actions are completed or ongoing, witnessed or reported, which fundamentally shifts how speakers narrate their experience of now. The Aymara people of the Andes conceptualize the future as behind them and the past as in front, reversing the spatial metaphor most Western languages use, which may reflect different ways of thinking about knowledge and presence. The past is visible and known, hence in front, while the future is unknown, hence behind. Aboriginal Australian cultures often organise time through cyclical patterns tied to land and season, rather than linear progression, creating presents that recur and echo rather than vanish into irretrievable past. These aren't merely linguistic curiosities, but evidence that the human brain's construction of now is flexible enough to scaffold radically different temporal experiences depending on cultural context. Even within a single culture, different social contexts demand different presence. The narrow, synchronized now of factory work or airport schedules contrasts sharply with the looser, event-oriented present of family gatherings or creative collaboration. The stretched attentional present required for meditation practice differs from the rapid switching present of social media scrolling. Professional musicians develop temporal processing that allows them to inhabit longer now windows, perceiving and manipulating musical phrases as unified gestures rather than sequences of discrete notes, while experienced surgeons develop presence calibrated to the microsecond precision needed for delicate procedures. Your brain doesn't construct a single present but multiple overlapping ones, each suited to different tasks and contexts, switching between them as needed, which means that asking, "How long is the present moment?" is like asking, "How long is a piece of string?" without specifying what you're measuring. Physics offers no objective present to anchor on. In relativity, simultaneity depends on the observer. Whether two events happen at the same time varies with your motion relative to them, making a universal now impossible. Some embrace the block universe where past, present, and future coexist in four-dimensional space-time, and our sense of moving through time is psychological artifact rather than cosmic feature. Thermodynamics gives time direction through increasing entropy, distinguishing past from future but privileging no particular instant as now. The present moment isn't fundamental to reality. It's something brains invented to solve the problem of acting in a world where information arrives late, but decisions must happen in real time. The disappearing now is functional tool, not metaphysical truth. The philosophical implications ripple outward in unsettling ways. If physics recognizes no privileged present, then in some sense all moments exist with equal reality, and the flow of time is an illusion generated by consciousness moving through a static four-dimensional structure. This isn't just abstract speculation. It follows from the mathematics of relativity, where space-time forms a unified block, and the division into past, present, and future depends entirely on the observer's frame of reference. What you call now is just the three-dimensional slice of space-time you're currently experiencing, but countless other nows exist with equal validity at different points along your world line and the world lines of others. The moving spotlight of consciousness that makes one moment feel special and present is a feature of minds, not of reality itself. Some physicists and philosophers find this conclusion unsettling and search for ways to restore the present's privileged status. They point to quantum mechanics, where the act of measurement seems to collapse possibilities into actualities, potentially providing a physical basis for the flow of time. They invoke the thermodynamic arrow, arguing that entropy increase gives time an objective direction, even if it doesn't single out a particular moment as now. They develop theories of presentism that try to reconcile our experience of a moving present with physics, arguing that only the present moment truly exists while past and future are abstractions. But these efforts often feel like retrofitting physics to match intuition rather than following where the evidence leads. The simpler explanation is that the present moment is a neurological construction, useful for creatures who need to navigate time but not reflecting any deep truth about time's fundamental nature. Living on delay has consequences that ripple through agency and identity. Neural activity associated with voluntary decisions begins several hundred milliseconds before conscious awareness of intention. Your brain initiates movement before you know about it, and what feels like free choice is narration after the fact. Consciousness telling stories about processes it didn't start. Memory adds another layer. Every recall reconsolidates and slightly rewrites based on current state, meaning what you call past is reconstructed narrative and what you call present includes freshly edited pieces of that past woven into the moment. The boundary between remembering and experiencing blurs. Because brain construction of now can be predicted and manipulated, designers exploit it. Interfaces guide attention and compress or stretch felt time through autoplay, infinite scroll, notification timing, all engineered to hijack temporal binding windows. The neural delay has ethical stakes around agency, responsibility, and the design of systems we inhabit. The implications for free will remain contentious and probably unresolvable. The Libet experiments showing neural activity before conscious intention don't necessarily eliminate agency, but they do complicate it. What we call choice might be better understood as a process distributed across time, rather than a discrete moment of will, with conscious awareness arriving late, but still capable of vetoing or modulating actions initiated unconsciously. The experience of deciding might be like the experience of now itself, a retrospective construction that packages complex processes into a coherent narrative. This doesn't mean you're not responsible for your actions any more than the constructed nature of the present means you're not really experiencing anything. It does mean that the relationship between consciousness, intention, and action is more tangled than introspection suggests, mediated by temporal delays and narrative reconstructions that make the story you tell yourself about, choosing probably incorrect in its details, even if emotionally and practically useful. The malleability of memory adds another layer of temporal complexity. When you recall an event, you don't retrieve a static recording, but reconstruct it from fragments, filling gaps with plausible details influenced by current beliefs, emotions, and contexts. Each recall further modifies the memory, potentially introducing distortions that become incorporated into future reconstructions. This means your past is constantly being rewritten in light of your present, creating a feedback loop where who you are now shapes who you remember being, which shapes who you become. The narrative continuity that gives you a sense of stable identity across time is maintained by this constant editing process, which means the you who existed in the past is partially a fiction created by present you to make sense of fragmentary evidence. The present moment you inhabit is therefore constructed not just from delayed sensory signals, but from reconstructed memories that have been edited to fit current self-narratives. Technology has become increasingly sophisticated at manipulating felt time by exploiting the mechanisms of temporal binding and attention. Social media platforms use variable reward schedules and infinite scroll to collapse time into a continuous present tense, where hours disappear into algorithmic feeds designed to maximize engagement. Video games manipulate flow states and achievement rhythms to stretch or compress subjective duration. Streaming services eliminate natural stopping points and autoplay next episodes to prevent the temporal dislocation that might prompt disengagement. Notification systems are timed to create anticipation and interrupt flow, fragmenting attention into smaller windows that make sustained presence difficult. These aren't accidents, but deliberate design choices based on research into how brains construct temporal experience, treating your sense of now as a resource to be captured and monetized. The ethical implications deserve more attention than they receive. When systems are designed to hijack temporal processing, they're not just competing for attention, but reshaping the fundamental texture of lived experience. The fragmented, distracted, perpetually interrupted present, created by constant notifications and context switching, produces different qualities of consciousness than the sustained, absorbed presence enabled by protected time and attention. The compressed, urgent now of scrolling through crisis-amplifying news feeds generates different emotional states than the expanded, spacious present of long-form reading or contemplative practice. You can push back against these pressures, but doing so requires recognizing that your experience of time is constructed and therefore manipulable, both by external systems and by your own choices about where to direct attention and how to structure your environment. You can't stop the present from vanishing, but you can shape the moment your brain constructs. Widening the felt present happens through paced breathing that shifts autonomic state and expands attention windows, through letting gaze rest softly to reduce saccades and gaps to fill, through sensory inventories that name 5 things seen, 4 heard, 3 felt, 2 smelled, 1 tasted, deliberately moving attention through senses to thicken presence by anchoring in detail. Stabilizing your sense of time requires protecting sleep and aligning with circadian rhythms, because temporal binding depends on neural coordination that degrades with fatigue and misalignment. When anxiety stretches the moment through novelty and arousal into something overwhelming, reducing stimulation and increasing predictability helps compress it back to manageable scale. When boredom empties time, injecting small novelty doses through environmental or activity changes restores texture to the present. You can design conditions of your now by limiting notifications and batching information instead of constant drip, using rhythm through music or metronome or walking cadence to entrain attention and structure time. The present isn't something happening to you. It's something your brain makes, and you have some influence over the materials. The practice of deliberately manipulating your temporal experience can become a form of self-care or even art. Athletes and performers know this intuitively, using pre-performance routines to enter specific temporal states, where actions flow without conscious interference and time seems to slow down or disappear. Contemplatives across traditions have developed techniques for altering the felt present, from breath counting to mantra repetition to open awareness practices that expand the window of conscious presence. Even simple activities like cooking or gardening can become temporal practices when approached with attention, creating presence that feel richer and more substantial than the default mode of distracted task switching. The quality of your life might depend less on what happens to you than on the temporal texture of your experience, how thick or thin your moments feel, how continuous or fragmented your attention becomes, how much of your present is occupied by actual presence versus memory and anticipation. Some practices aim to collapse the constructed present entirely, pointing toward a mode of experience where the division between past, present, and future dissolves. Advanced meditators report states where time seems to stop or where the sense of duration disappears, leaving only unchanging awareness without temporal structure. These reports are difficult to interpret. They might represent genuine alterations in how the brain constructs temporal experience, or they might be failures of memory consolidation that make it impossible to recall duration, or they might be ineffable states that language can't adequately capture. What seems clear is that the normal experience of living in a present moment that flows from past toward future isn't the only mode of consciousness available to brains, and that with training or accident or circumstance, radically different temporal experiences become possible. The relationship between subjective and objective time creates strange loops and paradoxes. Your brain needs roughly half a second to construct conscious awareness of an event, but you experience that awareness as immediate, not as delayed by half a second. This creates a mismatch where your phenomenal present lags behind physical present, but doesn't feel like it lags, because the lag is edited out of experience. When you clap your hands, the sound and the sight and the feeling all seem simultaneous, but they're not. They arrive at different processing speeds and get synchronized retroactively into a unified moment that's already in the past by the time you experience it. The confabulation is so complete that you can't detect it through introspection, which means you can't trust your intuitions about temporal sequence or duration. What feels like a reliable guide to when things happen is actually a heavily edited story, and the editing is so seamless that it's invisible. This creates practical problems in domains where precise timing matters. Eyewitness testimony about sequences of events during crimes or accidents is notoriously unreliable, because people's constructed presents don't accurately reflect objective sequences. Athletes sometimes report that they saw the ball move before they swung, when in reality their brain initiated the swing before they were conscious of deciding to swing. Musicians playing together synchronize not to some shared objective beat, but to their individual predictions of where the beat should be, creating a collectively hallucinated present that's slightly ahead of the physical sounds. The temporal binding window means that what counts as the same moment spans a duration long enough for significant processing to occur, which creates ambiguities about causation and sequence that are smoothed over in experience but remain real underneath. The development of temporal processing across the lifespan adds another dimension to the story. Infants appear to live in a much narrower present than adults, with temporal binding windows that span perhaps only tens of milliseconds, which means their experience of now might be far more fragmented and less coherent than ours. As children develop, their temporal integration windows lengthen, allowing them to perceive longer sequences as unified events and to anticipate further into the future. Aging may reverse this process, with older adults sometimes showing reduced temporal integration that makes their present feel more fragmented or makes temporal sequences harder to track. Brain injuries or neurological conditions can dramatically alter temporal experience. Some stroke patients lose the ability to perceive motion and experience the world as a series of static snapshots, while others develop temporal sequencing problems that make it difficult to maintain a coherent sense of before and after. These variations reveal that there's no single normal present, but a range of possible temporal experiences depending on neural architecture and function. The present you inhabit is calibrated to your particular brain at this particular moment in this particular state, and small changes in neurochemistry or neural connectivity can shift the parameters of that present in noticeable ways. Drugs that affect dopamine or serotonin systems often alter temporal perception, making time seem to speed up or slow down or making the present feel expanded or contracted. Sleep deprivation fragments temporal binding and makes it harder to maintain extended attention. Even hunger or dehydration can shift the felt texture of now by changing the resources available for neural processing. Your experience of the present moment is therefore dependent on your body's state, in ways that are usually invisible but become obvious when something disrupts the normal operating parameters. The intersection of time perception and mental health deserves more recognition. Depression often involves a distorted relationship with time, where the present feels empty and stretched. The future seems foreclosed, and rumination locks attention on past failures, creating a temporal experience that's simultaneously stagnant and oppressive. Anxiety frequently manifests as temporal dysregulation, with the present moment feeling too thin and rushed, attention constantly pulled toward anticipated future threats, and the inability to rest in immediate experience. Trauma can fracture temporal continuity, creating intrusive memories that rupture the present and blur the boundary between past and now. Mania can compress time into a racing present where thoughts and actions outpace awareness, and the normal delays between intention and action disappear. These aren't just metaphorical descriptions, but reflect genuine alterations in how the brain constructs temporal experience, suggesting that mental health interventions should address not just thought content, but the temporal structure of consciousness itself. The second hand sweeps forward. The wave crests and collapses back into the sea. The breath leaves and the next hasn't arrived yet. In that gap you feel the edge of now, the border between what was and what will be, and you realize it's not a place where you can stand. The present is moving neural fiction, a story told by a brain needing to act in a world it can only know through delayed and scattered signals. It's necessary illusion, the only way biological creatures can stitch sensation into coherence, memory into identity, possibility into hope. We don't live in the present, we live in a model of the present. Our brains update faster than we notice, controlled hallucination refined by reality and shaped by attention, emotion, and expectation. If now is something we make, then the question isn't what time it is, but what kind of present we choose to build, what we attend to, what we predict, what we remember, and how we move through the gap between one breath and the next, in the space where the disappearing now keeps teaching us that even what feels most immediate was always already gone. The vanishing of the present moment isn't a problem to solve, but a condition to understand. You can't make now last any longer than it does, can't hold on to the instant as it slides into memory, can't prevent the future from becoming present and then immediately past. But you can change your relationship to this disappearing act by recognizing that what you call now was never the thing you thought it was, never a knife-edge instant of pure presence, but always a construction, always arriving late, always already edited. The disappointment you might feel at this revelation can transform into liberation when you realize that if the present is something your brain makes, then you have more agency in its construction than you knew. You're not passive recipient of moments flowing past, but active participant in the ongoing creation of temporal experience, shaping the texture and quality of your now through where you place attention, how you regulate your state, what rhythms you entrain to, and what meaning you construct from the scattered signals that constitute your experience. This doesn't mean you have complete control. The basic mechanisms of temporal binding, the delays inherent in neural processing, the predictive machinery that generates your sense of now, these are evolutionarily old and deeply embedded in how brains work. You can't decide to perceive things without the flash lag effect or to experience sensory inputs in the order they physically arrive rather than the synchronized order your brain constructs. But within those constraints, there's considerable flexibility in how thick or thin your present feels, how continuous or fragmented your attention becomes, how much of your now is occupied by worrying about futures or reliving pasts versus actually inhabiting the current constructed moment. The practices and techniques for shaping temporal experience aren't esoteric mysteries but practical tools based on understanding the mechanisms through which brains build the feeling of now. The ultimate lesson might be that the disappearing now is teaching you something about the nature of existence itself. Everything that arises passes away. Every moment that comes into being is already vanishing. The only constant is change and impermanence. This isn't pessimism but realism, and recognizing it clearly can paradoxically make the present feel more precious rather than less. If each moment is unique and unrepeatable, if the now you inhabit is always already slipping away, then perhaps the appropriate response is neither clinging nor rejection, but a kind of gentle attentiveness that appreciates what's here while it's here, without demanding that it lasts forever. The constructed nature of the present doesn't make it less real or less valuable. It makes it contingent and participatory, something you're actively involved in creating rather than passively receiving, which means the quality of your temporal experience reflects not just what happens to you, but how you metabolize and engage with what happens. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. We open with a quiet provocation. What if the life you think you're choosing has already been drafted by a mind you cannot see? Picture yourself at this very moment, reading these words, believing you are the conscious author of your attention, the deliberate captain steering your focus across this page. But what if, in the milliseconds before you turned your gaze here, in the hours before you decided to read, in the years before you became the kind of person who seeks this kind of understanding, something beneath awareness was already writing the script? What if there exists within you a second author, tireless and unseen, composing the choices you will call your own? This is the story of the second self, the subconscious system that anticipates, primes, and steers our choices before consciousness arrives to claim them. It is a story about time and authorship, about the strange truth that much of our life is pre-written, in processes that unfold beneath the threshold of awareness, sometimes in milliseconds, sometimes across years. We tend to imagine ourselves as singular beings, unified and sovereign, making decisions through pure deliberation and will. But the evidence from neuroscience, psychology, and lived experience suggests something more complex and more humbling. We are double-authored creatures, with one self writing in darkness and speed, and another reading those drafts in the light, mistaking interpretation for creation. Consider what happens in your brain when you make the simplest choice, reaching for a glass of water or deciding to stand. Classical neuroscience studies, beginning decades ago and refined through modern imaging, reveal something startling. Your brain initiates the movement before you experience the conscious intention to move. Readiness potentials, electrical signatures of motor preparation, appear in brain activity up to several seconds before you feel you have decided. The signal propagates through motor cortex, assembling the architecture of action, while your conscious awareness lags behind, like a narrator arriving to a scene already in motion. What you experience as decision, as the moment of choice, is actually a moment of recognition, of becoming aware of a process that has already begun. The brain moves first. Consciousness catches up and, in catching up, tells itself a story about agency and deliberation that reverses the actual sequence of events. This is not to say you're an automaton, or that free will is illusion. at least not in any simple sense. Rather, it suggests that what we call the self is not a single thing, but a collaboration, often an unconscious one, between systems that operate on different timescales and with different kinds of access to information. The first self, the one you identify with, the I that narrates your inner monologue, is a late-stage editor working with material already drafted. The second self, operating in the neurological infrastructure beneath, is the original author, the one who writes the opening lines before you arrive to revise them. In simple motor choices, this authorship gap measures in seconds. But the architecture runs deeper. Pre-decision neural signals have been detected for more complex choices as well, predictions assembling in networks distributed across prefrontal cortex, striatum, and insula, biasing outcomes before deliberation formally begins. Choice often arrives pre-formed. Awareness is the commentary track, not the director's cut. But the second self's authorship extends far beyond momentary decisions. It operates continuously as a setup artist, a priming engine that shapes what you will see, feel, and choose by preparing the ground before you step onto it. Cognitive science has demonstrated for decades that subtle cues, things so brief or peripheral they never enter awareness, can prime perception and behaviour in measurable ways. A word flashed too quickly to read consciously can make related concepts more accessible, biasing how you interpret the next ambiguous image or sentence. A pleasant scent in a room can increase helping behaviour. Warm objects held in hand can make people judge others as having warmer personalities. Exposure to images of money makes people less generous and more self-reliant. These are not party tricks, but fundamental features of how the brain works. It is a prediction engine, constantly forecasting the next moment based on past patterns, and those forecasts shape what we see, feel, and choose to fit the predictions. Predictive processing models, one of the dominant frameworks in contemporary neuroscience, argue that the brain does not passively receive and interpret the world. Instead, it actively predicts the sensory signals it expects to encounter, generating a model of reality before reality arrives, and then comparing incoming data against that model. What reaches consciousness is not raw perception, but the difference between prediction and input, the surprise that needs explaining. When predictions match closely, experience feels smooth and automatic. When predictions fail, attention spikes, and learning occurs. But most of the time, most of what you experience as the world is actually your brain's best guess about the world, a simulation running slightly ahead of the evidence. The subconscious writes setups, expectations woven from memory and context, and your conscious mind fills them in as reality, rarely noticing the authorship. You walk into a room and see what your prediction engine expects to be there, only consciously registering the lamp if it is missing or has moved. You hear words your brain predicts from sentence structure and context, sometimes failing to notice when the actual sound contradicts expectation. The second self drafts the scene, and the first self, reading smoothly, assumes it saw the original. This predictive architecture becomes especially powerful when it automates behaviour into habit. Habits are these second self's most efficient scripts, encoding past choices into neural shortcuts that run with minimal conscious oversight. The basal ganglia, deep brain structures involved in learning and action selection, gradually encode repeated sequences: context cue, action, outcome. Over time, the context alone triggers the action, bypassing deliberative circuits entirely. You walk into your kitchen and reach for the coffee without deciding, the morning routine unfolding as a single chunked behaviour. You drive the familiar route home on autopilot, arriving to discover you remember almost nothing of the journey. Heuristics work similarly in decision-making, mental shortcuts that deliver fast answers by substituting hard questions with easier ones. Availability. Heuristic makes vivid, recent, or emotionally charged examples feel more probable than they are. Anchoring heuristic lets the first number, mentioned in a negotiation, set the reference point for all subsequent judgments, even when that number is arbitrary. Loss aversion makes potential losses loom larger than equivalent gains, tilting risk calculations in predictable directions. These shortcuts evolved for efficiency, freeing cognitive bandwidth for novelty and threat, but they also narrow the paths we walk. Much of daily life runs on autopilot loops, yesterday's patterns becoming today's script, the second self endlessly recopying previous drafts with minor variations. And then there is the night, the hours when the first self goes offline and the second self conducts its most thorough revision, Sleep is not cessation but transformation, a state in which the brain remains metabolically active, replaying and reshaping the day's experience. During REM sleep, when most vivid dreaming occurs, the brain reactivates neural patterns associated with recent events, especially those tagged with emotional significance, and integrates them with older memories, strengthening some connections and pruning others. Dreams themselves, those strange narratives assembled from memory fragments, emotional residue, and sensory noise, may serve as emotional processing, rehearsals of threat response, memory consolidation, or creative recombination of ideas in novel configurations. The evidence is still debated, but what is clear is that sleep changes the story. Information learned before sleep is retained differently than information followed by waking hours. Emotional tone of dreams correlates with next-day mood and stress resilience. Sleep deprivation impairs impulse control, emotional regulation, and cognitive flexibility, effectively weakening the first self's editorial capacity and letting the second self's automatic scripts run with less supervision. Even the quality and timing of sleep, governed by circadian processes we do not consciously control, biases how we will meet tomorrow. The second self edits the story while we sleep, revising memory, recalibrating emotion, sometimes reframing the very problems we will wake to solve. This temporal architecture of the self extends to the body's biological rhythms, internal clocks that modulate our capacities across the day. Circadian rhythms, the roughly 24-hour cycles governed by the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the hypothalamus, regulate not just sleep and wakefulness but also body temperature, hormone release, digestion, and cognitive performance. Attention peaks in late morning for most people, declines in the afternoon, and rebounds somewhat in early evening before dropping again at night. Impulse control follows a similar curve, strongest when rested, weakening across the day as glucose and willpower reserves deplete. Risk tolerance shifts with time of day. Judges are more likely to grant parole in the morning than before lunch, when decision fatigue sets in. Ultradian rhythms, cycles shorter than a day, modulate attention and energy in 90-minute waves, the same periodicity seen in sleep cycles. Hormonal tides add another layer. Cortisol peaks at waking to mobilize energy. Melatonin rises at night to promote sleep. Testosterone levels follow daily patterns that influence competitiveness and libido. Metabolic states matter too. Hunger makes people more irritable and impulsive. Blood sugar crashes impair executive function. All these rhythms operate largely outside awareness. Internal clocks setting the beats our story tends to follow, the second self scheduling the conditions under which the first self will attempt to choose. But the second self is not only personal, it is also collective, woven from the cultural scripts and archetypal myths we inherit without choosing them. Language itself primes thought in subtle ways. The metaphors embedded in your native tongue, the way it structures time and agency, the concepts it makes easy or difficult to express, all shape the predictions your brain generates about how the world works. Social norms, absorbed from childhood observation and correction, create powerful implicit expectations about appropriate behaviour in various contexts, often bypassing deliberative reasoning entirely. You feel uncomfortable speaking loudly in a library before you think about why. You mirror the body language of people you're talking to without noticing. Rituals, from religious ceremonies to birthday traditions to morning coffee routines, provide structure and meaning through repetition, their power lying precisely in their predictability, the way they let the second self run a familiar, emotionally resonant script. Archetypal myths, the recurring narrative patterns found across cultures, hero's journey, trickster, rebirth, betrayal, redemption, supply templates our private lives often reenact, without recognizing the source. You experience your romantic relationship as unique and chosen, but its arc may follow patterns scripted by 1,000 stories encountered before you met. The collective subconscious, to borrow Jung's term, supplies templates our private second selves use to draft individual experience. We don't just have a second self, we share one, a vast inherited library of predictions and patterns that shape what feels natural, desirable, dangerous, or destined. When we trace these threads together, neuroscience, cognition, habits, sleep, rhythm, culture, a larger picture emerges about time and selfhood. The second self is fundamentally a foreshadowing machine. It predicts near-future outcomes, from the next millisecond's sensory input to tomorrow's social encounter, and steers behaviour toward those predictions. This is adaptive. A brain that anticipates is a brain that survives. But over longer timescales, repeated predictions become something more than forecast. They become identity. If your subconscious systems consistently predict that social interactions will be awkward, they will prime body language, attention patterns, and interpretations that make awkwardness more likely, and those experiences will reinforce the prediction, tightening the loop. If your habits and heuristics predict that efforts at change will fail, they will subtly sabotage new routines, and the failures will confirm the prediction. Anticipation is authorship. The future you meet is often the future you anticipated into being, not through mystical manifestation, but through the mundane mechanics of prediction shaping perception, shaping action, shaping outcome. The second self writes forward in time, drafting tomorrow from the patterns of yesterday, and the first self, arriving to read the result, believes it chose freely. This architecture raises urgent questions about responsibility and freedom. If the second self drafts choices before consciousness arrives, if subconscious predictions and primes shape behavior more than deliberate reasoning, what becomes of moral responsibility, personal agency, the entire edifice of meaning built on the assumption that we are the authors of our actions? The question has troubled philosophers and neuroscientists, sometimes leading to hard determinism, the view that free will is simply illusion, and we are no more responsible for our actions than a falling rock is for its trajectory. But there is a more nuanced position, one that acknowledges the second self without erasing the first. Compatibilism, in various forms, argues that freedom is not about originating choices from nothing, not about being an unmoved mover, but about acting from one's own character, values, and deliberative processes, even if those themselves have causes. More practically, it suggests that freedom lies not in controlling the first impulse, which often we cannot, but in shaping the author, training the habits, environments, and attention patterns that generate those impulses. You cannot decide not to feel hungry, but you can decide what food is available when hunger arrives. You cannot will away the readiness potential, but you can practice noticing impulses before acting on them, creating a gap in which choice becomes possible. This shifts the locus of agency from the moment of decision to the structure of conditions surrounding it. Responsibility becomes less about the isolated choice and more about the longer work of curating the second self, training it through deliberate practice, environmental design, and narrative framing so that the drafts it produces align more closely with the life the first self wants to live. Sleep hygiene becomes an ethical practice because it protects the nocturnal editor's capacity to regulate emotion and consolidate learning. Media diet becomes consequential because the images, stories, and ideas you consume become the raw material from which the subconscious builds predictions. Deliberate rituals, intention setting, mindful interrupts, these are not mere self-help techniques, but levers for rewriting the draft before it reaches consciousness. The second self learns from experience, which means experience can be designed to teach it. You cannot control the author behind the author, but you can influence what it reads, when it rests, what patterns it practices, and gradually, over time, what it writes. Concrete strategies emerge from this understanding. Environment design matters more than willpower. If you want to eat healthier, don't rely on resisting temptation in the moment. Instead, remove junk food from your home so the second self's automatic reach finds fruit instead of chips. Place friction on harmful routines by adding inconvenient steps, removing cues that trigger them, making the default path lead somewhere better. Amplify helpful cues by designing environments that make desired behaviors easier and more visible. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out workout clothes the night before so the visual cue primes action before deliberation can object. Ritual timing aligns effort with biology. Tackle cognitively demanding work during your circadian peak, usually mid to late morning, when attention and impulse control are strongest. Protect sleep boundaries, making them as non-negotiable as meetings, because stable sleep stabilizes the editor. Use ultradian rhythms by working in focused intervals with breaks to match the 90-minute attention cycles. Attention training through mindfulness or metacognitive practice helps notice impulses sooner, creating a brief window between trigger and action where choice can intervene. Reframing techniques, cognitive reappraisal of stressful situations, gratitude practices that shift attention toward positive predictions, alter the predictive models the subconscious uses. narrative updates, journal prompts that explicitly recode identity statements, I am the kind of person who finishes projects, or I am someone who stays calm under pressure. Gradually train the second self to generate drafts consistent with that identity. Tiny gateways, micro habits so small they bypass resistance, reading one page, doing one push-up, writing one sentence, tip the next choice before it appears, because the second self predicts continuation once momentum begins. Edit the prelude, and you change the plot. The image that emerges is neither the traditional model of unitary selfhood, nor a deterministic denial of agency, but something stranger and more collaborative. 2 pens on 1 page. The second self writes fast in the dark, drafting from habit, rhythm, emotion, prediction, culture, biology, all the systems that move beneath awareness. The first self writes slowly in the light, revising, reflecting, sometimes catching patterns the subconscious missed, sometimes rationalizing drafts it cannot change. Life's craft is not silencing the unseen author, which is impossible, nor pretending the conscious self writes alone, which is false. The craft is collaboration, learning the second self's language, rhythms and needs, and shaping the conditions, cues, stories and structures that guide what it writes. This is not control but influence, not mastery but partnership. You cannot rewrite the opening line that has already appeared, but you can learn to write the next paragraph differently, and in doing so change the trajectory of the story. The truth is that you have always been double-authored, always lived in the strange temporal gap between the brain's first movement and awareness's arrival. The question is not whether the second self exists. It does, in every impulse, every primed perception, every habitual action, every dream-revised memory, but whether you will work with it or against it, whether you will learn its patterns and needs and shape them, or simply be carried by drafts you never see coming. The subconscious writes the opening line, but the ending is still being drafted moment by moment, choice by choice, condition by condition, and you, the slow writer reading fast drafts, have more influence over that ending than you might think. Not unlimited influence, not godlike authorship, but enough to matter, enough to steer, over time and with patience, toward a story worth reading. So the final question stands: if the subconscious writes the opening line, can we learn to write the next paragraph, and in doing so, change the ending? The answer is yes, but only if we first accept the collaboration, only if we stop pretending we are singular authors and start learning to work with the author behind the author, the second self that has been writing your life all along. But accepting this collaboration requires something uncomfortable, surrendering the illusion of complete conscious control while simultaneously embracing a deeper form of responsibility. This paradox sits at the heart of what it means to live as a double-authored being. When you realize that your conscious mind is not the sole architect of your choices, the initial reaction might be deflation, even nihilism. If I didn't really choose, if my brain decided before I knew I was deciding, then what am I? What does anything mean? But this reaction itself reveals an assumption worth examining, the belief that significance requires absolute origination, that value depends on being an unmoved mover, a consciousness floating free of causation and biology. What if meaning lies not in transcending the second self, but in engaging it more skillfully? Consider an artist working with a particular medium. A sculptor does not choose the properties of bronze or marble. Those properties are given, constraints and affordances determined by physics and chemistry. Yet the sculptor is not thereby robbed of creativity or agency. Mastery consists precisely in understanding the medium deeply enough to work with its nature rather than against it, to make what the material wants to become while guiding it toward a vision. The second self is your medium. It has properties, tendencies, rhythms and patterns you did not choose. Your conscious mind cannot rewrite those fundamental features any more than a sculptor can make stone behave like clay. But you can learn the medium. You can discover what conditions make the second self generate certain kinds of drafts. You can introduce new patterns through repetition until they become part of the automatic repertoire. You can remove yourself from environments that trigger unwanted scripts and place yourself in environments that cue desired ones. You can respect the biological rhythms rather than fighting them, scheduling your life to work with your chemistry instead of demanding your chemistry conform to arbitrary schedules. This kind of agency is less dramatic than the conscious control fantasy promises, but it is more real and ultimately more powerful. It requires patience because the second self learns slowly, through repetition and reinforcement, rather than through one-time decisions. Telling yourself you will become a morning person does nothing if your sleep schedule, light exposure, evening routines and caffeine intake all continue to train the second self to expect late nights and groggy mornings. But gradually adjusting those inputs, making small, consistent changes over weeks and months, actually retrains the system. The draft changes because the author has been given different material to work with. Consider how this applies to emotional patterns, an area where the illusion of conscious control causes particular suffering. You cannot simply decide not to feel anxious or sad or angry. Yet people blame themselves constantly for emotional states, as if those states were choices. The first self, encountering an emotion, often generates a secondary layer of judgment. I shouldn't feel this way. What's wrong with me? I'm weak for feeling anxious. But emotions are largely products of the second self, generated by predictive systems responding to environmental cues, memories, physiological states, and learned associations, most of which operate beneath conscious access. The conscious mind receives the emotion as a fait accompli or already in motion before awareness catches up. Judging yourself for the emotion is like judging yourself for the weather. It's a category error that adds suffering without adding agency. What you can influence is the context in which emotions arise. If your second self generates anxiety in response to certain triggers, you can gradually expose yourself to those triggers in safe conditions until the predictive system learns a new association. This is the principle behind exposure therapy, which works not by conscious willpower overriding fear, but by providing the second self with new data that updates its predictions. If your mood tends toward darkness after poor sleep, you cannot think your way to happiness, but you can prioritize sleep so the editor functions better. If social media consumption primes comparison and inadequacy, you cannot decide not to feel inadequate while continuing to consume, but you can remove the app, change the environment, and let the second self gradually forget the trigger. You work with the author by changing what it reads, not by demanding it read the same material but generate different output. This understanding also illuminates why traditional willpower-based approaches to behavior change so often fail. Willpower is a function of the first self, the conscious executive trying to override the second self's automatic drafts. But willpower is a limited resource, especially given that it depends on metabolic factors like glucose availability, and is depleted by decision fatigue throughout the day. Relying on willpower means fighting the second self constantly, using scarce conscious resources to resist automatic scripts. It is exhausting and unsustainable, like swimming against a current. Eventually fatigue wins, and the habit reasserts itself. The person then blames themselves for lack of discipline, not recognizing they were fighting with the wrong tool. The alternative is to work with the current by redesigning what the second self encounters. If you want to stop checking your phone compulsively, you could rely on willpower, consciously resisting each impulse hundreds of times a day, or you could put the phone in another room, making the automatic reach encounter absence instead of device. The second approach succeeds not because you have more discipline, but because you have stopped requiring discipline. You have removed the trigger, making the unwanted behavior harder, and the desired behavior, focused work, the path of least resistance. The second self, always optimizing for efficiency, follows the easier path. Over time, the pattern weakens through lack of reinforcement. You have not defeated the author, you have changed the story it finds available. The same principle applies to building new behaviors. Starting an exercise habit fails most often not because people lack motivation, but because they try to install it through sheer decision, making exercise require constant conscious override of inertia. But if you lower the activation energy by preparing gym clothes in advance, scheduling the session at a consistent time when energy is high, attaching it to an existing routine like morning coffee, and removing competing options by cancelling conflicting commitments, then exercise stops requiring willpower. It becomes the obvious next action, the thing the second self predicts will happen because all the conditions point that direction. After enough repetitions in consistent contexts, the behaviour becomes automatic, a new script the second self runs without conscious prompting. You haven't disciplined yourself into exercise, you have trained the author to include exercise in its drafts. There is something humbling and liberating in this reframe. Humbling because it means the conscious self is less powerful than the ego would like, less central to the operation than the illusion of control suggests. You are not the solo author commanding your life through pure will and reason. Much of what you do and feel and think emerges from systems you do not directly access or control. But it is liberating because it removes the burden of impossible standards. You're not failing when you cannot override biological drives through pure intention. You're not weak when habits prove hard to change through decision alone. These outcomes are not failures of character, but natural results of how the system actually works. Once you understand the system, you can work with it instead of blaming yourself for not being a different kind of system entirely. This perspective also changes how we relate to others. When you recognize that everyone is double-authored, that the person in front of you is navigating the same gap between conscious intention and subconscious authorship, it becomes harder to judge their actions as simple moral failures. The colleague who is chronically late may not be disrespectful. Their second self may have learned dysfunctional time estimation patterns from decades of inconsistent consequences, and their conscious resolutions to be punctual cannot override those deep scripts without significant retraining. The friend struggling with addiction is not weak-willed. They are fighting against a second self whose prediction and reward systems have been hijacked by substance-related cues, generating cravings before consciousness can intervene. Understanding this does not eliminate responsibility. People can still work to retrain their second selves, and consequences for harmful behaviour may still be necessary, but it shifts the frame from moral condemnation to compassionate recognition of difficulty. It also helps explain why advice and information so rarely change behaviour. Telling someone what they should do addresses the first self, the conscious narrator, which often already knows the right answer. The problem is not lack of information, but lack of alignment between the first and second self. The conscious mind knows smoking is harmful, but the second self has wired nicotine to stress relief, social belonging, and routine satisfaction through years of reinforcement. Giving more information about cancer risks does nothing to change those automatic associations. What helps is interventions that gradually retrain the second self, identifying triggers and avoiding them, building new stress relief routines, changing social context, using nicotine replacement to weaken the chemical hook while the other associations extinguish. Change requires reaching the author, and the author does not speak the language of facts and logic. It speaks the language of pattern, repetition, emotion, and context. This is why therapy often focuses on creating new experiences rather than discussing old ones. Insight is valuable. The first self benefits from understanding patterns, but insight alone does not rewrite the second self's scripts. What rewrites them is new data, exposures that contradict old predictions, behaviours practiced in new contexts until they become automatic, emotional processing that updates the affective tags on memories, relationships that provide safe conditions for the second self to experiment with different ways of being. The therapeutic relationship itself functions as a retraining environment, a context where the second self can encounter consistency, safety and attunement, gradually learning predictions it may have missed in earlier development. The recognition of our double authorship also bears on how we structure societies and institutions. Systems designed with the assumption that people are rational actors, fully conscious decision-makers weighing costs and benefits, consistently fail because they misunderstand human nature. People do not carefully calculate trade-offs in most decisions. Their second selves follow heuristics, respond to primes, and stick with defaults. This reality can be exploited maliciously through manipulative marketing, addictive product design, and choice architectures that benefit corporations at the expense of individuals. But it can also be leveraged for good through what behavioral economists call libertarian paternalism, designing choice environments that respect freedom, while making beneficial options easier and more salient. Default settings matter enormously because the second self tends to accept them. Making retirement savings opt-out instead of opt-in dramatically increases participation. Organ donation rates vary wildly between countries with identical demographics, but different default policies. Healthier cafeteria layouts increase nutritious food consumption without restricting choice. These interventions work not by overriding individual freedom, but by recognizing that the second self operates through pattern and ease and shaping the environment to make good defaults the natural path. The ethics of such design are complex, requiring transparency about intentions and oversight to prevent abuse, but the basic insight remains. If we are double-authored beings, then ethical systems must account for both authors, not just the conscious one. Education could be transformed by taking the second self seriously. Traditional schooling often treats students as if information transfer to the conscious mind produces learning, but deep learning, the kind that changes behaviour and capability, requires training the second self through practice, feedback, spaced repetition and context variation. A student can consciously understand a mathematical concept yet fail to apply it in novel situations because the second self has not automated the pattern, recognition and procedure execution through sufficient varied practice. Expertise in any domain is largely the accumulation of patterns in the second self, allowing rapid automatic response to situations that novices must consciously analyse. This is why masters in chess, music, sports or surgery often cannot fully articulate what they do. The knowledge lives in systems beneath full conscious access, built through thousands of hours of training. Recognising this would mean valuing practice and repetition differently, not as tedious drill, but as the essential process of training the author. It would mean structuring learning to respect biological rhythms, avoiding late starts for adolescents whose circadian systems shift late, including movement and breaks to work with attention cycles, prioritising sleep as a learning tool rather than an expendable luxury. It would mean teaching students about their second selves, giving them the metacognitive tools to notice when they are running on autopilot, to recognise primes and triggers, to design their own environments for success. Self-knowledge would include understanding the author behind the author. As we approach the end of this exploration, we return to the question of endings themselves. If the second self writes forward in time through prediction, creating self-fulfilling prophecies that draft future from anticipated future, then our endings are not entirely predetermined, but neither are they entirely open. They emerge from the interaction of past patterns, present conditions and conscious interventions. The life you will live 10 years from now is being drafted now, in the habits you reinforce, the environments you construct, the stories you tell about who you are, the attention you train, the sleep you protect, the cues you place in your path. Most of that drafting happens automatically, the second self extending yesterday's patterns into tomorrow. But some of it, enough of it, can be influenced by the choices you make today about the conditions that shape tomorrow's choices. This is neither the sovereignty promised by the illusion of complete free will, nor the helplessness implied by strict determinism. It is something in between, and perhaps more true. Constrained agency, the freedom to shape the shaper, the power to train the trainer. You cannot escape being double-authored, but you can become a better collaborator, learning what the second self needs and how it learns, providing it with conditions that lead toward the life your first self wants to consciously endorse. The gap between authorship and awareness will never close completely. You will always be catching up to processes that have already begun. But the gap can become a productive tension rather than a source of futility, the space where conscious intention meets automatic process and negotiates a path. The story of your life is being written right now by two authors. One works in the light, slowly, with reflection and intention. The other works in darkness, quickly, with pattern and prediction. They often misunderstand each other. They sometimes work at cross purposes, but they are both yours, both essential, both writing the only story you will ever live. The question is not how to silence one in favour of the other, but how to bring them into better collaboration. How to make the dark writing and the light writing tell a story that, read together, makes sense and moves toward meaning. That is the craft of a human life, the endless work of becoming co-authors with ourselves, writing forward with two pens on one page, accepting what has already been written while shaping what comes next, living in the strange gift of time where the future is both determined and open, both drafted and unfinished, both inevitable and available for revision. The ending is not yet written, but the author behind the author is writing it now, and you, reading these words, have already begun to write back. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The camera opens on a silent ruin. Stone columns half swallowed by desert sand, their surfaces carved with inscriptions no living person can read. The wind moves through empty corridors where emperors once walked, where markets once roared with commerce, where children once played in streets now buried beneath centuries of dust. A question emerges from this silence, carried on the narrator's voice like an echo from the depths of time itself. Does history repeat itself, Or do we merely live long enough to forget what came before? This is not a question of academic curiosity alone. It strikes at the heart of human experience, at the meaning of progress, at the very nature of time itself. Throughout the millennia of recorded civilization, humanity has built monuments to eternity, proclaimed empires that would last forever, and believed with absolute conviction that their particular moment in history represented something fundamentally new and unprecedented. Yet when we step back and survey the landscape of human achievement across the ages, a different picture emerges, one not of linear progress marching confidently toward an ever brighter future, but of patterns repeating with uncomfortable regularity. Civilizations rise from humble beginnings, expand across territories and peoples, reach dizzying heights of cultural and economic achievement, grow corrupt and complacent in their prosperity, decline into chaos and division, collapse into fragments, and from those fragments, new civilizations eventually emerge to begin the cycle again. This documentary explores a provocative thesis, that humanity does not move through time in a straight line, but rather traces circles within circles, spirals within spirals, repeating fundamental patterns that our ancestors would recognize instantly, even as the surface details change with each iteration. The pattern becomes visible when we examine civilizations separated by vast distances in space and time, societies that could not possibly have influenced one another directly, yet whose life cycles follow remarkably similar trajectories. Ancient Rome began as a small city-state on the Tiber River, expanded through military conquest and administrative genius to control the entire Mediterranean world, reached a golden age of unprecedented prosperity and cultural achievement, gradually succumbed to internal corruption, political instability, and economic inequality, and finally fragmented into warring kingdoms and barbarian states. Yet this same essential rhythm appears in the story of ancient Egypt, which rose from scattered settlements along the Nile to create a unified kingdom that endured for 3,000 years through multiple cycles of unification, prosperity, decline, and foreign conquest. The pattern appears again in China, which has experienced repeated cycles of unification under powerful dynasties, followed by fragmentation into warring states, only to be reunified again by a new dynasty that claims the mandate of heaven. The pattern appears in the Islamic caliphates, in the Mongol Empire, in the Spanish Empire, in the British Empire, and arguably in the American century that may now be approaching its own inflection point. These observations are not merely the retrospective musings of modern historians looking for patterns in chaos. Throughout history, keen observers have noticed the cyclical nature of human affairs and attempted to describe its mechanics. In the 14th century, the Arab historian Ibn Khaldun proposed a theory of dynastic cycles driven by what he called asabiyya, social cohesion or group solidarity. According to Ibn Khaldun, civilizations begin when a group with strong internal bonds and shared purpose conquers and displaces a decadent ruling class. In their early generations, these new rulers maintain the martial virtues and social solidarity that brought them to power. But as generations pass in prosperity and urban luxury, their descendants lose the qualities that made conquest possible. They become soft, divided, and vulnerable to the next wave of hardy conquerors from the periphery, beginning the cycle anew. In the 20th century, the British historian Arnold Toynbee examined 26 civilizations across human history and concluded that each followed a similar pattern of genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Toynbee argued that civilizations rise by successfully responding to challenges in their environment, but decline when their leadership becomes a rigid ruling class unable to adapt to new challenges. The specifics differed, but the underlying rhythm remained constant, a pattern of creative minorities becoming dominant minorities, of flexible institutions ossifying into brittle structures, of societies that once solved problems becoming unable to recognize that the old solutions no longer work. These historical observations have found surprising support from an unexpected quarter. Data science and mathematical modelling applied to historical patterns. In recent decades, a field called cliodynamics has emerged, named after Clio, the Greek muse of history and dynamics, the study of change over time. Researchers like Peter Turchin have collected vast datasets spanning centuries of human history, records of population levels, wage rates, wealth inequality, political violence, and state strength, and subjected them to mathematical analysis looking for recurring patterns. What they have found is both fascinating and disturbing. Societies appear to move through predictable oscillations in social well-being and instability. These oscillations are not random, but follow patterns that can be described mathematically and even predicted with some degree of accuracy. According to these models, civilizations typically experience long waves of integration and disintegration lasting approximately 2 to 3 centuries. During integrative phases, states grow stronger, populations increase, economies expand, and inequality decreases as labour becomes relatively scarce and valuable. But as populations continue to grow and reach the carrying capacity of their economic system, labour becomes abundant and cheap. Wealth concentrates in the hands of elites, the middle class is squeezed, and social cooperation breaks down. Political elites multiply beyond the number of prestigious positions available, leading to intra-elite competition and conflict. The state, stretched thin by the demands of maintaining order in an increasingly unequal society, and facing fiscal crisis from declining tax revenues and rising expenses, begins to weaken. Social unrest increases, violence erupts, populations decline through conflict, famine and disease, and the cycle bottoms out in a period of crisis and state breakdown. Only after this painful reset, during which inequality is forcibly reduced and population falls below the carrying capacity of the system, can a new integrative phase begin. The mathematical models are compelling, but they describe only the structural mechanics of historical cycles. To understand why these patterns repeat with such regularity, we must turn our attention to the human beings who collectively create history through their choices, behaviours, and psychological patterns. History repeats because human nature remains fundamentally unchanged across the millennia. The same emotions, drives, and cognitive biases that shaped the decisions of Roman senators also influence modern politicians. The greed that led to the collapse of Bronze Age palace economies operates in contemporary financial markets. The fear that drove witch hunts in medieval Europe finds new expression in modern moral panics. The lust for power that motivated ancient conquerors animates today's authoritarians. We are not fundamentally wiser or more virtuous than our ancestors. We simply have different tools and face different circumstances. When we examine the psychological mechanisms behind historical repetition, a crucial concept emerges: collective amnesia. Human memory, whether individual or social, has definite limits. Direct lived experience of major historical events typically spans only one lifetime, perhaps 80 or 90 years if we're fortunate. Those who personally remember the Great Depression or World War II are now nearly gone from the earth, and with their passing goes the visceral understanding of what those events actually felt like, how they unfolded, what warning signs preceded them. The next generation receives only second-hand knowledge, stories, photographs, historical accounts, which, however vivid, lack the emotional weight and immediate reality of direct experience. Each succeeding generation receives an even more attenuated version, until events that once seemed world-shattering become abstract historical facts, no more real than stories of ancient Troy. This creates a dangerous pattern. Societies that have recently experienced catastrophe implement safeguards and remember hard-learned lessons, but as the generation with direct memory dies out, their descendants become overconfident, dismantle the safeguards as unnecessary relics of a bygone era, and repeat the same mistakes under the belief that this time is different, or that they are somehow wiser and more advanced than those who came before. The financial regulations implemented after the Great Depression to prevent speculative excess were gradually dismantled in the decades that followed, setting the stage for new bubbles and crashes. The institutions created after World War II to prevent another global conflict are questioned and weakened by generations who never experienced the horror that made those institutions seem necessary. Each generation, in a sense, must learn the same painful lessons anew because wisdom cannot be fully transmitted across generational boundaries. It must be earned through suffering. But the cyclical view of history is not merely a modern observation or a peculiarity of data-driven analysis. Throughout human culture, across widely separated civilizations, we find cosmologies and philosophies that conceive of time itself as fundamentally circular rather than linear. The ancient Greeks did not see history as progress toward a better future. but as a cycle of ages moving from a perfect golden age through progressively degraded silver, bronze and iron ages, before eventually returning to gold again. The poet Hesiod, writing in the 8th century before the Common Era, described how each age of humanity is worse than the one before, with the men of the Iron Age, his own time, living in constant toil and misery, respecting neither parents nor oaths, valuing only violence and dishonesty. Yet even this nadir was not final, for the cycle would eventually turn and a new golden age would dawn. In Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, time operates on scales that dwarf human history, with vast cosmic cycles called yugas, or ages stretching across hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. According to this system, the universe itself goes through endless cycles of creation, existence, dissolution, and recreation. Within these vast cycles, humanity moves through 4 ages: the Satya Yuga, or Age of Truth, when humans live in harmony and righteousness; the Treta Yuga, or Age of Righteousness; the Dvapara Yuga, or Age of Righteousness; and the Kali Yuga, or Age of Darkness Yuga, when righteousness begins to decline; the Dvapara Yuga, when decline accelerates; and finally the Kali Yuga, the dark age of discord and hypocrisy, which according to traditional calculations we are currently experiencing. Yet even the Kali Yuga is not the end. When it concludes, a new Satya Yuga will begin, and the Great Wheel will turn again. Indigenous cultures around the world have traditionally maintained circular conceptions of time that stand in stark contrast to the linear, progressive time consciousness of modern, industrial civilization. For many Native American peoples, time is not an arrow flying toward the future, but a circle or spiral in which past, present, and future are interconnected and inseparable. The Mayan civilization developed a complex calendrical system involving multiple interlocking cycles of different lengths, creating a view of time as a series of repeating patterns that could be understood and predicted. Australian Aboriginal peoples speak of the dream time, a concept that encompasses not just the mythic past of creation, but an eternal present that can be accessed through ritual and sacred geography, a mode of being in which the linear distinction between past and present dissolves. These traditional cosmologies were often dismissed by European colonizers as primitive or superstitious, yet they reflect something profound, a recognition, born from thousands of years of close observation of natural cycles, that time in the natural world is fundamentally cyclical. Seasons turn, the moon waxes and wanes, generations succeed one another, civilizations rise and fall like waves on the ocean, and the great patterns repeat. The modern Western notion of time as a linear arrow of progress, constantly moving toward a better future through technological and social advancement, is actually the historical anomaly, a recent invention that emerged with the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution. For most of human history, most cultures understood time as turning rather than as advancing. When we return our gaze to the present moment, to the civilization we ourselves inhabit, the question becomes urgently personal. Are we too caught in a repeating cycle? The answer, uncomfortably, appears to be yes. When we examine contemporary events with the perspective that historical pattern recognition provides, the echoes become impossible to ignore. Economic cycles of boom and bust continue, despite our sophisticated understanding of market dynamics and monetary policy. Asset bubbles inflate in real estate, in technology stocks, in cryptocurrencies, as each generation convinces itself that fundamental economic laws have somehow been superseded by new paradigms, only to experience the same painful crash that has punctuated every previous era of irrational exuberance. Political polarization increases in advanced democracies, with societies fragmenting into hostile camps that can barely communicate across their divides, each side viewing the other not as legitimate political opponents, but as existential threats. This is not unprecedented. The political violence and polarization of the late Roman Republic, the religious wars that tore Europe apart in the 16th and 17th centuries, and the ideological conflicts of the early 20th century all followed similar patterns of escalating division and dehumanization of opponents. Wealth inequality has reached levels not seen since the Gilded Age, or the years before the Great Depression, with vast fortunes concentrated in the hands of a tiny elite while working, and middle classes struggle with stagnant wages and declining social mobility. Throughout history, such extreme inequality has preceded periods of social upheaval and political instability, the French Revolution, the fall of the Roman Republic, the communist revolutions of the 20th century. Environmental degradation and resource depletion strain the carrying capacity of our civilization, just as deforestation, soil exhaustion, and climate change contributed to the collapse of the Maya, Easter Island, and countless other societies that overshot their ecological limits. The most striking parallel, perhaps, is in the realm of collective psychology and cultural mood. Advanced civilizations in their late stages tend to exhibit certain characteristic features: a sense of cultural exhaustion and cynicism, declining faith in institutions and shared narratives, increasing nihilism and hedonism among educated classes, nostalgic longing for an imagined golden past, apocalyptic anxiety about the future, and proliferation of new religious movements and ideologies promising salvation or renewal. These same features appeared in the late Roman Empire, in China during periods of dynastic decline, in Europe before the World Wars, and they are unmistakably present in contemporary Western civilization. We tell ourselves that our technology makes us different, that our scientific understanding gives us tools that previous civilizations lacked, that we can manage and control the forces that destroyed earlier societies. Yet technology, as often as not, accelerates rather than prevents cyclical patterns. The printing press, which promised to spread enlightenment, instead helped fuel the religious wars that devastated Europe. Industrialization, which promised prosperity for all, created new forms of inequality and exploitation that led to revolutionary violence. Nuclear weapons and industrial warfare made the 20th century the bloodiest in human history. Social media and algorithmic content curation, which promised to connect humanity and democratize information, have instead created echo chambers that amplify extremism and accelerate social fragmentation. Each new technology arrives accompanied by utopian promises and initially seems to transcend old limitations, but ultimately becomes entangled in the same human patterns of greed, tribalism, and short-sighted thinking that have always governed our behaviour. This recognition prompts perhaps the most important question we can ask. If we understand these cycles, if we can see the patterns and predict where they lead, can we escape them? Can human wisdom, accumulated and transmitted across generations, allow us to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past? The evidence, sadly, is not encouraging. Despite decades of historical scholarship documenting the patterns of civilizational collapse, despite mathematical models that predict social instability with uncomfortable accuracy, despite warnings from scientists about environmental limits, and from economists about unsustainable inequality, contemporary societies continue rushing toward the same precipices that claimed their predecessors. This presents a profound paradox. Knowledge of the pattern does not seem sufficient to break the pattern. We might compare it to individual human psychology, where a person can understand intellectually that their behaviour is self-destructive, that smoking causes cancer, that excessive drinking damages health, that procrastination creates stress, yet continue the behaviour regardless. Knowledge alone rarely changes deeply ingrained patterns, whether in individuals or societies. Change requires not just intellectual understanding, but emotional motivation, institutional support, and sustained effort over time, and all of these are difficult to maintain, especially when the consequences of inaction seem distant and abstract, while the benefits of the current course seem immediate and concrete. There are, however, moments in history when societies appear to have learned from past mistakes and implemented genuine reforms that broke destructive cycles, at least temporarily. The New Deal reforms in the United States, implemented in response to the Great Depression, created a more economically balanced society and helped avoid the revolutionary upheavals that plagued Europe in the same period. The post-World War II international order, for all its flaws, successfully prevented another global conflict between major powers for nearly 80 years, an achievement that would have seemed impossible to someone living through the first half of the 20th century. Japanese society, after experiencing the horrors of World War II, transformed itself into a largely pacifist culture with remarkably low levels of violence. These examples suggest that profound crisis can sometimes shock societies into genuine learning and adaptation. The question is whether such learning can occur before the crisis, whether wisdom can be preventative rather than merely reactive. Can a society that has not yet experienced catastrophe summon the will to make the difficult changes necessary to avoid it? History suggests the answer is usually no. Humans are notoriously poor at responding to slow-moving threats, far better at reacting to immediate emergencies than at preventing future ones. Climate change may be the ultimate test of this aspect of human nature. We have clear scientific evidence of a gathering catastrophe, yet struggle to take the collective action necessary to prevent it, precisely because the worst consequences seem to lie in the future, while the costs of action are immediate. Some thinkers have argued that awareness of cyclical patterns can itself become a tool for transcending them, that by understanding the stages of civilizational rise and fall, we can recognize where we are in the cycle and take corrective action before it is too late. This argument has some merit. Just as an individual who understands the stages of addiction has a better chance of recovery than one who does not, a society that recognizes it is in a late-stage decline might be able to implement reforms before complete collapse occurs. But this requires something very difficult: collective self-awareness and the political will to act on that awareness, even when action requires sacrifice and the payoff lies in the distant future. It requires politicians who can think beyond the next election cycle, citizens who can subordinate immediate desires to long-term collective welfare, and institutions strong enough to implement and sustain reforms over decades or generations. These conditions are rare in human societies, rarer still in declining civilizations where institutional legitimacy is already eroding and short-term thinking predominates. The very conditions that make reform necessary are often the same conditions that make reform impossible, a tragic paradox that appears repeatedly throughout history. Rome needed reform desperately in its final centuries, and many intelligent Romans recognized this, yet the political system had become so sclerotic and dysfunctional that meaningful reform could not be implemented. Similar dynamics played out in the final decades of the Soviet Union, in pre-revolutionary France, in late imperial China. By the time the need for fundamental change becomes undeniable, the capacity to implement change has often been lost. As we approach the conclusion of this exploration, we return to the image with which we began. Ruins in the desert, monuments to vanished certainties, stone testimony to the fact that all human achievements are temporary. But perhaps we should not view this reality with despair. The cyclical nature of history, after all, means that endings are not final. Civilizations fall, yes, but the fall creates the conditions for new growth. The collapse of Rome was a catastrophe for those who lived through it, yet it cleared away a rigid system and eventually gave birth to the diverse civilizations of medieval and modern Europe. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE destroyed powerful kingdoms and disrupted trade networks across the eastern Mediterranean, yet from the ashes emerged the classical Greek civilization that would influence all of subsequent Western thought. The Mongol conquest devastated settled civilizations across Asia, yet ultimately facilitated unprecedented cultural exchange and helped set the stage for the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration. Viewed from within, collapse is catastrophe. Viewed from a longer perspective, it is transformation, a necessary part of the great cycle of death and rebirth that characterizes not just civilizations, but all complex systems in nature. Civilizations, like stars in the cosmos, follow a life cycle that seems to be built into their very nature. A star is born from a collapsing cloud of gas and dust, fuses hydrogen into helium for billions of years, exhausts its fuel, expands into a red giant, collapses or explodes, and in the process scatters the heavy elements forged in its core across space, providing the raw material from which new stars and planets will form. The cycle is not regression, but transformation, each iteration building on what came before, even as the specific form changes. Similarly, civilizations emerge from the chaos of previous collapse, incorporate and recombine elements of earlier cultures, develop new forms and innovations, reach their zenith, decline, fragment, and from their ruins provide the foundation, technological, cultural, institutional, on which successor civilizations will build. The cycle is not mere repetition but spiral, each turn incorporating and transforming what came before, producing genuine novelty even as fundamental patterns recur. Human knowledge, despite periodic setbacks and losses, tends to accumulate over the very long term. We know things that the Romans did not, and they knew things that their barbarian conquerors did not. Yet eventually medieval civilization recovered and surpassed Roman achievements. The loss is real, the suffering of those who lived through collapse is profound, yet the pattern ultimately produces not stasis, but evolution. This brings us to the final question that must be addressed. If history moves in cycles rather than in a straight line of progress, does this mean that our concept of progress itself is illusory? Are we not in fact advancing at all, but merely turning in place, endlessly repeating the same patterns under new guises? This question strikes at the heart of modern Western self-conception, which has been built on the idea of progress, that we are more enlightened than our ancestors, that each generation improves on the previous one, that history is moving, however haltingly, toward a better future. Yet the evidence of cyclical patterns challenges this comforting narrative. Perhaps we are not progressing but oscillating, not climbing but turning on a wheel, not advancing toward enlightenment but repeatedly falling into the same traps of human nature. Perhaps the technological marvels that seem to distinguish us from ancient civilizations are merely surface variations on eternal themes, new clothes on the same old human drama of ambition, hubris, and fall. Perhaps, in the end, we are no wiser than the ancients, merely more elaborately equipped. And yet, even as we acknowledge the cyclical patterns, we must also recognise that there has been, over the very long arc of history, something that looks like directional change. Human societies have, broadly speaking, become less violent over time, despite horrific exceptions. We have developed moral intuitions and international norms that, however imperfectly followed, represent genuine advances in ethical thinking, the abolition of slavery, recognition of human rights, growing acknowledgement of our obligations to non-human nature and future generations. We have accumulated scientific knowledge about the natural world that, while subject to revision, represents genuine understanding that previous ages lacked. We have developed technologies that, despite their dangers and unintended consequences, have alleviated suffering and expanded human capabilities in ways that would seem miraculous to our ancestors. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between the linear and the circular view, in the image of a spiral. History that turns and returns, repeating fundamental patterns yet moving, however slowly and imperfectly, towards some destination we cannot yet clearly see. Perhaps we are trapped on the wheel, yes, but the wheel itself is rolling forward, carrying us through necessary cycles towards something new, even as each turn seems to bring us back to familiar territory. There is something else worth considering as we contemplate these vast patterns, the role of individual human agency within the cycle. If history moves according to predictable rhythms, does this mean that individual choices matter less than we believe? Are we merely actors reciting lines written long ago, our sense of free will an illusion obscuring our predetermined roles in an ancient script? This fatalistic interpretation misses something crucial. While the broad patterns may repeat, the specific trajectory of any given cycle is shaped by countless individual decisions, each one a small pivot point that influences what comes next. The Roman Republic might have been fated to some form of transformation, given its accumulated structural tensions, but whether that transformation came through Julius Caesar or some other figure, whether it led to the Principate or some other political form, whether the transition was relatively peaceful or catastrophically violent, these specifics were not predetermined but emerged from the choices of particular people in particular moments. We exist simultaneously at two levels of historical reality: the individual level where our choices genuinely matter and shape outcomes, and the systemic level where larger forces create currents that are difficult for any individual to resist. A person caught in a riptide has real choices about how to swim, and those choices determine whether they survive or drown, yet they did not choose to be in the riptide and cannot through willpower alone cancel its existence. Understanding cyclical patterns does not remove individual responsibility or render personal choices meaningless. Rather, it provides context for understanding which choices are most likely to matter and where efforts at intervention might be most effective. The person who understands they are in a riptide and knows to swim parallel to shore rather than directly against the current has better odds of survival than someone who thrashes blindly. Similarly, individuals and societies that understand the phase of the cycle they inhabit, that recognise the systemic pressures at work, can make more strategic choices about where to push and where to yield, which battles to fight and which to conserve energy through. Consider also the question of scale and perspective. From the viewpoint of an individual human life, 70 or 80 years if fortune favours us, a civilization seems eternal. The Roman Empire, which lasted approximately 500 years in the west and over 1,000 in the east, spanned so many human generations that for the vast majority of people who lived under Roman rule, the empire was simply the unchanging backdrop of existence, as permanent as the sun and stars. Only in retrospect, collapsing centuries into paragraphs, do we see the arc of rise and fall. This suggests that the human experience of history is fundamentally different from the patterns visible at civilizational scale. We do not live in civilizational time, but in human time, measured by births and deaths, by the seasons of individual lives. The fact that civilizations rise and fall in predictable cycles may be true and important for understanding the largest patterns of human affairs. Yet this truth coexists with the equally valid truth that most human beings across history have lived their lives largely unconcerned with such grand patterns, focused instead on the immediate realities of family, work, community, the challenges and joys that define a human life, regardless of whether one lives during a civilization's rise or its fall. A farmer working his fields, a merchant negotiating a deal, a mother caring for her children, a craftsman perfecting his technique. These activities and the meanings they generate exist at a different scale from civilizational cycles, and in an important sense are more fundamental. Civilizations are abstractions, useful fictions we create to organize our thinking about collective human activity. Individual human experiences are the primary reality from which all such abstractions derive. The meaning of a life cannot be reduced to its position in a civilizational cycle, just as the meaning of a day cannot be reduced to its position in the calendar year. Yet there is something haunting about the recognition that we, like all who came before, are embedded in patterns larger than ourselves, patterns we can observe but perhaps not escape. It challenges the modern belief in human mastery, in our capacity to rationally organize society according to enlightened principles, and thereby transcend the limitations of previous ages. It suggests that for all our accumulated knowledge and technological prowess, we remain subject to forces that operate beyond the reach of individual or even collective will. This can feel diminishing, a reduction of human significance, but perhaps it should instead inspire humility. Not the false humility that denies human capacity and creativity, but the genuine humility that acknowledges our place within larger systems, that recognizes we are part of nature rather than separate from it, that accepts both our power and our limits. The recognition that history moves in cycles need not lead to passivity or despair, any more than the recognition that we are mortal need lead us to conclude that life is meaningless. Rather, it can sharpen our focus on what actually lies within our power to influence, can help us distinguish between battles worth fighting and windmills best left untilted, can encourage us to work with the grain of historical forces rather than exhausting ourselves in futile resistance to immovable tides. There is wisdom in learning to discern the difference between what can be changed and what must be endured, and understanding cyclical patterns is part of developing that discernment. In the end, we are left with an image of history as a great rhythm, a pulse of creation and destruction woven through time, a pattern that emerges from the interaction of unchanging human nature with ever-changing circumstances. We are simultaneously the makers of history and its prisoners, both free agents choosing our path and actors in a drama whose basic plot has been rehearsed countless times before. This need not be cause for despair. Understanding that we are part of a cycle can liberate us from the hubris of believing ourselves exceptional, can humble our ambitions and moderate our expectations, can help us appreciate that we are merely one chapter in an ongoing story that began long before us and will continue long after we are gone. It can also inspire us to play our part with wisdom and grace, to make choices that, while they may not break the cycle entirely, might nudge it in a slightly better direction, might reduce suffering and extend beauty, might preserve knowledge and cultivate virtue for whatever comes next. If we cannot escape the wheel of history, we can at least choose to turn it with intention rather than blind momentum, to face the cycles with awareness rather than denial, to work not for the impossible dream of eternal progress, but for the modest and achievable goal of making our particular turn of the wheel a little better than it might otherwise have been. And perhaps, just perhaps, if enough generations do this, if enough wisdom accumulates despite periodic losses, if enough learning survives each collapse and informs each rebuilding, the great spiral might gradually turn toward light. Whether we are truly progressing or merely turning endlessly in the clockwork of time, remains, in the end, not a question we can definitively answer, but one we must live with, holding both possibilities in mind as we make the choices that will determine which future we will inhabit, and what kind of ruin we will leave for those who come after us to wonder at, or to learn from, or to surpass. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. When you close your eyes and think of your childhood bedroom, you believe you're seeing it as it was. The sunlight through the curtains, the way the floorboards creaked near the closet, the smell of dinner drifting up from the kitchen below. You believe you're travelling backward through time, stepping into a preserved moment that has waited patiently for your return. But you are not remembering. You are creating. Every time you recall that bedroom, your brain is not retrieving a file from storage, not playing back a recording of something that once was. It is constructing something new, assembling fragments scattered across your mind into a story that feels like truth, but is actually invention. The past you remember is not the past that happened. It is a ghost of it, rebuilt neuron by neuron, shaped by who you are now rather than who you were then. Memory is not a library, it is a workshop, and every time you remember, you are rewriting history. This is the uncomfortable reality that neuroscience has revealed over decades of research into how the human brain stores and retrieves experience. We speak of memory as though it were solid, as though the events of our lives are recorded with fidelity and filed away in some neural archive, waiting to be accessed when needed. We trust our memories because they feel vivid, because they carry emotional weight, because they seem to arrive in our consciousness fully formed and undeniably real. But that feeling is itself an illusion, a byproduct of the brain's remarkable ability to construct coherence from chaos. What we experience as remembering is actually a process of reconstruction, a creative act that happens in the present moment, influenced by everything we have learned and felt and become since the original event occurred. The past, as we know it, is not fixed. It is fluid. It changes every time we touch it. Consider the courtroom, where eyewitnesses take the stand and swear to tell the truth about what they saw. These are honest people, earnest in their recollection, certain of the details they provide. And yet study after study has shown that eyewitness testimony is staggeringly unreliable. Two people who witnessed the same crime will remember different details, different sequences of events, even different faces. Ask them again a month later and their accounts will have shifted further, not because they are lying, but because memory does not work the way we assume it does. Each time they have told the story, each time they have been asked a leading question, each time they have imagined the scene again in their mind, they have altered it slightly. The memory has been rebuilt, and each rebuilding introduces small changes, tiny distortions that accumulate over time. What began as a genuine perception of reality becomes something else entirely, a narrative constructed from fragments of truth, gaps filled in by assumption, emotion, and suggestion. The witness believes completely in what they remember, but what they remember is no longer what they saw. The brain does not store memories as unified wholes. There is no place in your skull where the memory of your 10th birthday party sits intact, preserved like a photograph in an album. Instead, that experience is broken down into its component parts and distributed across different regions of the brain. The visual details, the colours and shapes and faces are stored in the visual cortex. The sounds, the laughter and music and voices are encoded in the auditory regions. The emotions you felt, the joy or embarrassment or excitement, are processed and stored in the amygdala and other limbic structures. The context, the understanding that this event happened in a specific time and place, involves the hippocampus. Your memory of that birthday party is not a thing, not an object that exists somewhere in your brain. It is a pattern of connections, a network of neurons that once fired together and can be made to fire together again. And when you remember, what you're actually doing is reactivating that network, coaxing those scattered pieces to light up in roughly the same pattern they formed during the original experience. But here is where the process becomes unreliable. The network never reactivates identically. Neurons that were part of the original encoding may no longer be available, may have been recruited for other memories, may have weakened over time. The brain must improvise, must substitute, must fill in the missing pieces with whatever is available. It draws on other memories, on knowledge acquired since the event, on current emotions and expectations. It uses the present to reconstruct the past. And once that reconstruction is complete, once you have remembered the birthday party, The memory is not simply returned to storage unchanged. It is reconsolidated, saved again, but now in its altered form. The act of remembering has changed the memory itself. The next time you recall that birthday party, you will not be remembering the original event. You will be remembering the last time you remembered it, complete with whatever distortions and embellishments were introduced during that reconstruction. Memory is not retrieval, it is revision. This process is called reconsolidation, and it represents one of the most significant discoveries in neuroscience over the past few decades. For a long time, scientists believed that once a memory was formed and consolidated, it became stable, fixed in the architecture of the brain. But research has shown that every time a memory is recalled, it enters a temporary state of instability, a window during which it can be altered, updated, or even erased. The very act of remembering makes a memory vulnerable. This is why memories change over time, why they drift subtly away from their origins. Each recall is an opportunity for modification. If you remember an event while feeling happy, that happiness may colour the memory, softening harsh edges, brightening the emotional tone. If you remember it while feeling anxious or sad, those emotions may seep into the reconstruction, altering how you perceive what happened. The memory becomes a reflection not just of the past, but of the psychological state you were in when you last remembered it. The past is filtered through the present, again and again, until what remains is something far removed from the original experience. Visualize it this way: a group of neurons firing in concert, forming a pattern like a constellation. This is the moment being encoded. Time passes. You recall the event. The brain attempts to light up the same pattern, but some stars have dimmed, others have moved, new ones have appeared in their place. The constellation is similar, recognizable, but not identical. You recall it again months later and more stars have shifted. The pattern is still there, still the same memory in some essential sense, but its shape has changed. Recall it a dozen times over a decade, and the constellation bears only a passing resemblance to what it once was. The memory has evolved. It has become something new, while retaining just enough of the original structure to feel authentic. This is how memory works for all of us, all the time. We are not accessing the past. We're echoing it, each echo a little fainter, a little more distorted, a little more influenced by the person doing the remembering. And who is that person? Not the same person who experienced the event. You have changed since then, grown and learned, suffered and healed, developed new beliefs and perspectives. The self that recalls the memory is not the self that formed it. And so the memory is reconstructed through the lens of who you have become. This is where memory becomes deeply entangled with identity, where the past is reshaped to serve the needs of the present self. We do not remember our lives as they were. We remember them as we need them to have been, as makes sense given who we are now. This is not conscious manipulation. It is not dishonesty. It is the automatic, inevitable consequence of how memory works. The brain is not trying to preserve the past with accuracy. It is trying to construct a coherent narrative of the self, a story that explains how you came to be who you are. And if the past must be edited to make that story work, the brain will edit it without hesitation, without your awareness, without leaving any trace that revision has occurred. Consider trauma. People who have experienced profound suffering often find that their memories of the traumatic event are fragmented, distorted, sometimes entirely absent. This is not because the brain failed to encode the experience. It is because the memory is being reconstructed in a psychological environment flooded with fear, pain, and the need for self-preservation. The brain may suppress certain details, amplify others, rearrange the sequence of events to create emotional distance or narrative coherence. The memory of trauma is not a faithful record of what happened. It is the mind's attempt to process something overwhelming, to fit something unbearable into the structure of a life that must continue. And as the person heals, as time passes and therapy and support change their psychological landscape, the memory may change again. Details may emerge that were previously inaccessible. The emotional intensity may diminish. The story of what happened may shift as the survivor reinterprets the event in light of new understanding. The past is not fixed. It bends and reshapes itself around the needs of the present. Joy does this too, in subtler ways. Happy memories tend to become rosier over time, the difficult parts fading, the pleasant moments growing brighter. This is not self-deception exactly, though it functions much like it. It is the brain's bias toward maintaining psychological well-being, toward constructing a past that supports a positive sense of self. You remember your college years as a time of freedom and discovery, and perhaps they were, but you forget the loneliness, the anxiety about the future, the nights spent in doubt and confusion. Not because those experiences were insignificant, but because they do not serve the narrative you have built about who you were and how you became who you are now. The brain is an editor, constantly revising the manuscript of your life, cutting scenes that do not advance the plot, enhancing moments that reinforce the themes, and you, the conscious self, trust this editor implicitly, unaware that the past you remember has been tailored to fit the person you have become. This phenomenon is sometimes called autobiographical editing, the unconscious process by which we rewrite our personal histories to preserve a stable sense of identity. Over years and decades, the edits accumulate. The story of your life, as you tell it to yourself and others, diverges steadily from the raw data of lived experience. You remember your parents as more loving or more distant than they actually were, depending on your current relationship with them. You remember yourself as braver or more foolish in a past decision based on how that decision turned out. You remember old friendships as deeper or more superficial, depending on whether those people are still in your life. The past is not a fixed foundation on which your identity rests. It is a construct that changes to support the identity you are building in the present moment. Memory is not about accuracy. It is about meaning. And meaning requires narrative, and narrative requires selection, emphasis, and revision. The malleability of memory is not just an individual phenomenon. It operates at the level of societies and cultures as well. Just as your brain reconstructs your personal past to serve your present identity, civilizations reconstruct their histories to serve their collective identities. Nations tell origin stories that highlight heroism and sacrifice while downplaying atrocity and failure. Religions shape sacred narratives to reflect contemporary values, even as they claim eternal unchanging truth. Political movements reinterpret historical events to legitimize present agendas. This is not unique to any one culture or ideology. It is a universal human tendency, the same process that shapes individual memory now scaled up to the collective level. History, as it is taught and remembered, is not the past as it was. It is the past as it needs to be for the present to make sense. Think of how differently the same historical event is remembered by different groups. A war that one nation remembers as a defense of freedom, another remembers as imperialist aggression. A revolution that one side recalls as the birth of justice, the other recalls as the destruction of order. These are not simple lies, though lies may be involved. They are competing reconstructions of the past, each shaped by the needs and identities of the groups doing the remembering. Just as your brain fills in gaps in personal memory with plausible details that fit your self-narrative, cultures fill gaps in collective memory with myths, symbols, and stories that fit their understanding of who they are and what they stand for. The past is too complex, too chaotic, too full of contradictions to be remembered in its entirety. It must be simplified, shaped, given meaning. And so it is edited, and the edited version is passed down, and each generation edits it again, until the past becomes a kind of echo, recognizable in outline but transformed in substance, serving the needs of the present rather than representing the truth of what was. This is not to say that all versions of history are equally valid, or that truth does not exist, facts exist, events happened or did not happen. But the way those facts are assembled into narrative, the weight given to some details and not others, the emotional framing, the interpretation of cause and effect, all of this is reconstruction, and reconstruction is inherently subjective, shaped by the reconstructor. Collective memory, like individual memory, is a living process, fluid and fallible, constantly being rebuilt to serve the present. The stories we tell about our past, whether personal or national, are not fixed truths. They are ongoing creations revised with every retelling, every new perspective, every shift in what we need the past to mean. Now consider time itself, the medium in which memory supposedly operates. We think of memory as a way of preserving time, of holding on to moments that have slipped away. But the brain does not store time the way a clock measures it. Memory distorts time, compresses it, stretches it, rearranges it. Years of routine blur into nothingness, while seconds of terror or ecstasy expand into vast landscapes of experience. Ask someone to recount their childhood, and they will give you a handful of vivid scenes separated by oceans of blank space. The brain does not record everything. It records salience, moments that carried emotional weight or novelty or significance. The rest is discarded, not because it was unimportant to your life, but because it was not important to your brain's need to learn, adapt, and construct identity. The thousands of ordinary days are compressed into a vague sense of how things were, while a single extraordinary moment may be encoded with such intensity that it feels more real, more present than anything else. This phenomenon is called temporal compression, the brain's tendency to condense stretches of time into manageable units. It is why the older you get, the faster time seems to pass, not because time itself accelerates, but because fewer new memories are being formed. Childhood feels long because everything is novel, every experience is being encoded with attention and care. Adulthood, especially once routines are established, becomes a blur because the brain has seen it all before and sees no reason to record the repetition. The decades compress. What actually took years to live through is remembered as a brief period, a handful of snapshots standing in for the lived experience of countless days. Time in memory is not linear. It is a patchwork, a collage of moments stitched together with nothing in between. The brain's way of creating narrative from discontinuity. And emotional intensity plays a central role in how time is encoded. A car accident that lasts 3 seconds may be remembered as though it unfolded in slow motion, every detail crystalline and stretched out. A peaceful afternoon reading by a window may leave almost no memory at all, gone as soon as it is over. The brain prioritizes experiences that matter, that carry survival value or emotional significance. Fear, in particular, has a way of slowing down time in memory, etching every detail with unusual clarity. This is adaptive. If something threatens you, you need to remember it in order to avoid similar threats in the future. And so, the brain encodes danger with lavish attention, creating memories that feel hyper-real, more vivid than ordinary experience. But even these memories are reconstructions, subject to the same processes of distortion and revision as any other. The slowness, the clarity, these are effects produced during recall, not features of the original encoding. Time in memory is an illusion, a creation of the brain, as subjective and unreliable as every other aspect of how we remember. The subjective nature of time in memory reveals something profound about the relationship between past and present. When you remember an event, you're not travelling back to the moment it occurred. You're bringing it forward into the present, reconstructing it here and now. The memory exists only in this moment of recall, shaped by your current state of mind, your current understanding, your current needs. The past does not exist anywhere except as a pattern your brain is activating right now. And once this moment of recall ends, the past disappears again, leaving behind only the altered memory that will be recalled differently next time. The past is not a place you can visit. It is a process that happens in the present, over and over, each time creating something slightly different, an echo that grows fainter and more distorted with every repetition. But perhaps distortion is not the right word. Perhaps transformation is better, because what memory loses in accuracy, it gains in function. Forgetting, far from being a failure of the brain, is one of its most important capabilities. If you remembered everything, you would be paralyzed by detail, unable to extract patterns or meaning from the noise of experience. The brain forgets in order to learn, discards specifics in order to generalize, lets go of the past in order to navigate the future. Every act of forgetting is an act of creation, making space for new memories, new ideas, new versions of the self. The past must fade so that imagination can flourish. This is not a bug in the system, it is the system working as designed. Consider what it would mean to remember perfectly, to have every moment of your life preserved with total fidelity. At first, this might seem like a gift, an end to the frustration of forgotten names and misplaced keys. But think deeper. You would remember every mistake you ever made with agonizing clarity, every moment of pain and humiliation and grief preserved in perfect detail. You would remember every version of yourself, every belief you once held and later abandoned, every person you once were and no longer are. There would be no mercy of distance, no softening of edges, no ability to move on. The past would be an unbearable weight, crushing the present under its accumulated mass. Forgetting is not weakness, it is liberation. It allows you to change, to grow, to become someone new without being forever shackled to who you were. The brain does not preserve the past for its own sake. It preserves only what is useful, and it constantly revises even that in light of new information and new needs. Memory is not a monument to what was. It is a tool for navigating what comes next. And so we arrive at a strange conclusion. The act of forgetting, of losing detail and distorting events and rewriting history, is not a flaw in how memory works. It is central to how memory creates meaning. By letting go of the unimportant, by editing the past to fit the present, the brain transforms raw experience into narrative, into identity, into knowledge that can guide future action. The past, as you remember it, is not the truth. But it is your truth, the version of history that makes sense given who you are now. And perhaps that is more valuable than accuracy. Perhaps what matters is not that memory preserves the past, but that it allows you to live in the present and move toward the future. The echo of the past is enough. It does not need to be the original sound. Which brings us to the haunting question at the heart of all this. If every memory is rebuilt differently each time we recall it, if the past changes with every act of remembering, then what is the past? Does it exist at all outside of our reconstructions of it? Or is the past simply a story we tell ourselves, a narrative built from fragments and imagination, forever changing, never fixed, always in the process of becoming something new? When you remember your childhood bedroom, are you remembering something that was, or are you inventing something that never existed in quite the way you now perceive it? The answer, uncomfortable as it may be, is that the past as you remember it is not the past as it was. The bedroom has been rebuilt by your brain, shaped by decades of subsequent experience, coloured by your current emotions, filled in with details borrowed from other rooms, other times. The version you remember is the one that fits the story of your life as you understand it now. And that story will change. A year from now, 5 years, 20, you will remember the bedroom differently again. The past will continue to evolve because the past is not a thing. It is a process. It is something you do, not something you access. And yet we need the past. We need to believe in it, to feel that our lives have continuity, that we are the same person we were yesterday and 10 years ago. Identity depends on memory, on the ability to construct a narrative that links who we are now to who we were then. Without memory, the self dissolves into an eternal present, disconnected and incoherent. And so the brain gives us memory, gives us the past, but not as it was. It gives us the past as we need it to be, as will support the self we are becoming. This is not deception. It is necessity. The past is rebuilt not to fool us, but to serve us, to provide the foundation for identity and meaning and growth. So perhaps the question should not be whether memory is accurate, but what memory is for. It is not for preserving history. It is for creating selves. It is not for recording truth. It is for generating meaning. The brain is not a camera or a hard drive. It is a storyteller, and like all storytellers, it shapes the narrative to serve the themes it cares about. The past is rewritten because the present demands it, because you are not the same person you were, because the story must evolve as you evolve. And in this sense, memory is not a failure when it distorts the past. It is succeeding at its true purpose, which is not to look backward with fidelity, but to move forward with coherence. We live in a world built on memory, on the assumption that what we remember is real and reliable. We build relationships on shared memories, construct identities from personal histories, base legal systems on the testimony of those who claim to remember what happened. And all of it is reconstruction. All of it is subject to the same processes of distortion and revision that make memory so unreliable. This is unsettling. It undermines our confidence in the solidity of the past, in the trustworthiness of our own minds. But it's also liberating. If the past is not fixed, then we are not fixed. If memory can change, then we can change. The story of who we are is not written in stone. It is being written now in this moment, as we remember and reinterpret and reconstruct. The past does not determine the present. The present determines the past, and that means we have more power than we realize to shape the narrative of our lives, to decide what the past means and who we want to be in light of it. The echo of memory resonates through time, fainter with each repetition, transformed by each journey from past to present and back again. It is not the original sound, but it carries something of it, enough to give us a sense of where we came from, enough to anchor identity and continuity. And perhaps that is all we need. Not perfect recall, but the sense of a story, a thread connecting then to now. The brain gives us that thread, rebuilt and revised with every remembering, an echo that defines us even as it drifts further from the truth of what was. The past as we remember it may not be the past as it happened, but it is the past that made us who we are, and in that sense, it is the truest past of all. Yet this truth comes with consequences we rarely acknowledge. When two people remember the same event differently, we assume one must be right and the other wrong, that one memory is accurate while the other is distorted. But neuroscience suggests a more unsettling possibility. Both memories are reconstructions. Both are partial truths shaped by different perspectives, different emotional states, different needs. Neither person is lying. Neither is simply mistaken. They are both doing what the brain does, building a version of the past that makes sense from where they stand now. This is why family gatherings so often descend into arguments about what really happened years ago. Siblings remember their childhood home differently, because they were different people living different experiences in the same physical space. The youngest remembers protection and attention. The oldest remembers responsibility and burden. The middle child remembers being overlooked. Each memory is true to the person who holds it, reconstructed from fragments that carry different emotional weight for different minds. There is no objective past to settle the dispute, because the objective past exists nowhere except as patterns of neural activation that differ in every brain. This presents a fundamental challenge to how we think about knowledge itself. We build our understanding of the world on memory, on the ability to learn from experience and carry those lessons forward. But if every memory is unreliable, if the past changes each time we access it, then how can we trust anything we think we know? The answer lies in recognizing that memory was never designed for perfect accuracy. It was designed for survival, for extracting useful patterns from experience, for allowing organisms to adapt to changing environments. A perfectly accurate memory would be useless in a world that constantly changes, because it would encode circumstances that no longer apply. What matters is not whether you remember exactly what the predator looked like, but whether you remember enough to avoid similar threats in the future. What matters is not the precise details of how you solved a problem, but the general strategy you can apply to new problems. Memory sacrifices specificity for flexibility, accuracy for adaptability. It gives us not the truth of what was, but something more valuable, the wisdom to navigate what comes next. And so we live with memories that are simultaneously false and true, reconstructions that bear only partial resemblance to their origins, yet carry genuine insight distilled from experience. This paradox sits at the heart of what it means to be human. We are not rational creatures who occasionally make errors in judgment. We are storytelling creatures who construct reality through narrative, who create meaning by selecting and interpreting and revising. The past is our first and most persistent story, the foundation upon which all other stories are built. And like all stories, it is shaped by the teller, by the audience, by the purpose for which it is told. Your memory of meeting your best friend for the first time has been rebuilt dozens or hundreds of times, altered subtly by every subsequent interaction, every fight and reconciliation, every shared experience that deepened or strained the relationship. The memory you have now is coloured by your current feelings about that person, by whether the friendship has flourished or faded. You may remember yourself as more confident or more awkward than you actually were, may remember the other person as more impressive or more ordinary depending on how the relationship unfolded. The truth of that first meeting is lost, replaced by a version that fits the narrative of the friendship as you understand it now. This happens with all relationships, with all experiences that matter enough to be remembered repeatedly. Your memory of falling in love has been rebuilt so many times that it bears little resemblance to the actual sequence of events. If the relationship ended badly, you may now remember warning signs you did not actually notice at the time, your brain retroactively inserting skepticism to make sense of the outcome. If the relationship endured, you may remember the beginning as more magical than it was, the brain smoothing away the uncertainty and awkwardness to create a romantic origin story. Neither version is accurate, but both serve a purpose. They help you understand your life as a coherent narrative, as a story with causes and effects that make sense. The brain is not interested in preserving the messiness of reality. It is interested in creating meaning from that messiness, in finding patterns that can guide future choices. And so it edits ruthlessly, transforms constantly, rebuilds the past in service of the present. The implications extend beyond personal memory into the realm of expertise and learning. When we think of experts, we imagine people who have accumulated vast stores of accurate knowledge, who can recall facts and procedures with precision. But expertise is not about perfect memory. It is about pattern recognition, about having encountered enough situations that the brain can quickly reconstruct relevant knowledge when needed. A chess master does not remember every game they have ever played with photographic clarity. They remember patterns, positions that recur across many games, strategies that proved effective or ineffective. These memories are generalizations, abstractions distilled from countless specific experiences that have been largely forgotten. The details fade, but the patterns remain, constantly being revised as new experiences confirm or contradict them. This is how learning works at a fundamental level. The brain does not accumulate information like a database. It transforms information through repeated reconstruction, each recall an opportunity to strengthen important patterns and discard irrelevant details. Forgetting is not the opposite of learning. It is part of learning, the process by which the brain separates signal from noise, meaning from minutiae. Even our sense of continuity across time, the feeling that you are the same person who woke up this morning and the same person who graduated high school years ago, depends on memory's reconstructive process. You have no direct access to your past self. You know who you were only through memories that have been rebuilt countless times, shaped by everything that has happened since. The story of how you became who you are is a story you tell yourself, assembled from fragments, filled in with assumptions, revised with every major life change. When something significant happens, when you experience loss or achievement or transformation, you may find yourself remembering your past differently, reinterpreting events in light of new understanding. What once seemed like a random detour now appears as a crucial turning point. What felt like failure is reframed as necessary growth. The facts have not changed, but their meaning has, and in changing their meaning, you have changed the past itself. Identity is not built on a foundation of objective history. It is built on remembered history, on the ongoing reconstruction of who you have been in order to explain who you are becoming. This is simultaneously empowering and destabilizing. Empowering because it means you're not trapped by your past, not bound to a fixed history that determines your present. The past can be reinterpreted, reframed, given new meaning. Traumatic experiences can be processed and integrated rather than forever defining you. Mistakes can be understood as learning rather than permanent marks of failure. The story of your life is still being written, and part of that writing involves going back and revising earlier chapters, seeing them differently as you gain distance and perspective. But it is also destabilizing because it means you have no solid ground to stand on, no unchanging truth about where you came from. The past you remember today is not the past you will remember 10 years from now. Everything shifts, everything changes, and there is no way to recover the original, no way to know with certainty what actually happened versus what you have constructed in retrospect. You are building your identity on sand, on memories that dissolve and reform with every wave of recall. And yet we all do this, must do this, because there is no alternative. Memory is the only tool we have for knowing our own history, and memory is inherently reconstructive. Perhaps the most profound implication is what this reveals about the nature of time itself, or at least our experience of it. We think of time as a river flowing in one direction, carrying us from past through present toward future. But consciousness does not experience time this way. Consciousness exists only in the present moment, and in that present moment both past and future are constructions. The future is imagined, obviously, a projection of possibilities that may or may not come to pass. But the past is also imagined, reconstructed from fragments in a process not fundamentally different from how we envision the future. Both are acts of mental time travel, journeys made in the present moment to places that do not actually exist except as patterns of neural activity. The past is gone. The future has not arrived. Only now is real, and now contains nothing but the brain's ongoing efforts to create coherence from memory and anticipation. We are not beings who exist across time, accumulating experiences and carrying them forward. We are beings who exist in an eternal present, constantly reconstructing where we have been and where we might go, neither reconstruction fully real, both necessary for the story we tell ourselves about who we are. The echo of memory is all we have of yesterday, and it is enough, because it is all we ever had. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The sun hung fat and lazy over the backyard that summer, the kind that pressed down on everything like warm honey, and you, 7 years old with grass-stained knees and a popsicle melting faster than you could lick it, had all the time in the world. The afternoon stretched forward and back like taffy, endless in both directions. You could count the minutes in bug catches, in the number of times your mother called you in for water, in the exact pattern of shade creeping across the fence. That single day contained universes. It had weight. It had rooms you could walk through years later and still smell the cut grass, still feel the sticky purple drip on your wrist. Now you're older. Not old, just older. And last year? Last year is a smudge. A few birthday candles, a work project that bled into 3 months, an argument you can't quite reconstruct, and a vacation that felt like it happened to someone else. The rest is a hum, a grey stretch of sameness that folded in on itself and vanished like steam. You blinked, and 12 months collapsed into what feels like a long weekend. Where did it go? You ask, as if time were a set of keys you misplaced. But time didn't go anywhere. Time never does. It ticks forward at the same merciless pace it always has, 1 second per second, as reliable as gravity, and just as indifferent to your feelings about it. What changed wasn't the clock. What changed was you. Specifically, what changed was the way your brain now watches that clock, records it, compresses it, and plays it back to you in a version so condensed it barely casts a shadow. Time doesn't speed up. But perception does, and the story of why your childhood summer felt like an epoch, while your adult year feels like a sneeze, is written not in calendars but in neurons, in the architecture of memory, in the way your brain decides what to keep and what to discard like breadcrumbs no one bothered to follow. Your brain does not have a clock, not the way a watch does, with gears and springs and a face that tells the truth whether you like it or not. What it has instead is something far stranger and more fragile, a collection of internal rhythms, guesses and neural approximations that add up to what we experience as duration. It's a system built less on precision and more on good enough estimation. The kind of thing evolution cobbled together because knowing roughly how long a predator has been circling is more useful than knowing exactly. And so we walk through life with a sense of time that is at its core constructed, invented. A story the brain tells itself about how long things have been happening, based on clues that have almost nothing to do with actual seconds ticking by. The brain estimates duration through what researchers call temporal binding windows, brief intervals during which separate sensory events get stitched together into a single experience. A sound and a flash of light, arriving milliseconds apart, feel simultaneous because your brain binds them into one moment. The width of that window, the speed at which your neurons process and integrate information, shapes how you perceive the passage of time. When the brain is processing quickly, when it's firing efficiently and binding events in rapid succession, time feels stretched. More ticks, more moments, more duration. When processing slows, when the system lags, time compresses. Fewer ticks, fewer moments, less to hold on to. There's also neural latency, the tiny delay between when something happens in the world and when your brain registers it. That gap is filled in, smoothed over, predicted by a system that hates uncertainty more than it loves accuracy. Your brain is constantly guessing what comes next, filling in blanks before the information arrives, and when it guesses correctly, it doesn't bother writing the event down in detail. Predictable things barely register. Surprising things, novel things, those get flagged, encoded, remembered. And memory, as it turns out, is the secret ingredient in how we judge duration after the fact. We don't measure time as it passes. We measure it in reverse, looking back at the density of what we remember, and from that density we infer how long it must have felt. If the memory is thick, textured, full of details and scenes and sensory snapshots, we conclude that the period must have been long. If the memory is thin, a blank stretch with only a few landmarks, we conclude it was short. But here's the trick. The actual duration never changed. What changed was how much of it we bothered to encode. Childhood is thick. Every day brings firsts. First time tying your shoes. First time riding a bike without training wheels. First time your best friend moves away and you learn what loss tastes like. Each of these events is novel, emotionally charged, sensorially rich. Your brain, encountering something new, encodes it with care. It lays down memory traces like a cartographer mapping uncharted land, capturing textures, sounds, smells, the exact angle of sunlight, the way your stomach dropped when the bike wobbled. Dense encoding means dense memory. Dense memory means long feeling time. The brain looks back at that summer afternoon and sees a landscape with hills and valleys, trees and rivers, places to revisit. It concludes, based on all that detail, that the afternoon must have lasted forever. Adulthood is thin. Most days are repeats. You wake at the same time, drink the same coffee, take the same route to work, respond to the same kinds of emails, eat lunch at your desk while scrolling the same apps, come home, make dinner, watch something you'll forget by morning, and go to bed. None of this is bad. Much of it is necessary. But none of it is novel, and your brain, efficient creature that it is, sees no reason to encode the same pattern for the 1,000th time. Why waste resources writing down Tuesday when Tuesday is identical to Monday? And so it doesn't. It compresses, it smooths, it writes a single entry labelled work week and moves on. Later, when you try to remember, there's almost nothing there. A blur, a smudge. The brain looks back and sees a flat, featureless plane. It concludes, based on the lack of detail, that the time must have passed quickly. But the time passed the same. What vanished was the record. Novelty expands time, not in the moment, necessarily, but in retrospect. When you encounter something unexpected, something that doesn't fit the pattern, your brain snaps to attention. It stops running on autopilot and starts recording in high definition. Psychologists call this the oddball effect. A series of identical beeps followed by a honk. The honk feels longer, not because it objectively lasted longer, but because your brain devoted more processing power to it. The unfamiliar gets flagged, scrutinized, encoded with extra detail. That extra detail, later, creates the sensation of expanded duration. You remember more, so it feels like more time passed. The opposite is also true. Routine collapses time. When every day is the same, when the pattern repeats without variation, the brain treats it like a looping GIF. It encodes the first instance, maybe the second, and then it stops paying attention. The rest is implied, inferred, compressed into a mental shorthand that, when recalled, yields almost nothing. Weeks vanish. Months fold in on themselves. You emerge on the other side wondering where it all went, not realizing that it never got written down in the first place. This is why the first day of school feels endless, and the 50th feels like it never happened. Why the first time you drove to a new friend's house took forever, and the 100th time took no time at all. Why the first kiss with a new person stretches into a small eternity, and the 1,000th kiss with a long partner, though no less meaningful, barely registers as a moment. First times are thick. Repeated times are thin. The brain is optimizing for efficiency, not nostalgia. It assumes you don't need to remember every iteration of the same thing, and it's right from a survival standpoint. But from a living standpoint, from the standpoint of a human trying to feel like their life is more than a smudge, it creates a problem. The more your life consists of patterns, of routines, of predictable loops, the less of it gets encoded. The less gets encoded, the shorter it feels. And the shorter it feels, the faster the years seem to fly. Your brain is a prediction machine. It doesn't passively receive the world. It actively guesses what's coming next, fills in gaps, smooths over rough edges, and presents you with a tidy, coherent experience that feels like direct perception, but is actually a heavily edited reconstruction. This system, called predictive processing, is wildly efficient. It allows you to navigate the world without constantly recomputing every detail. You don't need to consciously decode every letter in a sentence because your brain predicts the words before you finish reading them. You don't need to process every frame of a familiar face because your brain fills in the expected features before the visual data arrives. This is useful. This is what allows you to function at speed. But it comes at a cost. When the brain predicts accurately, when the world unfolds exactly as expected, it doesn't bother encoding the event in detail. Why write down something you already knew was going to happen? The prediction itself becomes the memory. And predictions are thin. They're sketches, not paintings. They're placeholders. Later, when you try to recall the day, all you find is the prediction. A vague sense that something happened. A label. Worked. Ate. Watched TV. But no texture. No scenes. No moments you can sink your teeth into. This is why predictable stretches of life compress so dramatically. The brain, having accurately predicted the pattern, sees no reason to devote resources to encoding it. The days blur together because they were never distinct to begin with. They were variations on a theme the brain had already internalized, and so the record is sparse. A year of repetition leaves behind the memory footprint of a week. The more predictable your life becomes, the more the brain compresses it. The more it compresses it, the faster time seems to move. You're not losing time, you're losing the record of time. And without a record, without a dense trail of memories to look back on, the sensation is indistinguishable from speed. The year didn't fly by, it just failed to leave a mark. Emotion stretches time, but not in the way you'd think. High arousal, the kind that comes with fear or awe or sudden joy, doesn't actually make the moment last longer as it's happening. The clock still ticks at the same rate. What changes is how you remember it. When you're in a heightened emotional state, your brain floods the system with neurochemicals. Adrenaline, noradrenaline, dopamine. These chemicals enhance encoding. They tell the brain, this matters, write it down, remember this. And the brain obliges. It lays down memory traces with extra detail, extra vividness, extra sensory information. Later, when you recall the event, that density of detail creates the impression of expanded time. The moment feels long because you remember so much of it. The car swerved. You remember the screech of tyres, the smell of burnt rubber, the angle of the sun through the windshield, the exact expression on the driver's face. All of that gets encoded in what was objectively a 2-second event. But 2 seconds encoded with the density of 20 seconds feels, in retrospect, like 20 seconds. Boredom does the opposite. Low arousal, the kind that comes with waiting in line or sitting through a meeting that should have been an email, makes time drag in the moment but compress in memory. While you're bored, you're acutely aware of every second. You check the clock. You sigh. You feel the weight of duration pressing down on you like a damp blanket. But your brain, lacking any stimulation worth encoding, writes almost nothing down. Later, the boring stretch is a blank. You remember that you were bored, but you don't remember the boredom itself. The memory is thin. And thin memories, as we've established, feel short. This is the paradox of prospective versus retrospective time. Prospective time is how long something feels while it's happening. Retrospective time is how long it feels when you look back. Boredom stretches prospective time and compresses retrospective time. Novelty and emotion do the opposite. They make the moment feel normal as it passes and long when you remember it. The more emotionally charged and novel your life, the slower time feels in hindsight. The more flat and routine, the faster it vanishes. Attention is the gate. It decides what becomes time and what dissolves into nothing. You can be present in a moment, physically there, body occupying space. But if your attention is elsewhere, splintered across a dozen distractions, the moment doesn't register. It doesn't encode. It doesn't become memory. And without memory, it doesn't contribute to your sense of duration. You lose it. Not because it didn't happen, but because you weren't there for it. Divided attention, the kind that comes with multitasking or stress or simply existing in a world designed to fragment focus, makes time blur. You spend an hour scrolling your phone while half watching a show while occasionally replying to a text. Later, you have no memory of the hour. It's gone. Not because the hour didn't pass, but because your attention never landed anywhere long enough to encode anything. The hour dissolved in real time. Mindful attention does the opposite. When you bring your full focus to a single thing, when you attend deeply to the present moment without splitting yourself across tasks, the moment thickens. You notice more. You encode more. The grain of wood on the table, the exact colour of the tea in your cup, the sound of rain on glass. These details, noticed and encoded, become the threads that stitch together the memory of the moment. Later, the memory is rich, and rich memories feel long. This is why people report that meditation done consistently seems to slow their experience of time, not because meditation bends physics, but because it trains attention. And attention determines what gets remembered. What gets remembered determines how long life feels. You can't change the clock, but you can change how much of the clock you actually experience by deciding where you place your gaze. Cultures that organise life around events rather than clocks experience time differently. In many traditional societies, time is measured not by hours, but by happenings. Planting time, harvest time, the time before the rains, the time after the wedding. Life is structured around anchors, rituals, transitions, moments that mark before and after. These anchors create memory density. They break the monotony. They introduce rhythm and variation and a sense of narrative progression. Time doesn't fly when there are clear chapters. It unfolds in stages, each one distinct from the last. Modern industrialised life, by contrast, is dominated by clock time, uniform hours, 40-hour weeks, annual cycles that repeat with little variation. It's efficient for productivity, but it's terrible for memory. When life is parcelled out in identical units, when weeks blur into months and months into years, the brain has nothing to anchor to. The timeline flattens. Time speeds up. This is also why life stages feel so distinct when you're young, and so blurred when you're older. Childhood has built-in transitions. Preschool to kindergarten, to elementary, to middle school, to high school. Each transition is a new world, new teachers, new friends, new rules, new challenges. The brain encodes each stage as a separate chapter. Later you can distinguish between them. You remember the textures of each era. Adulthood, by contrast, often lacks these transitions. You graduate, you get a job, and then what? Years pass. The job changes, maybe, but the structure stays the same. Wake, work, eat, sleep, repeat. No rituals marking the passage, no clear before and after. Just a long, undifferentiated stretch. The brain compresses it. Time accelerates. Cultures that build in rituals, celebrations, seasonal markers, communal transitions, they create memory scaffolds. They slow time not by changing the clock, but by changing what gets written down. Sleep is memory's sculptor. Without it, the record crumbles. During sleep, particularly during REM and slow wave stages, the brain consolidates the day's experiences. It sorts signal from noise, strengthens important connections, prunes irrelevant details, and integrates new information into the existing web of memory. Poor sleep disrupts this process. Memories don't solidify, details blur. The next day feels vague, thin, harder to recall. String together weeks of poor sleep and the timeline starts to dissolve. Days bleed into each other. The sense of progression weakens. Time as a subjective experience compresses because the memories that would anchor it never fully formed. Circadian rhythms also shape perception. When your internal clock is aligned with the external day, when you wake with the sun and wind down with the dark, your brain functions at its best. Encoding is sharper, attention is stronger, memory consolidation is more efficient. When your rhythms are disrupted, when you're jet-lagged or shift-working or staring at screens until 3 a.m, everything flattens. Moments pass but don't register. The day feels like it happened to someone else. Over time, chronically disrupted rhythms create chronically thin memories. Time speeds up not because you're older, but because your system, out of sync, has stopped reliably recording. Restorative rhythms, aligned with natural light and consistent sleep, preserve detail. They stabilize the system. They give the brain the conditions it needs to lay down thick memory. And thick memory, as we know, slows time. So what do? How do you slow the years when your brain is optimized for compression, when routine is unavoidable, when attention is under siege from 1,000 buzzing distractions? You don't fight the clock. You can't. But you can change the record. You can thicken the timeline by feeding your brain the raw materials it needs to encode duration. Novelty, first. Small doses. You don't need to quit your job and backpack through Mongolia, though if you can, go for it. What you need are micro-adventures, interruptions in the pattern. Take a different route home. Not every day, but once a week. Drive through a neighbourhood you've never seen. Walk a trail instead of your usual sidewalk. Eat lunch somewhere new. Try a recipe you've never made. Read a genre you usually avoid. These are not grand gestures. They're tiny ruptures in routine. But ruptures create encoding. The brain notices. It writes the moment down. and the accumulation of noticed moments over weeks and months creates a thicker timeline. The year feels longer because the record is denser. Attention practice. Slow gaze. This is as simple as it sounds. Once a day, pick an object. A tree, a cup, a crack in the ceiling. Spend 3 minutes looking at it. Not thinking about it. Not analysing it. Just looking. Notice the colours, the textures, the way light hits it, the shadows. Your mind will wander. Let it. Then bring it back. This is not meditation, though it's related. It's attention weight training. You're building the capacity to stay present with a single thing. Over time, that capacity bleeds into the rest of your life. You notice more. You encode more. The moments thicken. Breath pacing works similarly. Slow, deliberate breaths for 2 minutes. Count them, if it helps. 4 seconds in, 6 seconds out. This isn't about relaxation, though it relaxes. It's about giving your attention a single task and holding it there. That act of holding, repeated, trains the system. Single task presence reps. Do one thing without doing another thing at the same time. Eat lunch without looking at your phone. Walk without listening to a podcast. Wash the dishes without planning tomorrow. This feels impossible at first, almost offensive to the productivity-obsessed part of your brain that insists you should always be optimizing. Ignore that part. It's lying to you. Doing one thing fully encodes the thing. Doing 3 things shallowly encodes nothing. You lose all 3. Pick one. Be there. Let the moment have weight. Memory scaffolds. Every evening write 3 scenes from the day. Not a diary entry, not reflections or feelings. Just 3 moments. The way the light looked at noon. The expression on a coworker's face. The sound of the door closing behind you. 3 sensory snapshots. This does 2 things. First, it forces you to pay attention during the day because you know you'll need to recall something later. Second, it creates a record where one might not have formed naturally. Later, when you look back, instead of a blank stretch, you have scenes. The timeline thickens. Weekly photo walks. Once a week, take your phone, walk for 30 minutes, and photograph things. Not selfies, not your food, just things that catch your eye. Light on a wall. A weird sign. A tree shaped like a question mark. The act of looking for something worth photographing trains attention. The photos become anchors. Later, scrolling through them, you remember the walk. You remember the week. The memory density increases. Intentional firsts. Once a month, do something you've never done. It doesn't have to be extreme. Visit a museum you've never been to. Try a sport you've always dismissed. Attend a lecture on a topic you know nothing about. Cook a cuisine you've never attempted. The first time has texture. The brain encodes it. The month that contained a first feels longer than the month that didn't. String together a year of firsts and the year stretches. Not because more time passed, but because more of it got written down. Awe hunts, awe dilates time. Studies show that experiencing awe, that feeling of vastness and wonder, makes people feel like they have more time, not metaphorically. They literally estimate durations as longer after an awe experience. The mechanism is encoding. Awe captures attention completely. It floods the system with arousal. The brain writes everything down. Later the memory is dense, the moment feels long, so hunt for awe. It doesn't require mountains or oceans, though those help. It requires attention to scale, to beauty, to the strange fact of existence. Lie on your back and watch clouds. Stare at the night sky. Visit a cathedral or a canyon or a museum with art that makes you feel small. Watch a murmuration of starlings. Listen to a piece of music that makes your chest ache. Awe is available. You just have to look for it. And when you find it, it thickens time. Rhythm hygiene. Sleep at consistent times. Get sunlight in the morning. Move your body most days. Not because you should, but because these rhythms stabilize the system that encodes time. A well-rested, circadian-aligned, physically active brain lays down clearer memories. It processes experience with more fidelity. The timeline it creates is sharper. The years feel slower not because they objectively are, but because the record is intact. You can't change the clock, but you can change how much of the clock you're awake for, present for, encoding. You can change the record, and the record is the only thing that matters when you look back and ask where the time went. The sun is still fat and lazy, same as it was when you were 7, same as it will be when you're 70. The afternoon still stretches forward, same golden light, same shadows creeping across the fence. The clock still ticks 1 second per second, indifferent and relentless. What changed isn't time. What changed is the thickness of your experience, the density of your memory, the quality of your attention. The years vanish not because they speed up, but because they fail to leave a mark. They pass through you like water through a sieve, leaving almost nothing behind. And so when you look back, you see a blur, a smudge, a sense that it all happened too fast. But it didn't. It happened at exactly the pace it always does. You just weren't recording it. The good news, the strange and almost ridiculous good news, is that you can change this. Not by stopping time or slowing the clock or reversing the aging process, but by changing the record, by feeding your brain the raw materials it needs to encode duration, novelty, attention, emotion, awe, rest, rhythm. These aren't tricks. They're not hacks. They're the fundamental ingredients of subjective time. The more of them you include in your life, the thicker your timeline becomes. The thicker your timeline, the slower time feels when you look back. The years widen, not because they contain more hours, but because they contain more moments, more scenes, more textures, more things worth remembering. So take the long way home, not because it's faster, because it's different, because the brain will notice. Walk slower, not because you have time to waste, but because walking slowly is a kind of attention, and attention is what turns seconds into experiences. Look at things, deeply, like you're seeing them for the first or last time. Notice the grain of the wood, the colour of the sky, the exact sound of rain on glass. These details are not poetic flourishes, they're the threads that stitch together the memory of being alive. Without them, life compresses into nothing. With them, it expands. It fills the container of your years with something other than routine and blur and vague recollection. Take 5 slow breaths. Right now, if you can. Not because you need to relax, though you might, but because those 5 breaths, noticed and counted, will be 5 moments you were actually present for. 5 moments that might encode. 5 moments that might, later, contribute to the sense that this day, this week, this year had weight. That it wasn't just something that happened to you while you were thinking about something else. That you were here for it. That it counted. Time isn't just past. It's composed, second by second, choice by choice, moment of attention by moment of attention. You are, right now, building the timeline you'll look back on. You're deciding, whether you realise it or not, how thick that timeline will be, how much of it will remain, how long this year will feel when you reach its end and turn around to see where you've been. The clock will do what it does. It will tick forward without mercy or pause. But the record, the memory, the subjective sensation of duration, that's yours. Fill it with detail, and it slows. Let it stay sparse, and it vanishes. The years don't have to disappear. They just need to be noticed. And noticing, it turns out, is the only magic we have. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. We open with a quiet provocation. What if the life you think you're choosing has already been drafted by a mind you cannot see? Picture yourself at this very moment, reading these words, believing you are the conscious author of your attention, the deliberate captain steering your focus across this page. But what if, in the milliseconds before you turned your gaze here, in the hours before you decided to read, in the years before you became the kind of person who seeks this kind of understanding, something beneath awareness was already writing the script? What if there exists within you a second author, tireless and unseen, composing the choices you will call your own? This is the story of the second self, the subconscious system that anticipates, primes, and steers our choices before consciousness arrives to claim them. It is a story about time and authorship, about the strange truth that much of our life is pre-written, in processes that unfold beneath the threshold of awareness, sometimes in milliseconds, sometimes across years. We tend to imagine ourselves as singular beings, unified and sovereign, making decisions through pure deliberation and will. But the evidence from neuroscience, psychology and lived experience suggests something more complex and more humbling. We are double-authored creatures, with one self writing in darkness and speed, and another reading those drafts in the light, mistaking interpretation for creation. Consider what happens in your brain when you make the simplest choice, reaching for a glass of water or deciding to stand. Classical neuroscience studies beginning decades ago and refined through modern imaging, reveals something startling. Your brain initiates the movement before you experience the conscious intention to move. Readiness potentials, electrical signatures of motor preparation, appear in brain activity up to several seconds before you feel you have decided. The signal propagates through motor cortex, assembling the architecture of action, while your conscious awareness lags behind, like a narrator arriving to a scene already in motion. What you experience as decision, as the moment of choice, is actually a moment of recognition, of becoming aware of a process that has already begun. The brain moves first. Consciousness catches up and, in catching up, tells itself a story about agency and deliberation that reverses the actual sequence of events. This is not to say you're an automaton, or that free will is illusion, at least not in any simple sense. Rather, it suggests that what we call the self is not a single thing, but a collaboration, often an unconscious one, between systems that operate on different timescales and with different kinds of access to information. The first self, the one you identify with, the I that narrates your inner monologue, is a late-stage editor working with material already drafted. The second self, operating in the neurological infrastructure beneath, is the original author, the one who writes the opening lines before you arrive to revise them. In simple motor choices, this authorship gap measures in seconds. But the architecture runs deeper. Pre-decision neural signals have been detected for more complex choices as well, predictions assembling in networks distributed across prefrontal cortex, striatum, and insula, biasing outcomes before deliberation formally begins. Choice often arrives pre-formed. Awareness is the commentary track, not the director's cut. But the second self's authorship extends far beyond momentary decisions. It operates continuously as a setup artist, a priming engine that shapes what you will see, feel, and choose by preparing the ground before you step onto it. Cognitive science has demonstrated for decades that subtle cues, things so brief or peripheral they never enter awareness, can prime perception and behaviour in measurable ways. A word flashed too quickly to read consciously can make related concepts more accessible, biasing how you interpret the next ambiguous image or sentence. A pleasant scent in a room can increase helping behaviour. Warm objects held in hand can make people judge others as having warmer personalities. Exposure to images of money makes people less generous and more self-reliant. These are not party tricks, but fundamental features of how the brain works. It is a prediction engine, constantly forecasting the next moment based on past patterns, and those forecasts shape what we see, feel, and choose to fit the predictions. Predictive processing models, one of the dominant frameworks in contemporary neuroscience, argue that the brain does not passively receive and interpret the world. Instead, it actively predicts the sensory signals it expects to encounter, generating a model of reality before reality arrives, and then comparing incoming data against that model. What reaches consciousness is not raw perception, but the difference between prediction and input, the surprise that needs explaining. When predictions match closely, experience feels smooth and automatic. When predictions fail, attention spikes, and learning occurs. But most of the time, most of what you experience as the world is actually your brain's best guess about the world, a simulation running slightly ahead of the evidence. The subconscious writes setups, expectations woven from memory and context, and your conscious mind fills them in as reality, rarely noticing the authorship. You walk into a room and see what your prediction engine expects to be there, only consciously registering the lamp if it is missing or has moved. You hear words your brain predicts from sentence structure and context, sometimes failing to notice when the actual sound contradicts expectation. The second self drafts the scene, and the first self, reading smoothly, assumes it saw the original. This predictive architecture becomes especially powerful when it automates behaviour into habit. Habits are these second self's most efficient scripts, encoding past choices into neural shortcuts that run with minimal conscious oversight. The basal ganglia, deep brain structures involved in learning and action selection, gradually encode repeated sequences: context cue, action, outcome. Over time, the context alone triggers the action, bypassing deliberative circuits entirely. You walk into your kitchen and reach for the coffee without deciding, the morning routine unfolding as a single chunked behaviour. You drive the familiar route home on autopilot, arriving to discover you remember almost nothing of the journey. Heuristics work similarly in decision-making, mental shortcuts that deliver fast answers by substituting hard questions with easier ones. Availability. Heuristic makes vivid, recent, or emotionally charged examples feel more probable than they are. Anchoring heuristic lets the first number, mentioned in a negotiation, set the reference point for all subsequent judgments, even when that number is arbitrary. Loss aversion makes potential losses loom larger than equivalent gains, tilting risk calculations in predictable directions. These shortcuts evolved for efficiency, freeing cognitive bandwidth for novelty and threat, but they also narrow the paths we walk. Much of daily life runs on autopilot loops, yesterday's patterns becoming today's script, the second self endlessly recopying previous drafts with minor variations. And then there is the night, the hours when the first self goes offline and the second self conducts its most thorough revision. Sleep is not cessation but transformation, a state in which the brain remains metabolically active, replaying and reshaping the day's experience. During REM sleep, when most vivid dreaming occurs, the brain reactivates neural patterns associated with recent events, especially those tagged with emotional significance, and integrates them with older memories, strengthening some connections and pruning others. Dreams themselves, those strange narratives assembled from memory fragments, emotional residue, and sensory noise, may serve as emotional processing, rehearsals of threat response, memory consolidation, or creative recombination of ideas in novel configurations. The evidence is still debated, but what is clear is that sleep changes the story. Information learned before sleep is retained differently than information followed by waking hours. Emotional tone of dreams correlates with next-day mood and stress resilience. Sleep deprivation impairs impulse control, emotional regulation, and cognitive flexibility, effectively weakening the first self's editorial capacity and letting the second self's automatic scripts run with less supervision. Even the quality and timing of sleep, governed by circadian processes we do not consciously control, biases how we will meet tomorrow. The second self edits the story while we sleep, revising memory, recalibrating emotion, sometimes reframing the very problems we will wake to solve. This temporal architecture of the self extends to the body's biological rhythms, internal clocks that modulate our capacities across the day. Circadian rhythms, the roughly 24-hour cycles governed by the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the hypothalamus, regulate not just sleep and wakefulness but also body temperature, hormone release, digestion, and cognitive performance. Attention peaks in late morning for most people, declines in the afternoon, and rebounds somewhat in early evening before dropping again at night. Impulse control follows a similar curve, strongest when rested, weakening across the day as glucose and willpower reserves deplete. Risk tolerance shifts with time of day. Judges are more likely to grant parole in the morning than before lunch, when decision fatigue sets in. Ultradian rhythms, cycles shorter than a day, modulate attention and energy in 90-minute waves, the same periodicity seen in sleep cycles. Hormonal tides add another layer. Cortisol peaks at waking to mobilize energy. Melatonin rises at night to promote sleep. Testosterone levels follow daily patterns that influence competitiveness and libido. Metabolic states matter too. Hunger makes people more irritable and impulsive. Blood sugar crashes impair executive function. All these rhythms operate largely outside awareness. Internal clocks setting the beats our story tends to follow, the second self scheduling the conditions under which the first self will attempt to choose. But the second self is not only personal, it is also collective, woven from the cultural scripts and archetypal myths we inherit without choosing them. Language itself primes thought in subtle ways. The metaphors embedded in your native tongue, the way it structures time and agency, the concepts it makes easy or difficult to express, all shape the predictions your brain generates about how the world works. Social norms, absorbed from childhood observation and correction, create powerful implicit expectations about appropriate behaviour in various contexts, often bypassing deliberative reasoning entirely. You feel uncomfortable speaking loudly in a library before you think about why. You mirror the body language of people you're talking to without noticing. Rituals, from religious ceremonies to birthday traditions to morning coffee routines, provide structure and meaning through repetition, their power lying precisely in their predictability, the way they let the second self run a familiar, emotionally resonant script. Archetypal myths, the recurring narrative patterns found across cultures, hero's journey, trickster, Rebirth, betrayal, redemption supply templates our private lives often reenact without recognizing the source. You experience your romantic relationship as unique and chosen, but its arc may follow patterns scripted by 1,000 stories encountered before you met. The collective subconscious, to borrow Jung's term, supplies templates our private second selves use to draft individual experience. We don't just have a second self, we share one, a vast inherited library of predictions and patterns that shape what feels natural, desirable, dangerous, or destined. When we trace these threads together, neuroscience, cognition, habits, sleep, rhythm, culture, a larger picture emerges about time and selfhood. The second self is fundamentally a foreshadowing machine. It predicts near-future outcomes, from the next millisecond's sensory input to tomorrow's social encounter, and steers behaviour toward those predictions. This is adaptive. A brain that anticipates is a brain that survives. But over longer timescales, repeated predictions become something more than forecast. They become identity. If your subconscious systems consistently predict that social interactions will be awkward, they will prime body language, attention patterns, and interpretations that make awkwardness more likely, and those experiences will reinforce the prediction, tightening the loop. If your habits and heuristics predict that efforts at change will fail, they will subtly sabotage new routines, and the failures will confirm the prediction. Anticipation is authorship. The future you meet is often the future you anticipated into being, not through mystical manifestation, but through the mundane mechanics of prediction shaping perception, shaping action, shaping outcome. The second self writes forward in time, drafting tomorrow from the patterns of yesterday, and the first self, arriving to read the result, believes it chose freely. This architecture raises urgent questions about responsibility and freedom. If the second self drafts choices before consciousness arrives, if subconscious predictions and primes shape behaviour more than deliberate reasoning, what becomes of moral responsibility, personal agency, the entire edifice of meaning built on the assumption that we are the authors of our actions? The question has troubled philosophers and neuroscientists, sometimes leading to hard determinism, the view that free will is simply illusion, and we are no more responsible for our actions than a falling rock is for its trajectory. But there is a more nuanced position, one that acknowledges the second self without erasing the first. Compatibilism, in various forms, argues that freedom is not about originating choices from nothing, not about being an unmoved mover, but about acting from one's own character, values, and deliberative processes, even if those themselves have causes. More practically, it suggests that freedom lies not in controlling the first impulse, which often we cannot, but in shaping the author, training the habits, environments, and attention patterns that generate those impulses. You cannot decide not to feel hungry, but you can decide what food is available when hunger arrives. You cannot will away the readiness potential, but you can practice noticing impulses before acting on them, creating a gap in which choice becomes possible. This shifts the locus of agency from the moment of decision to the structure of conditions surrounding it. Responsibility becomes less about the isolated choice and more about the longer work of curating the second self, training it through deliberate practice, environmental design, and narrative framing so that the drafts it produces align more closely with the life the first self wants to live. Sleep hygiene becomes an ethical practice because it protects the nocturnal editor's capacity to regulate emotion and consolidate learning. Media diet becomes consequential because the images, stories, and ideas you consume become the raw material from which the subconscious builds predictions. Deliberate rituals, intention setting, mindful interrupts, these are not mere self-help techniques, but levers for rewriting the draft before it reaches consciousness. The second self learns from experience, which means experience can be designed to teach it. You cannot control the author behind the author, but you can influence what it reads, when it rests, what patterns it practices, and gradually, over time, what it writes. Concrete strategies emerge from this understanding. Environment design matters more than willpower. If you want to eat healthier, don't rely on resisting temptation in the moment. Instead, remove junk food from your home so the second self's automatic reach finds fruit instead of chips. Place friction on harmful routines by adding inconvenient steps, removing cues that trigger them, making the default path lead somewhere better. Amplify helpful cues by designing environments that make desired behaviours easier and more visible. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out workout clothes the night before so the visual cue primes action before deliberation can object. Ritual timing aligns effort with biology. Tackle cognitively demanding work during your circadian peak, usually mid to late morning, when attention and impulse control are strongest. Protect sleep boundaries, making them as non-negotiable as meetings, because stable sleep stabilizes the editor. Use ultradian rhythms by working in focused intervals with breaks to match the 90-minute attention cycles. Attention training through mindfulness or metacognitive practice helps notice impulses sooner, creating a brief window between trigger and action where choice can intervene. Reframing techniques, cognitive reappraisal of stressful situations, gratitude practices that shift attention toward positive predictions alter the predictive models the subconscious uses. Narrative updates, journal prompts that explicitly recode identity statements, I am the kind of person who finishes projects, or I am someone who stays calm under pressure, gradually train the second self to generate drafts consistent with that identity. Tiny gateways, micro habits so small they bypass resistance, reading one page, doing one push-up, writing one sentence, tip the next choice before it appears, because the second self predicts continuation once momentum begins. Edit the prelude, and you change the plot. The image that emerges is neither the traditional model of unitary selfhood, nor a deterministic denial of agency, but something stranger and more collaborative. 2 pens on 1 page. The second self writes fast in the dark, drafting from habit, rhythm, emotion, prediction, culture, biology, all the systems that move beneath awareness. The first self writes slowly in the light, revising, reflecting, sometimes catching patterns the subconscious missed, sometimes rationalizing drafts it cannot change. Life's craft is not silencing the unseen author, which is impossible, nor pretending the conscious self writes alone, which is false. The craft is collaboration, learning the second self's language, rhythms and needs, and shaping the conditions, cues, stories and structures that guide what it writes. This is not control but influence, not mastery but partnership. You cannot rewrite the opening line that has already appeared, but you can learn to write the next paragraph differently, and in doing so change the trajectory of the story. The truth is that you have always been double-authored, always lived in the strange temporal gap between the brain's first movement and awareness's arrival. The question is not whether the second self exists. It does, in every impulse, every primed perception, every habitual action, every dream-revised memory, but whether you will work with it or against it, whether you will learn its patterns and needs and shape them, or simply be carried by drafts you never see coming. The subconscious writes the opening line, but the ending is still being drafted moment by moment, choice by choice, condition by condition, and you, the slow writer reading fast drafts, have more influence over that ending than you might think. Not unlimited influence, not godlike authorship, but enough to matter, enough to steer, over time and with patience, toward a story worth reading. So the final question stands: if the subconscious writes the opening line, can we learn to write the next paragraph, and in doing so, change the ending? The answer is yes, but only if we first accept the collaboration, only if we stop pretending we are singular authors and start learning to work with the author behind the author, the second self that has been writing your life all along. But accepting this collaboration requires something uncomfortable, surrendering the illusion of complete conscious control while simultaneously embracing a deeper form of responsibility. This paradox sits at the heart of what it means to live as a double-authored being. When you realize that your conscious mind is not the sole architect of your choices, the initial reaction might be deflation, even nihilism. If I didn't really choose, if my brain decided before I knew I was deciding, then what am I? What does anything mean? But this reaction itself reveals an assumption worth examining: the belief that significance requires absolute origination, that value depends on being an unmoved mover, a consciousness floating free of causation and biology. What if meaning lies not in transcending the second self, but in engaging it more skillfully? Consider an artist working with a particular medium. A sculptor does not choose the properties of bronze or marble. Those properties are given, constraints and affordances determined by physics and chemistry. Yet the sculptor is not thereby robbed of creativity or agency. Mastery consists precisely in understanding the medium deeply enough to work with its nature rather than against it, to make what the material wants to become while guiding it toward a vision. The second self is your medium. It has properties, tendencies, rhythms and patterns you did not choose. Your conscious mind cannot rewrite those fundamental features any more than a sculptor can make stone behave like clay. But you can learn the medium. You can discover what conditions make the second self generate certain kinds of drafts. You can introduce new patterns through repetition until they become part of the automatic repertoire. You can remove yourself from environments that trigger unwanted scripts and place yourself in environments that cue desired ones. You can respect the biological rhythms rather than fighting them, scheduling your life to work with your chemistry instead of demanding your chemistry conform to arbitrary schedules. This kind of agency is less dramatic than the conscious control fantasy promises, but it is more real and ultimately more powerful. It requires patience because the second self learns slowly, through repetition and reinforcement, rather than through one-time decisions. Telling yourself you will become a morning person does nothing if your sleep schedule, light exposure, evening routines and caffeine intake all continue to train the second self to expect late nights and groggy mornings. But gradually adjusting those inputs, making small, consistent changes over weeks and months, actually retrains the system. The draft changes because the author has been given different material to work with. Consider how this applies to emotional patterns, an area where the illusion of conscious control causes particular suffering. You cannot simply decide not to feel anxious or sad or angry. Yet people blame themselves constantly for emotional states, as if those states were choices. The first self, encountering an emotion, often generates a secondary layer of judgment. I shouldn't feel this way. What's wrong with me? I'm weak for feeling anxious. But emotions are largely products of the second self, generated by predictive systems responding to environmental cues, memories, physiological states, and learned associations, most of which operate beneath conscious access. The conscious mind receives the emotion as a fait accompli or already in motion before awareness catches up. Judging yourself for the emotion is like judging yourself for the weather. It's a category error that adds suffering without adding agency. What you can influence is the context in which emotions arise. If your second self generates anxiety in response to certain triggers, you can gradually expose yourself to those triggers in safe conditions until the predictive system learns a new association. This is the principle behind exposure therapy, which works not by conscious willpower overriding fear, but by providing the second self with new data that updates its predictions. If your mood tends toward darkness after poor sleep, you cannot think your way to happiness, but you can prioritize sleep so the editor functions better. If social media consumption primes comparison and inadequacy, you cannot decide not to feel inadequate while continuing to consume, but you can remove the app, change the environment, and let the second self gradually forget the trigger. You work with the author by changing what it reads, not by demanding it read the same material but generate different output. This understanding also illuminates why traditional willpower-based approaches to behavior change so often fail. Willpower is a function of the first self, the conscious executive trying to override the second self's automatic drafts. But willpower is a limited resource, especially given that it depends on metabolic factors like glucose availability, and is depleted by decision fatigue throughout the day. Relying on willpower means fighting the second self constantly, using scarce conscious resources to resist automatic scripts. It is exhausting and unsustainable, like swimming against a current. Eventually fatigue wins, and the habit reasserts itself. The person then blames themselves for lack of discipline, not recognizing they were fighting with the wrong tool. The alternative is to work with the current by redesigning what the second self encounters. If you want to stop checking your phone compulsively, you could rely on willpower, consciously resisting each impulse hundreds of times a day, or you could put the phone in another room, making the automatic reach encounter absence instead of device. The second approach succeeds not because you have more discipline, but because you have stopped requiring discipline. You have removed the trigger, making the unwanted behavior harder, and the desired behavior, focused work, the path of least resistance. The second self, always optimizing for efficiency, follows the easier path. Over time, the pattern weakens through lack of reinforcement. You have not defeated the author, you have changed the story it finds available. The same principle applies to building new behaviours. Starting an exercise habit fails most often not because people lack motivation, but because they try to install it through sheer decision, making exercise require constant conscious override of inertia. But if you lower the activation energy by preparing gym clothes in advance, scheduling the session at a consistent time when energy is high, attaching it to an existing routine like morning coffee, and removing competing options by cancelling conflicting commitments, then exercise stops requiring willpower. It becomes the obvious next action, the thing the second self predicts will happen because all the conditions point that direction. After enough repetitions in consistent contexts, the behaviour becomes automatic, a new script the second self runs without conscious prompting. You haven't disciplined yourself into exercise. You have trained the author to include exercise in its drafts. There is something humbling and liberating in this reframe. Humbling because it means the conscious self is less powerful than the ego would like, less central to the operation than the illusion of control suggests. You are not the solo author commanding your life through pure will and reason. Much of what you do and feel and think emerges from systems you do not directly access or control. But it is liberating because it removes the burden of impossible standards. You're not failing when you cannot override biological drives through pure intention. You're not weak when habits prove hard to change through decision alone. These outcomes are not failures of character, but natural results of how the system actually works. Once you understand the system, you can work with it instead of blaming yourself for not being a different kind of system entirely. This perspective also changes how we relate to others. When you recognise that everyone is double-authored, that the person in front of you is navigating the same gap between conscious intention and subconscious authorship, it becomes harder to judge their actions as simple moral failures. The colleague who is chronically late may not be disrespectful. Their second self may have learned dysfunctional time estimation patterns from decades of inconsistent consequences, and their conscious resolutions to be punctual cannot override those deep scripts without significant retraining. The friend struggling with addiction is not weak-willed. They are fighting against a second self whose prediction and reward systems have been hijacked by substance-related cues, generating cravings before consciousness can intervene. Understanding this does not eliminate responsibility. People can still work to retrain their second selves, and consequences for harmful behaviour may still be necessary, but it shifts the frame from moral condemnation to compassionate recognition of difficulty. It also helps explain why advice and information so rarely change behaviour. Telling someone what they should do addresses the first self, the conscious narrator, which often already knows the right answer. The problem is not lack of information, but lack of alignment between the first and second self. The conscious mind knows smoking is harmful, but the second self has wired nicotine to stress relief, social belonging, and routine satisfaction through years of reinforcement. Giving more information about cancer risks does nothing to change those automatic associations. What helps is interventions that gradually retrain the second self, identifying triggers and avoiding them, building new stress relief routines, changing social context, using nicotine replacement to weaken the chemical hook while the other associations extinguish. Change requires reaching the author, and the author does not speak the language of facts and logic. It speaks the language of pattern, repetition, emotion, and context. This is why therapy often focuses on creating new experiences rather than discussing old ones. Insight is valuable. The first self benefits from understanding patterns, but insight alone does not rewrite the second self's scripts. What rewrites them is new data, exposures that contradict old predictions, behaviours practiced in new contexts until they become automatic, emotional processing that updates the affective tags on memories, relationships that provide safe conditions for the second self to experiment with different ways of being. The therapeutic relationship itself functions as a retraining environment, a context where the second self can encounter consistency, safety and attunement, gradually learning predictions it may have missed in earlier development. The recognition of our double authorship also bears on how we structure societies and institutions. Systems designed with the assumption that people are rational actors, fully conscious decision-makers weighing costs and benefits, consistently fail because they misunderstand human nature. People do not carefully calculate trade-offs in most decisions. Their second selves follow heuristics, respond to primes, and stick with defaults. This reality can be exploited maliciously through manipulative marketing, addictive product design, and choice architectures that benefit corporations at the expense of individuals. But it can also be leveraged for good through what behavioural economists call libertarian paternalism, designing choice environments that respect freedom while making beneficial options easier and more salient. Default settings matter enormously because the second self tends to accept them. Making retirement savings opt-out instead of opt-in dramatically increases participation. Organ donation rates vary wildly between countries with identical demographics, but different default policies. Healthier cafeteria layouts increase nutritious food consumption without restricting choice. These interventions work not by overriding individual freedom, but by recognizing that the second self operates through pattern and ease and shaping the environment to make good defaults the natural path. The ethics of such design are complex, requiring transparency about intentions and oversight to prevent abuse, but the basic insight remains. If we are double-authored beings, then ethical systems must account for both authors, not just the conscious one. Education could be transformed by taking the second self seriously. Traditional schooling often treats students as if information transfer to the conscious mind produces learning, but deep learning, the kind that changes behaviour and capability, requires training the second self through practice, feedback, spaced repetition, and context variation. A student can consciously understand a mathematical concept yet fail to apply it in novel situations because the second self has not automated the pattern, recognition, and procedure execution through sufficient varied practice. Expertise in any domain is largely the accumulation of patterns in the second self, allowing rapid automatic response to situations that novices must consciously analyse. This is why masters in chess, music, sports, or surgery often cannot fully articulate what they do. The knowledge lives in systems beneath full conscious access, built through thousands of hours of training. Recognising this would mean valuing practice and repetition differently, not as tedious drill, but as the essential process of training the author. It would mean structuring learning to respect biological rhythms, avoiding late starts for adolescents whose circadian systems shift late, including movement and breaks to work with attention cycles, prioritising sleep as a learning tool rather than an expendable luxury. It would mean teaching students about their second selves, giving them the metacognitive tools to notice when they are running on autopilot, to recognise primes and triggers, to design their own environments for success. Self-knowledge would include understanding the author behind the author. As we approach the end of this exploration, we return to the question of endings themselves. If the second self writes forward in time through prediction, creating self-fulfilling prophecies that draft future from anticipated future, then our endings are not entirely predetermined, but neither are they entirely open. They emerge from the interaction of past patterns, present conditions, and conscious interventions. The life you will live 10 years from now is being drafted now, in the habits you reinforce, the environments you construct, the stories you tell about who you are, the attention you train, the sleep you protect, the cues you place in your path. Most of that drafting happens automatically, the second self extending yesterday's patterns into tomorrow. But some of it, enough of it, can be influenced by the choices you make today about the conditions that shape tomorrow's choices. This is neither the sovereignty promised by the illusion of complete free will, nor the helplessness implied by strict determinism. It is something in between, and perhaps more true. Constrained agency, the freedom to shape the shaper, the power to train the trainer. You cannot escape being double-authored, but you can become a better collaborator, learning what the second self needs and how it learns, providing it with conditions that lead toward the life your first self wants to consciously endorse. The gap between authorship and awareness will never close completely. You will always be catching up to processes that have already begun. But the gap can become a productive tension rather than a source of futility, the space where conscious intention meets automatic process and negotiates a path. The story of your life is being written right now by two authors. One works in the light, slowly, with reflection and intention. The other works in darkness, quickly, with pattern and prediction. They often misunderstand each other. They sometimes work at cross purposes, but they are both yours, both essential, both writing the only story you will ever live. The question is not how to silence one in favour of the other, but how to bring them into better collaboration, how to make the dark writing and the light writing tell a story that, read together, makes sense and moves toward meaning. That is the craft of a human life, the endless work of becoming co-authors with ourselves, writing forward with 2 pens on 1 page, accepting what has already been written while shaping what comes next, living in the strange gift of time where the future is both determined and open, both drafted and unfinished, both inevitable and available for revision. The ending is not yet written, but the author behind the author is writing it now, and you, reading these words, have already begun to write back. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.